presents 4-Star Review with a new star for each week in the month. Ed Gwynn, Danny Thomas, Jimmy Durante, Jack Carson. All brought to you by the makers of the finest instruments of home entertainment, Motorola. Boy, what a night. Snow, brisk air, bright, clear skies. Yes, Christmas is really on its way. And for a more joyous Christmas, give the brightest gift star of them all. Motorola for you. Motorola's clock radio, for instance. A star performer all the way. Beautiful, compact, this amazing instrument turns itself off after you've gone to sleep, rouses you gently with a song, even starts your coffee or toast. And here's a wonderful portable radio star, the Motorola Playmate. Take it with you wherever you go for indoor and outdoor fun. Made of sturdy steel, yet amazingly lightweight, it picks up even faraway stations, clear as a bell. You'll find the same sparkling performance in this stunning portable, the Jewel Box. Another star gift value, Motorola's Town and Country. On AC, DC, or battery, it's a star for tonal quality and smart styling. So, as Christmas draws near for the gift star of first magnitude,
your eye tells twice.
The very best buy is
Motorola for you.
Motorola for you. I hope you'll bear with me. Mr. Carson, our star, has been delayed. I don't know what's happened, but he will be here any moment. Meanwhile, in the tradition of our particular business, as they say, on with the show, as we present the Marie Antoinette Sextet in their version of the Minuet.
It's my award stock. There must be signs of my show, and I'm not made up yet. Will you hustle it up, please?
Hey, Veronica.
Huh.
What would it hustle it up, Mrs. Will you hustle it up, please? What are you, a big movie star? Somebody come on, hustle it
I
up,
just
please?
want to get made up.
You ain't sticking our push in front of no NBC camera until I okay it.
Well, that's all right with me. I just want to get made up.
Look what happened to you last week. Your face come out looking like a pig's knuckle with ears. I seen you push on television last week.
Yeah?
Ooh, it was like looking into a butcher's window.
Well, after all, that was my first show.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You was the slob of the week. Listen, Carson.
Carson.
Yeah, listen. This out of my department, you understand? I'm going to give you a little tip.
What's that?
This ain't Hollywood. This ain't the cinema. This is a whole new medium.
A what?
Medium.
I like guys with no medium.
Yeah. Got a fair start here in television, a whole new medium. I'm going to give you a little tip, see, for you talking fellas. Most important thing to have is good fishing. See? Fishing, yeah. Because you can't get no place in the medium unless you've got good electrocution.
Oh, station. I get what you mean, yeah.
All right, let's get a little knock here. We'll see what we can wake up. Mona Lisa, you're... Oh, this is murder. That's too much for one man. Fellas,
What's going on?
I can't look at that alone. Fellas, I'd like you to meet Mr. Carstairs.
The Carson, isn't it?
Yes.
Hiya, fellas. I will... I don't think they like it.
They like it. They like it. Come here, Carstairs. You want to watch out for the little fella in the end, Virgil.
Huh?
Very nervous. Very high-strung. And above all, don't mention his first wife.
I don't want to mention anything. All I want to do is to get made up. Look, I can explain, fellas. With me, it's a very simple job. All I need is a little Max Factor pancake. What I say?
Where you trying to go? Have Virgil deliberately destroy himself with what you call nothing?
What did I say?
Right off, you mentioned his first wife.
First, all I said was something about pancake.
Oh, so it's something about pancakes. That's where he met his first wife in the window with Giles, flipping pancakes. Well, how was I to know that? Oh, how was I to know that? What do you care about little people? That's how you get your sick, picking little people. Why don't you go to a doctor and get yourself cycloalkaline?
Alkaline?
Yeah.
I'll apologize.
Check it. See if Barthel's okay.
How much, baby, Margie, baby? How much? Oh, Margie, baby. He's okay. You could have fooled me.
Well, watch what you say.
I don't want to say anything. All I want to do is to get made up.
Fair enough.
Look, fellas, what I said is all I need is a little pancake.
You're catching up. Sit down, let's see you want to. All right. Eyebrow pencil. Eyebrow pencil. Thanks, Mike. Eyeshadow. Eyeshadow. Wait a second, we need a whole overall picture. Camera perspective. There will be no laughter while I'm waiting. Sorry. Come on, Okay, I think we're scratching the surface here. I think it's coming along pretty good. False eyelash.
Now, wait. I'll go along with anything, but no false eyelash.
You gotta have them. Them lights don't pick up nothing. Your eyes look like two flies in a blob of dough.
I don't care what they look like. I'm not going to wear any false eyelashes.
No false eyelash.
That's right.
Virgil likes them. Well, I don't care what.
I don't care what Virgil likes. I'm not going to wear any false eyelashes.
Are you through?
Yeah, I'm through.
Turn them loose. No, anything you guys say. Gotta make up a zebra for the next show. Okay, let's get a look at this now. Put away, fellas. Mona Lisa, you're a sweet man. And your father knows all I know what it is. Mona Lisa, you're a talker.
Cut. Okay, cut. Don't you think that's a little too much?
Lights don't pick up nothing. know what you're talking about. Yeah, I gotta find out what time it is. Turn on that television set. What do you want to see what's going on? Okay, let's get going. How do you like that? Sorry, the show is not there yet. Wait a minute! That's my show! I gotta get that to the International Theater, Columbus Circle. Give me a taxi. Oh, wait a second. Mr. Theater, you never get a taxi. Take the subway. What do I know about subways? I got to California. I've never been in a subway. Very simple. To get down there, you leave Radio City. 3 minutes by subway. 3 minutes to Radio City. Okay, where's my bag? This is my bag. This belongs to Betty King. He must have took yours. Take hers. Go on. How do I get out of here? Do that door. Go over here. You guys are out of here. Pardon me, is the next stop Columbus Circle? Pardon me, is the next stop Columbus Circle? This is not what you think it is. I have a television show at the International Theater. This is just heavy makeup for television, okay? I thought you had it wrong. It happens to belong to Betty Keene. I say this isn't my bag, Sheriff. Belongs to Betty Keene. I have to pick it up by mistake. She's on my show. Television makeup, you know? Before I came to television, I was a picture. You've probably seen me. My name is Jack Carson. I hope tonight. Hey, conductor, when does the subway get to Columbus Circle? Never. You're on the wrong train. I can't be in the wrong train. I got to get to the International Theater in Columbus Circle. I'll tell you what you do. You get off the next stop, you get an E-train back uptown to 14th Street. Change to an F-train express to 34th, take the local in AR. Columbus Circle, huh? Columbus Circle? That's what I asked you about. No. For Columbus Circle. You get off the train, you take an E-train, and go back. E-train, it could be an X-train. You see, I'm from California. I've never been on the subway in my life before. California, I'll tell you something. We got it all figured out. It's very simple. We got it written down. Even the kids can understand it. How's it go? And all you got to remember is this. What's that? The line to ride the subway right, the E-train goes to Jackson Heights. The F-train will provide the means to go to Forest Hills and Queens. The Bronx Express you must enter with force if you happen to live in the Grand Concourse. But remember this, if you're a yokel, don't get on an express if you want a local. Yeah, I've got to catch you. guess I'm on the right train. Now I can take off this makeup. When I soon get to Columbus Circle here, I guess madam will take my seat here.
This is where we get off, Mother.
Mother. No. Last stop in New York. When do we get to Columbus Circle?
What? You still want to go to Columbus Circle?
Certainly, I gotta get to Columbus Circle. Look, stop the subway. I'll get out right now.
Can you swim?
No, why?
We're going under the river.
What? Oh, Brooklyn. I can't go to Brooklyn. Hey, Marty, do you know anything about these subways? I say, do you know anything?
What do you want?
Pardon me. You know anything about these subways?
Subways?
No.
I've been traveling in these subways for 35 years.
Uh-huh.
Every morning I go to work, I go into the subway, I fall asleep. I'm very tired. Every night I've been coming home 35 years, going to the subway, very tired, I fall asleep.
Must get monotonous.
Can't keep awake.
I understand
The
that.
same stations, the same ads, the same faces. Your face looks familiar. You're Jack Carson.
Yeah, that's right,
You're
yeah.
my favorite.
No kidding. How do you like this? I'm supposed to be on my television show. Here I am on a subway going to Brooklyn.
I missed your first show. I was sleeping in the subway.
He was a guy. I got a kick out of it. Listen, we got a lot of time. We're going under the river. You want me to tell you about it?
Yeah, maybe it'll keep you awake.
Yeah, maybe it will. I kept a lot of people awake last time we did it. Well, anyway, you know, NBC has put on these 8 big comedy shows. They got 4 Sunday nights and 4 Wednesday nights. I happen to be one of the Wednesday night group. Well, there's a big extravaganza so far. So I thought for a split, it might be a good idea if we didn't have such an extravaganza. Actually, here's what happened. You'll get a kick out of it. See, Motorola gave NBC a certain amount of money for 4 television shows, see? So the first show was Ed Wynn, the second show was Danny Thomas, the third one was Jimmy Durante, the fourth show was mine. Now, these shows were supposed to have... By the time they got to me, they spent so much money that there was no budget on my show, you see? In fact, I wound up owing NBC $60. We started the show, just a shot of me on the stage saying, what do you mean NBC ran out of money? Well, I can't go and explain to the people what we did. Well, I didn't have a regular organ. I had a Best Arabian Trio and an Arabian Six, which of course was just too short. Then I had a fight with a stagehand. See, I bought the stagehand.
instant show, I sang a song, but it was not really a song that NBC's 50 Cent tour going through, see? But it was a cute song. It was called Daddy's Little Boy. It was something like this. To the end of the rainbow, my pot of gold, your daddy's little boy will have and hold. How precious thing is what you are, your mommy's bright and guiding star. You're the spirit of Christmas.
Myrtle Avenue. You don't get off at Myrtle Avenue. I told you Flatfoot.
Flatbush Ave.
Flatbush is what you want.
All right, I'll wait for Flatbush.
Flatbush is where I get off? That's right.
What do I do when I get off at Flatbush?
Well, to come out from Flatbush, you go to Sullivan Street and get the nation.
How do I get to
Flatbush!
I get off here, hey? Hot this door here? Okay, well.
I'm following my way. I can't get out of here.
Please, I can't get out of this.
Betty Keith!
Oh, no, it can't be, Betty Keene. We both can't be lost in Brooklyn on the same night.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Carson.
Look,
Don't go away. I want to be on your shoulder.
I gotta find Sullivan Street.
Now, please, Mr. Carson.
What?
Listen, Mr. Carson. Dear Mr. Carson. Adorable Mr. Carson. Listen to my story.
So I gotta find Sullivan.
Mine, Mr. Carson. Empathetic, Mr. Carson. You hold the key to my glory.
I didn't know.
Oh, you see me in a show or two for Billy Rose and ingenue. As an ingenue, you know I was the best. So please don't think me cynical when I say I'm the pinnacle. I'm ready, Mr. Carson. I progress. I passed my final test.
I gotta find Sullivan.
I just got off the road with Bill Spitali. What's good enough for him is good enough for you. I spread joy in Kalamazoo, and each boy in Buffalo said I'm the friendliest gal in local 802. That is a union. I make such a hit with Bill Spitali, I'll admit. That's for sure, and I was allowed to call him Snip. But I quit, although the dough was good, and every week I got my check. A girl wants more than just a 5-pound boat around her neck. So, Mr. Carson, I repeat, I'm tired of songs soft and sweet. Mr. Carson, don't go away. Just look what I learned today. Where's it going?
It's a big hockey country around here. See, I got to phone NBC and tell them where I am. Where I've been held up by, oh boy, my luck, there's a Motorola dealer over there. Motorola, you're a dolphin. And you know just as sure what it is. Pardon me, sir, could you tell me how to get to the subway on Sullivan Street? Sullivan Street, yeah. You go right. Wait a minute. Let's see what's happening to the Jack Carson television show. Sure thing. Oh. I gotta get back there. Look, how do I get to Sullivan Street? You get that picture, that's a Motorola television. I know it's a Motorola. How do I get to Sullivan? You know why only Motorola can give you a bright, big, even, clear 19-inch picture like that? Certainly I do. Yes. You see the picture? Wise guy knows everything. Well, I know everything there is to know about a Motorola television set. Oh, you do? Certainly. Ooh, this should be rich. Tell me, Chowderhead, why is the Motorola television set the easiest one to tune in? Why? Yeah, because Motorola's the only set that has this new automatic station selector. Automatic station selector. That's the automatic tuner. That's the automatic station selector. So what? He told me the dial is connected with the new Motorola RF tube. Oh, shit. Thomas. What tube, spoil brains? The RF tube. Always the wise guy in every club. RF tube. That's what I said, yeah. Take a look at it. That's an RX tube. X. Like you sign your name. RX tube, eh? Oh, this is pitiful. What's alongside of the RX tube, huh? Only the RF tube, like I said, read it. RF. Like I'm foolish, which is what you sound like. Oh, I love these guys with the 1-inch brain and a 19-inch mouth. You know so much, Mr. Pigeonfoot. Tell me one thing. Why is the Motorola set got such a steady tick? Why? Yeah. Why, eh? Yeah. Just a minute, I'll tell you. Because Motorola's got the best. The best automatic recycling control in the market, that's why.
What about the amplifying system?
What about the amplifier?
This one's on me.
Oh, sorry.
The amplifying system?
A little
Oh, you bet. The television.
Here's some salesman.
You don't even know the sales point. Not one word about Motorola's furniture-style tablet. I don't know the sales point. That's what I said, Powderhead. Motorola's got the finest construction of oil. Motorola's the only TV set that won a 1950 Fashion Academy Award. You get a bigger, brighter, clearer, finer picture with Motorola TV. Automatically, your eye tells you why. Your very best buy is Motorola TV.
Motorola TV.
Okay. Look. I got a phone, NBC. You got a phone? Damn, I got a phone. A best little phone in Brooklyn.
Fine. Can I use it?
No. Why not? Because it's out of order. That's fine. That's swell. I gotta get in touch with NBC and find out how my show's going.
What station was that?
NBC.
Wait a minute. After all we've done to it, you're going to tell me it's going to work now?
The Motorola, ain't it?
How do you like that?
Jack, will you please hurry up? These kids are dying up here.
I got to get back there. Where can I find a phone?
You're so smart, wise guy, find one for yourself.
All right, I will. I'll get a policeman.
Just remember one thing.
What?
You got a bigger, brighter, clearer picture with Motorola TV. Motorola TV. Motorola TV.
I heard you.
Okay. One night. Wouldn't you like to meet the Professor Nixon?
Yeah, I'd love to, but I haven't got the time. I got to find a phone. I'll see you, please.
You're going in, right? So let's not lock it up, huh? Look, Agnes, I got a surprise for you. Surprise, I got a fellow for you. Oh, yeah. Stop
howling into the phone. No, his name is Stanislaus, and he's from a very fine family. I didn't get his last name. The pool room was too noisy. So all I know is his name is Stanislaus, and he's bringing the potato salad. No, he's never met you. He's never met you, Agnes. He just got out. And look, Agnes, this is his first night out with a woman in 10 years, so tonight you got no excuses. No, it's a small party. Just you, me, Emma Lou Pink, and Ramona Holtzmeyer. You're not kidding. In the newsreels, I've seen better-looking fat station foxes. I know they're beast, Agnes, but this is my party, and for once I'm going to be the best-looking. Yeah, I thought we ought to try to dress this party up tonight. So let's lay off the old army clothes, huh? Yeah. What? Your hairdo? What's the difference as long as you cover it, the bald spot? What? Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from Ramona and Emma Lou right now.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, I know that's for me. Will you hold this, please?
Well, I want to make a phone.
Please, I haven't much time. Yes, I know it's for me.
All right.
Will you tell Agnes I'll be right back? I'm Betty.
Then I wanted to make a phone.
Emma Lou? Guess what?
I
got a fella for you.
want to make...
Emma Lou? How do you like that? She fainted.
Well,
Go on, talk. I haven't much time. Hurry.
Agnes, Betty asked me to ask you to hang on. She's talking to Emma Lou. What? Jack Carson. Yeah, that's right, the same name as the movie actor. Look, I haven't got time to describe myself now. I want to make a phone call. Huh? Oh, well, I'm 6 feet 2.5. I've got blue eyes. Oh! Stop howling into the phone, will you? Look, hang on, will you? I'm busy.
Yeah, I know. I'm not very much. Wait a minute. I know that's for me. Will you get this, please? Please get it, John.
Look, I wanna make it-
for me because I was waiting for the call myself. Tiny girl, will you tell Emma Lou her blind date's name is Murray, and I'll fill in a minute. Ramona, the party's all set. What are you wearing?
Emma Lou, Betty's talking to Ramona. Your date's name is Murray.
Oh.
Now, look, if you'll hang up, You want? Wait a minute, I'll ask you. She wants to know what Murray looks like.
Oh, tell him Mary's a dream. Tall, blonde, 6 feet, looks just like Gregory Peck.
Tall, blonde, 6 feet, for that one, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, Emma Lou. Murray's a dream. He's tall, blonde, 6 feet, and he looks just like Gregory Peck.
Looks like I finally got that joker-faced brother Murray of yours fixed up. Yeah, with Emma Lou.
That's what she said, was just like Gregory Peck.
Oh, that's a combination to run into in a dark street, is it? Well, hold on a second.
Look, Emma Lou, if you'll hang up, I can make a
You
call.
tell Ramona her date's name at Spot Hospital in 1 minute.
All right.
Emma Lou?
Ramona?
I want to know what you're wearing.
Look,
Oh.
Betty's talking to Emma Lou. You keep asking her to tell you that your date's name is Spud, and she'll fill in later. Ramona, would you do me a favor, please? Will you call up NBC and tell them that I'm going to be a little too late? What? No. Not the National Biscuit Company. No, the National Broadcast... look, never mind. If you just hang up, you see, I can make a call.
Will you tell Agnes that Emma Lou is wearing the green sequins and Murray's bringing the hot dog? Go on, tell me what.
Emma Lou is wearing...
Ramona? Spot is bringing the pizza, so it looks like you're stuck for the raw bread.
Agnes, this is Jack again. Emma Lou's wearing the green sequins, and Murray's going to bring the hot dog.
I'll see.
I'll ask her.
Agnes, Ramona's bringing the rye bread, so would you bring the pickles?
Agnes wants to know if you're going to go home from work, dress, and then go to the party. If you're going to take your clothes to work, dress there. Go to the party.
I'll ask her.
I'll find out.
Ramona,
Emma Lou.
Agnes said, would you please get the pickles because she's already got the rye bread?
Ramona says her boss doesn't want to use the office as a clothes closet, so she bring her clothes over to your place and keep her one of the files.
I'll ask her.
I'll tell her. Ramona?
Agnes?
Emma Lou says the files are full. That Murray's had the hot dogs in there for 2 weeks already. So please, will you work it out?
It's okay about the rye bread. What do you mean, what am I bringing? I'm bringing the box of White Owl. And look, Agnes, for once, will you let the fellow smoking through? I'll ask you.
I'll find out.
Emmylou?
Ag, this is Jack again. The motor wants to know if you can spud by your motorcycle to pick up the pieces.
Agnes wants to know if she leave her car back from last New Year's Eve in your icebox.
What do you say, you're going right from work to the party?
Wait a minute. Will you ask Ramona when she's dressing?
Yeah, sure, be glad.
Agnes?
Ramona?
I just realized you can't come right to the party from work in those rubber boots and the fish scale. I'll find out.
Ramona, what are you dressing?
Wait a minute, I'll find out. Ramona?
Emmylou,
Where are we going to dress? No kidding.
Ramona wants to know where you're going to dress.
Oh, I don't know. Wait a minute. Hey, you, where do you live?
Where do I live? It's 5 Sheridan in New York, room 201.
Oh. Just ask for the key of 201 at the Park Sheridan. You can dress up there.
Emmylou, how do I know where you're going to dress? I
Tell her it's all settled. 201 at the Park Sheridan.
Well, 201 at the Park. Wait a minute!
Will you settle Spud in the hot pieces?
Is that going on again?
Agnes,
Ramona,
bring your clothes up to 201 at the Park Sheridan.
how is Spud going to bring the hot pieces?
Come right up. I tell you to come right up because I'm going to be there early to decorate the room.
All right, I'll ask.
I'll find out.
Emmylou,
Ramona,
Ramona wants to know when Murray picks up the hot dogs, can he also pick up the hot pieces?
will you please ask your father to stop by the Park Sheridan Hotel and leave 100 pounds of ice at the desk? Stick a will call on it.
I'll ask her.
I'll find out.
Agnes, Ramona wants to know where the party's going to be.
Oh, tell her it's 201 at the Park Sheridan. We're going to have a party up there.
What?
Yeah.
The party's going to be at 201 at the Park.
Yeah, will you please ask Murray to bring the hot dogs?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, with the steam table.
What? Yeah, I'll ask her.
Wait a minute, I'll find out. Here. Will you tell her how to get there? She doesn't know what to do.
Emmylou?
Mona?
What?
I'll find out.
Agnes wants to know how Spud is going to get the hot pieces across town.
Well, listen, I really don't know. Why don't you talk to him yourself? Here, will you please talk to her? She doesn't believe me that you're supplying the liquor.
I'm supplying it. Wait a minute. What do you mean? You're not wearing the sequins because what? Hold it just a minute. How do I know if the pieces are hot or cold? I don't... Who? Who's Murray? Well, how do I know if he can file the Essex? I don't even... Just a minute, please. No, Agnes. It's not Stanislaus Essex. The what? Who? When? Oh, wait a minute. If Murray can file the Essex, can he pick up Stanislaus, then go over and pick up the pieces, and then pick up Agnes, and then to get the sequence over to Ramona's house in time so that Spud can take the pieces down to the office where Murray's already waiting with a hot dog? Can they all come to the party together?
How should I know? It's your party.
Hey, officer. You again? Yeah, I just got to get out of Brooklyn. You still want to leave Brooklyn? Oh, my God. It hasn't got anything to do with Brooklyn, officer. I like Brooklyn, but it's just that I have to get back to New York.
Don't you realize that Brooklyn is the most beautiful land in the whole world?
Well, I must be honest and tell you that I never thought of it that way.
Look, if you can take you London with its Eiffel Tower, take you Paris with its Piccadilly, Switzerland with its Kremlin.
Switzerland with its Kremlin?
Sure! Brooklyn's got something that none of those places has got.
What's that?
Ah, boy, I tell you, it's the smell of that river. The rattle of them garbage cans. The tang of that wet laundry hanging out in back of the apartment.
Yeah, hey, that is something, isn't it?
Ah, it's like music. Listen.
The flowers are blooming in Brooklyn, with a sure sign of romantic change. The man in the moon is humming a tune, and love is a wonderful thing.
It's spring, hey. Voices typing in the trees up way up there, hey. Between them singing and all them trees, hey. They're laughing up my Brooklyn love song.
up, hey? And why'd you beat me up for ticket too, hey? If the street could go in Brooklyn, so could you, hey? You're lousing up my Brooklyn love song. Get a load of romance, you. There's the moon, there's the river, golly gee. While we're making our plans and I'm holding your hand, we go watch the barges throw the garbage out to the sea. Look at her, hey. Couple sitting on a stoop, they're picking woo, hey. Lucky girl, you got the stoop right here with you, hey. And we're singing you a Brooklyn love song. Down upon the Canarsie River, not far away. Where over the field is shining, that's where the Dodgers play. Up and down the tragic shallow, the sky is the same. It's the Andrews that Senate, and who'll take the opening game? Come home. Well, you still want to leave Brooklyn?
Oh, my gosh, I must have been out of my mind, officer. Just like you said, it's really got something, you know? I'm beginning to love Brooklyn. Who wants to go back to New York? You know, this has gotten to be sort of like a second hometown to me. I can give you sort of an idea of what I mean. Hail to thee, beloved Brooklyn, pride of peace and faith, from the waters of Canarsie, fragrant breezes play. Flowering islands, magic dreamland, place of peace and rest. Let us dwell on thy surface. We love thee the best. Tropic islands, magic dreamland, place of peace and That's the tree that grows in Brooklyn.
Good night to you. We hope you enjoy Jack Parker.
Welcome to the Lazy J Ranch. I'm George Stevens, and this is my place. The Lazy J covers 33,000 acres down here in Arizona, and it takes lots of work to keep it going. You always think of horses in connection with the cattle ranch, but the real workhorse around here is our Ford truck. It seems like we use it for most everything. Hauling feed to the cattle, for instance. As soon as they hear that horn, they come a-running. That means chow time, and they don't aim to miss it. Yes, our Ford F3 Express is the general handyman on this ranch. Even with loads up to 1,400 pounds, it's mighty easy on gas. We had this truck in Ford's economy run, and I'm glad we did. My daily record shows that in over 5,000 miles of rough going, our running costs average less than 2.5 cents a mile. I always thought Fords were economical, but now the Ford Truck's economy run has shown us in dollars and cents exactly how low our running costs are.
Mr. Stevens' truck and every 1951 Ford truck is economical because it has the Power Pilot, the proven system that automatically fires the gas at exactly the right instant to match every change in speed, load, and power. Ford's Power Pilot delivers the most power from the least gas. It's standard equipment on every one of Ford's 180 models. No other truck in the low-price field has the Power Pilot. And remember, Ford trucking costs less because Ford trucks last longer.
Here's the river they named the Beautiful Ohio. Today, it's both beautiful and busy. Along this river roadway moves a steady stream of barges carrying cargo to the river cities. One of the busiest of the barge companies is the Commercial Barge Lines of Louisville, Kentucky. They operate a fleet of barges and a fleet of trucks. These Ford trucks are motorized stevedores, loading and unloading the barges at the terminals. They're the barge line's dray horses, too, hauling goods to distant delivery points. This kind of hauling calls for trucks with plenty of muscle, plenty of staying power. In other words, Ford trucks. They highball over wide-open highways. They push through backcountry roads. And they navigate through traffic in their back-breaking work. That's a real test of a truck's ability to stand up under punishment. And these Ford trucks meet this test day after day, year after year. Let's ask Clarence Meter, the terminal manager. He knows how well Ford trucks work out on a tough job like this. That right, Mr. Meter?
That's right. I've been relying on Ford trucks now 12 years. I know they will give us more work for our dollar. What's more, I am thoroughly convinced their rugged construction will make them last longer. Believe me, Ford trucks really stand up.
Right. And one reason Ford trucks do more work per dollar is the Power Pilot, the fuel feeding and firing system that gives Ford trucks the most power from the least gas. Only Ford trucks in the low-price field have the Power Pilot. And remember, actual registration figures prove Ford trucking costs less because Ford trucks last longer. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I would like to lecture in on the inside of television. You know, we have a lot of problems in television. For instance, learning a half-hour script each week, that's a bit of a job, you know. But we in television have a little system, a little devices, little tricks that enable us to learn our lines, such as some fellas paint them on a blackboard so they can talk and then look, you know, very surreptitiously. And there's other fellas, like there's one fellow I know, he writes everything on his fingernails. He had a very bad job once, he did. He was so nervous before the show, he stands backstage, ate up half his script. The fellow, though, I think he's going too far. This one friend of mine I know, he writes all the lines inside his eyelids. If you ever see an actor on television looking like this, he's not falling asleep, he's just memorizing his lines. As far as I'm concerned, I don't use any devices like this because when I come out on the stage, I just know exactly what I'm going to say. That's all there is to it. First joke. Man, I just was fishing and I caught a doctor fish. Second man, what is a doctor fish? First man. A doctor fish is a surgeon. Gonna have this stuff laundered. Second joke. What? I've made you some policeman cookies. Husband, what are policeman cookies? I knew he wrote it here somewhere. Said he was going to write the whole thing on here. Sorry, I'll have the joke in a minute. Excuse me. I knew he wrote it. He said he was... Oh. What are policeman cookies? Top cake. That's very kind of you. I thought I could carry it off and you wouldn't know that I was actually reading it. But I wasn't. Anyway, I'm not reading anything, really. I'm just kind of thinking. See, I made a picture called Margie, and I was thinking the other day, I heard some music. It was back in 1928. I could just see it now. Remember 1928? Women used to wear the short skirts and the dresses that with no waist, you know, boom right down, and the close-fitting hats with the curls up here. The fellows wore high jackets. I can see it now. And there was a Charleston dance there. Oh, I'd love to see that Charleston dance.
What's everything? Gee, Uncle George sure lived in a terrific place. Too bad he had to die. I liked him.
He was a wonderful man, and we loved him very much. Oh, now, Charles, please don't go in Uncle George's laboratory. I'll leave everything alone. He would have wished it that way.
Hey, Mom, what's nitrous oxide?
Nitrous oxide, laughing gas. Now, and please leave it alone.
Laughing gas?
Laughing. Oh, I'll go and with the others. Now, please get away from that laughing gas.
Mother,
Charles, this is no place for a young boy. Now, you go and wait for me in the car.
Oh, Mother, there's something broken over there.
No back talk. Go and wait for me in the car.
Are all the heirs present?
We all have it. Alan is his favorite nephew.
Now that we are all assembled, I shall read the contents of your uncle's last will and testament. I, George Waterman, being of sound mind, hereby do bequeath to my beloved heirs my entire estate.
How generous, Matthew.
The late George Waterman was a very generous man, and his untimely demise has been a great shock to us all.
We have been a closely knit family, and now that I am gone, it is my solemn wish that you all continue in the same close association that we've had through the past. Even though I am not with you, your lives must still have the same dignity and purpose.
How dare you treat a solemn occasion like this with such levity? Our family motto, live with dignity and purpose. I'm only glad Uncle George isn't here to witness this outburst.
Very well said, Alan. Thanks for all of us.
Yes, Aunt Hildegard. Pray continue.
To my niece, Henrietta, who has her own income, I bequeath my philosophy. Live with dignity and purpose.
Goodness, I've been cut off without a penny.
I'm sorry, Aunt Hildegard. It will not happen again.
Uncle George.
And now to my nephew Donald. I do hereby bequeath the worldly sum of $150,000. But I hereby instruct that this sum of $150,000 be immediately turned over by Donald to my favorite charity, the Missouri Home for Aged Parents. In addition, Donald, I also bequeath to you our family heritage, a life of dignity and purpose.
I've been cut off too.
You must control yourself.
Like a bunch of silly school children. Pull yourself together. Remember the family motto: dignity and purpose.
I've known all of you since you were children. You're all people of education and good standing. And now at this moment of solemnity, you have elected this uncalled for hilarity. Even if your Uncle George does forgive you, I can't.
This has gone far enough. Far enough. Memory of dear Uncle George. I think only fitting that we should observe 10 seconds of silence. Ten seconds are up. Thank you very, very much. Hello?
Hello, Al. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
Well, what's the matter? You look very unhappy.
Well, I was just into a reading of a will, and I thought I'd get left quite a bit of the estate, and, well...
Well, didn't you get anything?
Oh, got a few laughs. Really, I had plans. I mean, when I got the money, I was going to buy a new suit, you know, a tuxedo, and a nice new car. And the main thing I was going to do, I was going to drive to Macombo and see Monica Lewis.
Oh, were you really going to go to Macombo and see Monica Lewis?
Yeah, but now I just can't do it.
Well, I have something to tell you.
What?
I am Monica Lewis.
You?
And honey, since you can't go to Macombo, why don't we just pretend that you're there, and you sit over there and imagine you're ringside, and I'll go over there and sing, and I'll giving this thing just for you.
Gee. Where till the kids in the Beaver Patrol hear about this?
I don't want you, but I you got me really I could give you, but I can't. You got me on my little one when you knock at my door. They take my heart inside I could hold you, but I can't. Got me in between devil and Hebrew I'd love to see you tonight. Can you come right over? Yeah, well, Mom and Dad are here, and I've told them all about you. Yeah. Well, hurry over and I'll get ready. Goodbye. Oh, Alan Young is on his way over. Oh, will you ever turn him under ice to get finished dressing?
What's the matter with George?
George is such a nice boy. He always brings me something when he comes over. And he helped his father fix the chandelier. He's such a nice boy.
Yeah, he's a businessman, too. He's got a head on his shoulder.
Oh, please, Daddy, I'm not interested in George.
Oh, well, who is this Alan Young?
I know so about him, Father. He works in Nestler's meat market.
Is he the fellow that locked himself in the icebox?
Well, it wasn't his fault. Mr. Nestler pushed him.
Yeah.
Anyway, he left from there and got himself a job in the bank. Didn't he the one who locked himself in the vault?
Yeah, Nestler followed him down to the bank and pushed him in.
Daddy, stop. He's a lovely boy. And he's very happy with his new job in the hardware store. I want you to be real nice to him until I come down.
Come here.
Sorry I'm late, but on my way out of the hardware store, I got locked in the cellar. Peggy, I brought you some flowers.
Oh, thanks. No, there's a vase in the kitchen.
Oh, that's all right. I'll find it. I'll put them in my shelf. Probably don't bother getting up.
Henry, he's locked himself in the closet.
Naturally. Put those pansies any place.
You two been married long?
That's all. I just don't like it.
I think you're better off with that young man, Goofy Eddie.
Well, what's the matter with George? He's my choice. He's a handy fellow to have around the house.
Oh, dear. Henry, that kitchen faucet's leaking worse than ever. I wish you'd come in and fix it.
All right, I'll fix it.
Hi, Alan.
Oh,
Where's Mom?
Well, your mother called your father in the kitchen to fix the faucet. She went and fixed the faucet.
Oh, well, then that's your chance to get in good with Daddy. Go and help him like George always does.
I never fixed a faucet in my life.
Well, just show him that you want to be helpful. Oh, where on earth did you meet this young man? Oh, Mother, why don't you give Alan a chance?
No. I'll keep away from that box. Hiya, Mom. You're a great, big, handsome hero. I got a present for you, Mom. It's expensive. You're going to like it. Oh, hiya, Peg. Here's a little bouquet for your buttonhole. Oh, you lucky people. Say, where's Pop? I got some cigars for him. Hi. Where's Pop? Hey, Doc, how are you? What do you say? Thanks. You're a fine young man. Oh, I'm glad to see you. What's going on in the stock market today? Oh, fine.
Alan, this is your chance to get in the conversation, and I'll run get my gas.
Anything usual happen? Our utilities look good, and what with increased trading, looks like we're in for a bullish trend. Yeah, well, I've been watching that Board of Trade session. Wheat and corn are hitting the highs in the Chicago pit. Yeah, pit. What did you say? Pit? You got a lot of nerve voicing an opinion in an interesting conversation like this. A mug that locks himself in a night box. Locks himself in an icebox? Yes, and he locks himself in a vault, too. Locks himself in a vault?
Very simple. It was real silly. Only a person like me could do it. It was really very, very easy. Sure it was. I'd like to prove it to you if I could. Come on, you over here, see? Would you like to... I'll show you what happened. See, the icebox is very simple. To open the door. Well, I looked in, and Mr. Metzler was it. Would you be Mr. Metzler?
Yes.
And he was in there, you see. I looked in, and I saw Mr. Metzler. Right in. He was right in there. Oh, and the assistant was in there, too, see, because I had a lot of things I was going to carry in, you see. You know, you just stand right there, see. Now, I was looking in. I have arms full. You see, I was standing like this, sitting with good foot. You see how I was? Yeah, I was standing just like this. And I just... Yeah,
Where's Mom and Pop and where's George?
Is it locked in the closet? Would you like to go to a movie with me?
Oh, yes, Aaron, I'd love to.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll see you again next week at the same time. I hope you'll join us then. Thank you. Good night.
Looks like another nice day. Not too hot, not too cold. Nice morning to drive to work, which most of the folks out this side of town do. But it's filled up out here the last few years. Of course, the automobile made it possible. Driving, we're only 20 minutes from downtown, and a tenth of a second from our eternal reward. Next few minutes, we're going to meet some of the people down there. None of them are at all unusual. No tycoons or movie stars or Sun and Sears. They're just ordinary, everyday people. In fact, one of them will likely be a lot like you. One thing they have in common is they all drive automobiles. They're good drivers, too. Oh, they may get a ticket now and then, but it's just due to some minor violation. Nothing they consider really dangerous. These are like folks we know. And those that kill and get killed are just names in the newspaper. A little ways up the next street, we're going to meet the Sheridan. Peggy, Mrs. Sheridan, that is, used to be a lot of fun. But her husband, Ed, died last year and didn't leave her much with the two youngsters. Hasn't been too easy getting along. Peggy and the kids live in the left-hand front bungalow.
Oh, in my car. Now, Kathy, lunch is in the refrigerator. You just have to eat it up. And that's address. Take good care of Billy. You might let him turn that vacant lot. I guess it's too warm for my coat. I hope I can get gas. Now, don't forget Billy's nap right after lunch. I hate to have you miss school, Kathy, but we'll get a sitter as soon as Mother gets a job. Now, I'll be home by 5 o'clock, sure. Clean up the breakfast dishes. Goodbye, Billy. Be a good boy. Kathy, yes, is my telephone showing up? Yes. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mama. matter, Pappy? You feel all right? You didn't kiss me goodbye. Darling, darling, darling. Mother didn't mean to. It's just... Well, this last year, you've had to help out so much. You've been more like a sister than my little girl. But we'll make up for it soon. You'll see. Everything will be wonderful. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, that hurts.
Playing hooky today, huh?
Mama's gone downtown. I had to stay home and take care of the baby.
Hey, what's keeping you, Holly? I haven't got all night, you know.
I wanted to retake. Well, I thought as long as you were going out selling it, it'd be kind of nice to have your bike book. Let's go down. I haven't got all night, you know.
Nice young couple, aren't they? Name is Shelby, Pat and Holly. Nice little car, too. There's company supplies it. Pat's a salesman for the West Side Lumber Company. Holly works, too, at one of the big department stores downtown. And this is the last bus stop where Pat can drop her off before he turns west. And she's still so first married and kind of shy about kissing in public. The family will meet next, named McCall. Mr. McCall, Tom. He worked up a neat little insurance business, which he hopes young Buddy will take over when he grows up. If he grows up. That Bud hot rod in the driveway, also known as a soup job or a hop-up. And despite the ramshackle appearance, it has been clocked at 110 miles per hour.
Buddy! You think I'm going to make 2 separate breakfasts every morning? You're greatly mistaken. Now, Buddy, remember, you're to come right straight home from school today.
Hang it, buddy. Do you have to eat like a disposal?
Mr. Crowley hasn't been here for 2 weeks, and the lawn looks like a hayfield.
Ah, Christmas. I promised Beth I'd take her to the Belmar game. You heard your mother. The lawn hasn't cut your allowance a bit. Ah, Pa. You heard me? Ah, Pat. Bye, Mom.
Bye, dear.
Bye, Pop. All I can say is that I hope it's one of those cases we hear about. That's Carl. It's a wonder to me he doesn't break his neck. And do you realize that we can be sued for the damage he does?
Rougher going over in this part of town. But I guess rough going is kind of the rule for people like Joe Crowley. Joe's a gardener, so he'll take any work that's around. I might tell you that Joe and his wife Hedda have set their hearts on a great goal. All 4 of their kids, the 3 that's here and the one that's coming, are going to start life with high school diplomas. They're going to get somewhere.
Oh, Joe. What do you want for supper?
Well, my belly's full of breakfast. Don't talk to me about it. Say, if Mrs. McCall taking today for last month, would be good we take the kids to the beach. Maybe cook hot dogs over the fire, eh?
Oh, Joe. Don't forget to have those breadsticks today.
Don't worry.
Don't we have a party, huh? Baby took not delicious food. And tonight when Papa gets home, I'll give it.
Morning, Joe. You haven't been in lately. Usual big stew? Today, 4 gallons. We take the kids to the beach tonight.
Oil's okay. Better take some wood out to the beach, Joe. I was out last Sunday and the driftwood is about used up. Okay. I'll check those tires. No, don't even get to bother with the tires. You've got troubles enough with those brakes, Joe, without running around on a couple of soft tires. Let me get the hose.
We're a little riskier up here on the hill, but that's okay. Most of them are folks that worked hard, maybe had a little luck, now are enjoying the fruits of their labor. Now, this house is the residence of the last folks on our team, Dr. and Mrs. Harry I. M. Watts.
Now, Harry, be sure you'll be off at some plenty of time. The babies are coming to cocktails at 6:30. You have to change before that, and then dinner with the Waltons, and you know how Thelma is about sitting down on the dock.
Okay, I'll be here. If that idiotic young judge thinks that something to the contrary. Oh, where did I put that summons?
Oh, I think it's unfair. I don't see why your lawyer can't just pay your fine like he always has. Try and get it out of your system before tonight, Harry.
That chance. A vicious young fool. Well, I've got a good mind to take this right up to the mayor.
Well, our friends are all on their way. They're coming from the different sections of town into the main boulevard, and in a few minutes we'll find them all drawn together at the intersection of Beverly and Commonwealth. You know, probably not one of them, or maybe Joe Krolik did and Holly. But I'll bet not one of the others ever stops to think that when you say goodbye to somebody, you may never see them again. Probably what made me think of that is, of these 5 folks now all around us, on their way to their daily affairs, only 4 will come home tonight. That's too bad, but that's the way it is. Yeah, there they are, all 5. All nice, ordinary folks, like I said. All good drivers, too, with nothing more than the ordinary human failings. Pat Shelby, for instance, a little bit slapdash and thoughtless, sometimes forgets he's not all alone on the road. And Joe Krolik, well, Joe really doesn't have time to keep his equipment in fancy condition. Buddy McCall, watching out of the corner of his eye for the first faint gleam of that yellow light. Peggy Sheridan got so many things in her mind, it's just hard to keep thinking about just driving. Dr. Marks can never seem to just relax and take things as they come. Well, there they go, all smart and healthy. It's really hard to believe that one of them will be still and quiet come night. Beverly and Commonwealth. Remember those names.
Mr. Brightman, I want you to promise me you won't be back here again.
Very aye, Mark. Excessive speed and following too close on preceding vehicles. Guilty or not guilty?
Your Honor, if you will study that file, I believe that you'll agree that the arresting officer should be reprimanded.
Sorry, Dr. Marks. I cannot listen to a statement until you plead.
Guilty or not guilty?
You can't high-pressure me into pleading guilty.
Nobody is trying to, Dr. Marks, but you have no legal standing before this court until you plead.
Oh, well, perhaps on some silly technicality guilt. It's utterly absurd to issue cases like this on some penny ante offense. Said he'd be a lot better off if the police spent their time chasing criminals.
Dangerous driving is criminal, Dr. Marks. A wheel can kill a man as quick as a gun. We have to have rules of the road for the same reason as in basketball and baseball. If each driver obeyed them, all other drivers would know what to expect. 45 miles per hour in a 25-mile zone. Following too closely, 2 prior violations. The fine will be $25.
Well, that's utterly ridiculous. $25 for a trivial minor violation?
My dear sir, and the rest of you here in this court, Let's get one thing straight right now. This court recognizes no such thing as a minor violation. Lucky violations, yes, but not minor. The dividing line between a minor violation and a charge of manslaughter is usually a tenth of a second and a lot of luck.
All right. Where do I pay?
On second thought, Dr. Marks, I think it's best if you don't buy your way out of this. $25 won't make a lasting impression on you, and it certainly won't teach you proper driving habits. I therefore withdraw the fine and sentence you to 3 days in jail, or, if you so elect, for the remainder of the day at Belmar High School, there to attend all classes of the day in the driver education and training courses.
Dr. Mark's been having quite a day. Lately, he's been going through certain driver testing devices which check your tendency to the most common types of actions. This particular gadget checks how fast you react to various highway emergencies. And the unhappy doctor is finally going to beat young Connie Moore's or die trying. When the light flashes, you slap on your brakes. 0.6 of a second. Well, at 40 miles an hour, he'd roll 123 feet before he brought his car to a stop. Quite a ways. You know, young Connie's licked him again. And no respect for age. Failure to concentrate. And nothing but concentration will help a driver who has what's called tunnel vision. The kind of eyes that see only straight ahead, blind to what may be coming from either side. Speeding and lane changes. In today's razzle-dazzle traffic, you've got to judge right down to a hair how fast cars are coming at you and just how far they are away. So the idea here is to pull the two model cars exactly even with each other. And it's a poor downtrodden doctor's last chance to win. Well, the tide of traffic has turned, and another day is coming to a close. And it did turn out nice for everybody, just as we expected. Peggy Sheridan's got a job, Dr. Marks got an education, Jack Shelby got his lumber contract, Joe Crowley got paid, Buddy McCall got to kiss Betty Bates behind the grandstand. Very successful day. They're all driving along toward home now. Most of them taking a chance on an occasional minor violation, as usual. And most of them getting away with it, also as usual. Can't tell. Taking up chances and you may gain as much as 15, 20 seconds on the home trip. I'm sorry you have to see this. It won't be what you call pretty. There's one of our folks in there. I guess you knew that.
Developments are expected, and the White House will issue a further statement later tonight. On the local scene, a fatal automobile crash a few minutes ago at the corner of Beverly and Commonwealth snuffed out the lives of at least one motorist and a truck driver, when the local vehicle outbound on the boulevard, claimed by witnesses to be driving in an erratic manner, burst into flames after colliding with a heavily loaded overland truck and trailer. The driver of the truck was instantly killed, but the fire has so far prevented identification of the local driver. At the state capitol today, the fate of the rest...
Can't imagine what's the thing, Harry. You're usually so comfortable when we have guests. Oh, come now, Sylvia, we are too. But don't go jumping to conclusions. With probably 50,000 drivers coming home along the boulevard. The chances are 50,000.
Oh, I know. Harry isn't one of the best drivers in the world. He's certainly one of the luckiest. I remember just yesterday morning he was driving me to town.
You know how Harry is, impatient at times. And I thought of inclined to ride the bumper of the car ahead.
But anyway, they're going to start imagining what would happen if he got impatient and unlucky at the same instant.
As I said, that was too much for John. After all, he said to the officer, it was only a minor violation. You can't... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard a car. Hey, Mommy. Mommy, not that. Jane, don't say such things. Mommy's all right. She's always all right.
But all right isn't what she's picturing in her anxious young mind. You know, I feel bad enough for the drivers who smash themselves up, but I feel a lot worse for the folks that are left at home, waiting, worrying.
I'm hungry. Oh, Mommy. Hello? Oh, hello, Dad. Oh, it's just that Pop's not home yet. No, of course I'm not worried. Don't be silly. You know him and his lucky jar. Nothing ever happens to Pat.
No, nothing ever happens to Pat. That is, nothing ever has happened to Pat.
I'll have to call you back later. Something's burning on the stove.
Oh, come away from the window and spread lots to us. Go to the bedroom, take off your coat, so that Papa won't see you with Gracie. Papa wants to have us a smell right, so he's getting his conscience. That's all.
You remember, he asked him just this morning to get the brakes fixed. But what if he didn't take the time?
My watch might be a little fast. You know what gave me the idea?
Molly, you don't suppose I was a little too harsh with him this morning, do you?
No, of course not, Tom. It's just that he's at that irresponsible age. Anyway, he was going to take Betty to the Belmar game after school today, remember?
Mm-hmm. Peg, he's got to get rid of that gasoline pogo stick. It isn't safe.
It should be safe. He's young and smart. Of course, there are other drivers on the same road, not so young and smart. Hello, Mother. Hi, Pop. Isn't dinner ready yet?
Oh, but...
Pop, what's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Buddy, you've got to get rid of that car. You've had your mother scared half to death.
What's the matter with my car? Don't blame me for being late. I hit 70 on the way home. Blame that dopey old driver that crawled over in front of me without looking. Say, how about a little dinner? I'm hungry.
Why? She stopped fine with the emergency. I get her fixed up time. So, we got the picnic like I promised.
Oh, evening, folks.
Oh, Harry.
Oh, Ida.
Hello, Harry.
Evening, George. Sorry to hold up the schedule this way, but...
Are you all right, dear?
Well, of course I'm all right. No, thanks to the kind of drivers we've got in this town. You know, I've said for years. Just what are you hanging on to me for, Sylvia? Riders lieutenant, you know, have no right to be alive. Going like maniacs, cutting across traffic, walking away from the road, jumping lanes, running stop signs.
And, following too close?
Huh? Okay, following too close. And what do they say when they get a ticket? This is only a minor violation. Well, believe you me,
The only difference between a minor violation and sudden death is a tenth of a second and God's providence.
Anyone here see this accident happen? I saw it. What's the matter, man? Edward J. Smith. Will you come over here, please? I'll be glad.
The books all say we learn by experience. Sometimes I wonder. Young Buddy McCall, for example. Joe Krolik. Both of them brushed hands with death today. Neither of them seem to learn anything. They'll drive the same way tomorrow, take the same chances. Maybe they'll even keep on being lucky, maybe for quite a while. Like I said, it makes you wonder.
We may have to call you.
Well, I certainly hope you do. It's nothing short of murder to drive an automobile like that.
Yeah, you'd think so. But until somebody got in the way, it was nothing but a minor violation. The driver picked the wrong time, that's all.
612, 612, correction on your last call. Should be 1056 North City for notice on accident victim.
Hey, that's right up near me, just south of Hillsdale. One of them courts.
I'm nearly out of my head, Daddy. It's his bowling night, and he's always early. I just know something's happened to him. Isn't there anything you can do? It's Doc. I think it's Mama's car. He's all right. Pat? Is that you, Pat? Mama? Oh, Mama?
Well, which one of us is going to break the news this time?
Hold on, we'll flip this for him.
Heads. You're up.
All right. And sent a man up from welfare to look over the papers and property. No, not much. Seems to be no surviving relatives. The father is dead. Better send out a plain car with a police matron. Oh, and ask the lieutenant to see if St. Mary's will take them in for the night until there's a formal commitment.
But, I thought you were dead. What made you so late?
Oh, one of those bad habits car trying to pick it on you. Even so, I made it all the way out 21 minutes. Made every light. You're not too legal about a couple of yellows. Oh, now don't worry about the 83 bucks will cover it. It was only a minor violation.
It was only a minor violation.
We think it's very nice to know your alphabet. And at New York's Great Bronx Zoo, A stands for A-N-D-Y, Andy, and here he is. A 3.5-year-old baby orangutan from the island of Borneo. Andy doesn't know anything at all about the alphabet, but we're going to show him the animals in the zoo whose names begin with alphabet letters from A to Z. A is for Aoudad, a kind of wild sheep that lives on the hot, dry hills of northern Africa. Just see how fast it can run. B is for bear, and especially for the big white polar bears that live near the North Pole. In the zoo, they like to dive into the water, and Andy's friend shows him just how they do it. Right, and he's in. Polar bears have lots of fun in their pool. They have a barrel to play with, and on very hot days, they dive and splash and play all day long. They don't mind the heat at all. C comes next, and C stands for camel. Children ride on camels in the Bronx Zoo and have lots of fun. This kind of camel comes from the Arabian Desert, and Andy and his friend are going to take a camel ride and pretend they're crossing the hot sands of the desert. This is probably the first time a baby orangutan ever took a ride on a camel. is the letter D, and D is for deer. This is the kind of deer called Fair David's deer that used to live in China. These are the only ones in the United States. What does E stand for? Why, E is for these playful young African elephants. Let's listen to them. F is the letter that stands for frog. Andy doesn't like frogs. He's getting out of there quick. It's just a common old bullfrog, Andy. It won't hurt you. Andy isn't sure about that, but he knows his friend won't let the frog jump at him. G is for gibbon, a kind of ape that lives in Malaysia. Listen to its call. G also stands for giraffe, the tallest animal in the world. Some giraffes are 3 times taller than a man. In Africa, it eats leaves, but in the Bronx Zoo, it likes a piece of bread, and it's willing to bend way, way down to get it. Did you ever see a giraffe bend down? This is the way he does it. Here comes the letter H, and H stands for the hippopotamus of Central Africa. This one is named Keith, and he's the oldest hippopotamus in any zoo in the world. He was born in 1903. He likes to eat cabbage for breakfast. I stands for a very pretty bird, the scarlet ibis of South America. When hundreds of scarlet ibises perch in a tree, it looks as if the tree were in bloom with red flowers. Jaguar begins with J, and that's our animal for this letter. Andy wants to see the jaguar. He'll like this one in the Bronx Zoo because it's gentle and friendly. What does K stand for, Andy? Why, K stands for the kangaroo that comes from Australia on the other side of the world. This one has a baby kangaroo in her pouch, and she carries it with her everywhere. Now watch the babies play hide and seek. L stands for the African lion, so Andy and his friend go to see the African Plains exhibit in the Bronx Zoo. They want to hear the lions roar. Did you ever hear a lion roar? Listen. Next is M, and M is for marmoset, a kind of little monkey that lives in South America. At first, the babies ride on the backs of their fathers and mothers, but they soon learn to play by themselves. Don't they hop around like little frogs? In Andy's alphabet, N stands for Nyala, one of the pretty antelopes that live in Africa. All these Nyalas are brothers and sisters. O is for orangutan, and that's what Andy is, of course. Now Andy's pretending he's shy and he's going to try to hide. But we know where he is. We see you, Andy. O also stands for ostrich, the biggest bird in the world. It can't fly, but see how fast it can run. P is for penguin, and that's another kind of bird that can't fly. This is a king penguin that lives down by the South Pole. It can swim underwater faster than a fish. There aren't many animals whose names begin with Q, but there's the quail, a bird that lives in the fields. Someday when you're out in the country, maybe you'll see one. Next is R, and that's for rhinoceros that lives in Africa. He likes to stir up the dust with his nose, and then he walks over to beg for apples. He likes apples as much as you do, and Andy and his friend are giving him some. S is for sea lion. Let's listen to it bark. S also stands for skunk, and that's one animal Andy's sure he doesn't want to make friends with. One look and one sniff, and Andy's getting out of there. And when Andy doesn't like something, he makes a face about it. In the Bronx Zoo, T is for tiger, and especially for this beautiful, gentle mother tiger who was born in the Bronx Zoo. This is a drawing of a tortoise, T for tortoise. And Andy's learning all about it because he's going to take a slow, easy ride on one of these big tortoises from the Galapagos Islands. They won't bite Andy because they only eat leaves and cactus and green things like that. But Andy isn't too sure it's safe. Hang on, Andy. It's a long way to the ground. It's almost 2 feet. U is for a very rare sort of bird, the umbrella bird that comes from South America. It's called that because it can spread the feathers on top of its head like opening an umbrella. At certain seasons, the male puffs out his throat like this. Z is for another bird, the North African eared vulture. It isn't very pretty, is it? But there's another kind of vulture that is pretty. This is the king vulture that lives in Mexico and part of South America. After V comes W, and that's for the wolf. There used to be lots of wolves in the United States, but they only live in out-of-the-way places now, and they're not dangerous to people. X is a hard letter to find an animal for, but these are Xenopus frogs, spelled S-E-N-O-P-U-S. The man is going to take one out of the tank and hold it in his hand so you can see it. These frogs come from Africa. For the letter Y, we have the long-haired yak from Tibet. I wouldn't want to wear long hair like that in summertime, would you? Everybody knows that Z stands for zebra, and that's the last letter in the alphabet. We've gone all around the Bronx Zoo looking at the animals from A to Z, and that's the end of Andy's animal alphabet. Andy says, now I know my leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, some Michael, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping. Moping? Who thinks I'm moping? Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley. Went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends were busy. So what's for me to do? Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do? Huh? Oh, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for something. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky. Ken's pretty lucky, too. Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky? Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work. Like this, huh? Is that good? Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look. Where? Oh. Is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago? Perhaps. But now,
Well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep. Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, Sam. Okay, I've got new pictures from Stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full. Boy, how long will you work, Dad? Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday. 60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to. That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to select that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, he's gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of it.
Wait a minute. All of it? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Oh, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. Brush, woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens. Till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new watcher certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this is...
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, oh, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? But for that matter, what about you? I don't know. Seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh. Busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw Dave, he was headed that way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure time. She's learning to play the piano. She's getting a lot of pleasure from her own accomplishment, and she's acquiring a skill that will help her socially. And some of the fellows spend their time in group activities that are building them up physically, as well as providing them with a lot of fun.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find them. How about you think I could figure out something to do with my time? The question is, how will I know it's the right kind of thing? How will I know I'm using my time well?
Your father mentioned a bookcase he was making, didn't he? Remember how he worked at it last night? Mr. Michaels, you gain 3 important things from your hobby, don't you?
Do I? All I know is this is the present stage of my work, and I'm learning a few things. Someday, when I get more time, I'm going to make new furniture for the whole house.
Well, there you are. Do you see now, Ken?
I think so. A good use of leisure time could give you a change. It could help you learn things, and, well, I'm not sure about the third.
It's a good idea to have a long-range goal for your leisure time activity. But it isn't always easy to find a single occupation that will give you all 3 values.
Then you should have more than one activity?
It does help. Of course, even one thing to do is better than just moping. For instance, swimming is a pleasant change, a lot of fun, and a chance to build yourself up physically. And what about reading? There's a leisure time activity that will help you learn things you'd like to know about many subjects. And this hobby could have a long-range goal, perhaps a job in the air.
I get it. You know, I took some pictures once. Yeah, I got a camera for pictures. I'll have to see where I do that. It's around here somewhere. I gotta shake this place up. Oh, there it is. You know, it's obviously going to make a good hobby for me. Yeah, I'd even want to make a business out of it someday. Thanks.
Well, what about it? Will photography give him a change? Can he learn while doing it and perhaps prepare himself for better living? Will he have a long-range goal to give him satisfaction? And what might be some good uses for your leisure time? Will you let time slip away from you, or will you use it well?
Yes, always look for this Bird's Eye Bird, your guarantee of top-quality frozen food. And your big Bird's Eye buy this week is Bird's Eye Orange Juice. Easy, you can serve it in a minute. Thrifty, it will save you money. Orchard fresh and delicious.
Sit down. Take the cuffs off. Where'd you start from? Take him over and book him.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Who did?
He said all I had to do was pose as his wife. Nobody ever told me we were carrying dope. I never even seen him before.
Don't listen to her. She's a twat.
I wish Sister she could have heard you say that.
Well, let's talk about Pete Ritchie for a minute, then. So you're a couple of Pete Ritchie's tourists. I see. I get it, right? How about you?
Any of us.
Well, we've already got enough evidence to hang you. Both of you. Does Pete Ritchie ever come up this far north? No.
It's a giant. These troopers are spending their dough on cheap loudmouth things like this.
You should be talking. I was doing all right for a long time before I met you and those petty larceny friends of yours. Go on, hit me.
Put him on eyes. Come on.
Feel talkative?
There's enough of it for me yet.
You, know Pete Ritchie?
No, you can't. Pete Ritchie and me are intimate.
Where did he get his narc status? What's his, source?
Mostly out of the upholstering of other people's cars.
Who are the other people?
Ritchie himself ain't much of a talk.
Who are you supposed to meet up with?
You don't meet. They meet you.
Well, you're going to be alone for a long time. Try to concentrate. See if you can think of some more answers. Okay, Charlie. That's all.
Just wait a minute.
Even if characters like that wanted to talk, they don't know much.
I guess we're going to have to start at the top again and work down.
We're going to have to try to find the top first. You certainly didn't get anything new from these two.
Well, how can you say that?
This is Madeline Haley, Bill, the Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
She had a hand in grabbing our two friends.
And I've had men, good men, in Mexico for months failing him, and then dead end. Pete Ritchie can smell an investigator a mile away.
Yep, he's going to be very leery of government men.
How about government women?
Say, that's a notion. Ritchie would never expect us to send a woman.
I have a note here I made of an important point in this process.
Yeah, very important point. Ritchie is a sucker for game.
Yes, that's it.
Hey, what's Jacqueline Fitzgerald?
She's not good looking. See, Molly Dunn says that she's fine, only she got married and quit.
What about June Michaels?
She's back with the Denver police force. They wouldn't let her go. Now, how about her?
Oh, Ritchie goes for tawdry, cheap-looking dames.
Well, she could pass.
What are we talking about? Narcotics enforcement never uses a woman on things like this.
Yeah, I know, but we're sending her to Mexico anyway on an extradition matter. It's all right with the chief.
Well, it might be an idea. Worth giving a thought to it. She might be able to pick up a few crumbs of information on Ritchie. You think you can handle this?
During the war, she was in the OSS. She's a pretty good Mexican.
No. How do you spell your name?
Haley.
You were rather than the one. And even though she said she loved me, I knew she never could be mine. Lips that were redder than the wine. I knew that she never could be mine. The more I hungered for a kissing, the more she smiled a haunting smile. And while I knew I shouldn't linger, that smile detained me for a while. All she would grant me was a smile. A smile that detained me for a while. Long she stole my heart completely. Yes, every tear she was true. And all the men in town were grinning, because she'd stolen their heart too. It seems she has stolen their heart too. Beware of eyes like pools of moonlight, of lips much redder than the wine, and of the devil who's an angel that waits across the borderline. Lips that were redder than a wine. She's waiting across the borderline.
No, don't do that. Not until I tell you. That's right. You do exactly as I tell you, and there'll be no problem. We might be able to make it tonight.
Cigarrillos, por favor. Gracias.
Wait until I contact you, will you? Well, I'll talk to you later.
Not right.
Give her a light. Get into the room in case somebody calls in.
Sure, boss, I understand.
So what's their idea?
Oh, I'm sorry. Try again. But you're afraid you'll get in.
I've been burnt before.
What's your hurry?
Well, I got a... Oh, you're not so hard to look at.
Finish the drink. And why not one more? One for the road. Together. Oh, yes, you can. Sure. No, Look, which room is it? Now. Hold it now. You know where the key is? Key. Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. You stay here. Here we go. Look, wait. I just want to make you comfortable. Let's celebrate. Miss Vaughn?
Stupid fool.
Oh, you're not going to listen to him, are you?
Yeah. Say, estamos scrapped.
Aww.
Don't think it hasn't been fun. Oh, here we are.
I hope you don't think we're being impolite.
Oh, no.
Drop in tomorrow. Not like we're strangers.
You're very nice.
You'll find me much nicer when you get to know me better.
I'd like to know you better.
What do you want, Macklin? You know what I want.
Guess Harvey Gumpton sent you. How is Harvey? I've been trying to get in touch with him. Thought we might do a couple of deals.
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, you're tough. What's your angle?
Harvey says you got a shipment going out. Says it clears the harbor tonight. Harvey says he wants it.
You tell Harvey that...
The only thing I'm going to tell Harvey is what boat the stuff is on. First, you got to tell me. You won't talk, eh?
How about giving them a little convincing? Some gunpowder on the arm. You light it, sometimes splits the skin wide open.
Sounds good.
Trying to scare me, Johnny?
Not you, Ricky. Your hide's too tough. But I don't think the little lady there holds still very long.
She doesn't know anything. Who'd tell her?
That's right, and who would tell me? I don't know.
How about you, Dizzy?
He don't tell me anything. Tell you that himself.
Wrap him up.
Tell him, boss. Will you tell him? I don't know a thing.
That's right, Dusik. You don't know a thing.
Why don't you just tell us and save us all this trouble, Ricky? You sell your life for a couple of stinking bucks and...
Maybe you're selling yours, Macklin.
It's the tuna boat, the North Wind.
You painted gray? How did you paint it gray?
Yeah.
How far offshore is you anchored?
Crank it up for Delta.
Right. Right where she is.
Works like truth syrup.
Dos cinco uno.
Someday you're not going to be so lucky, Macklin.
This is Macklin speaking. It's the tuna boat to the North Wind. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, tell him. Harvey says thanks. Anything you'd like to say to Harvey? He said don't mention it, Harvey. See you later, partner.
I told you someday you weren't going to be so lucky.
Oh, wait a second, Mr. Ritchie, wait! Mr. Ritchie, wait!
Thanks, baby. Come on, I want to talk to you.
But I don't know anything.
Come on.
Could you tell me the way out of this cave?
Sí, señorita. Por esta puerta. Right.
Come here, you. Come here.
She moves faster with a gun in her hand. Come on in, the boss wants to talk to you.
You're afraid, Ron.
Sit up.
What did you mean by hitting me on the chin?
He had to slug you, kid, to get you to come along. A lot of heat on you. You want a cigarette? How long you been with Ricky?
The boss asked you how long you've been with Richie.
5 minutes.
What are you giving her?
It's true.
The credit for dummying up. Did you ever make a trip for Ricky?
What trip?
Carrying stuff over the border.
He asked me, boss, you'll dump it. I'll make the trip alone.
I don't want you to go alone, Johnny. I want you to make the trip with a dame. You know, man and wife. Make it look respectable. I'll get you one of them tourist passes.
Okay, just make sure it's a dame that'll stay in line.
All dames will stay in line as long as the payoff is big enough for the ant. You'll be ready to leave at daylight. Both of you.
With her? She hasn't said a word.
Go ahead, say something for my friend.
How much is the payoff?
She knows what to say. Hey, Miguel.
That's it.
Go up to the hotel, pay the lady's bill, and get her clothes. What's your name?
Gladys LaRue.
¿Cómo?
Gladys LaRue.
Gladys LaRue. Sí, señor. Buenos días, don Pancho. Buenos días.
Now, you make sure you get there Friday noon at the zoo in Los Angeles.
Right. The only thing you haven't told me is who I'm supposed to meet in Los Angeles.
You'll find out when you get there. On noon in front of the monkey cages. Have you got that?
Got it. Here, get in the car.
Got it. Oh.
Come on, Miguel, let's go. Sí, señor, muy pronto.
Miguel, you take good care of Mr. and Mrs. Johnny Macklin. You see if they get across that border safely.
Sí, señor.
Este es mejor hotel. Casa hermosa. Tiene cuarto, con baño y agua caliente.
What time is this?
Hidalgo, we'll see for tonight. Come on, move on. Oh, wait a minute. You know what that is?
Sure.
We'll put it on. It goes with the tourist pass. Come on, put it on. It's part of the job. Congratulations. Hey, muchacho.
Buenas tardes, señor.
You got a vacant room?
Oh, sí, señor, the old agency. Oh, you're welcome to the Casa Hermosa. We always try to treat the best we know how to treat the Americanos.
In your room in the front overlooking the road.
Okay, senor. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, huh? This way, senor. Por aquí. Hasta luego.
My driver will bring the bags up.
Muy bien, señor Pat.
Looking for somebody?
No. Only the police, the Mexican federal men, Uncle Sam, several assorted hijackers, and Pete Richards.
Don't you think we could have taken 2 rooms?
Why?
Might be safer.
Safer from what?
Let's get this straight right now. I'm not going to
Relax.
say anything.
How do you expect to enjoy your honeymoon if you don't relax?
I just want it understood. This arrangement is strictly for convenience.
That's right. We're strictly on our own.
Why didn't you make it speak to me?
What do you have to know around here to get something to eat? Yes?
Pase. Ponle los ojos para venir aquí brillando. Ojalá que estén contentos, señor. Lo mejor que pueda para todos los americanos.
Gracias. Now you know why Miguel never takes his hat.
Oui, patron.
Here they go. Let's go. Lock up.
Oh, shut up.
Acabo de comprar todo para la comida. Salchichas, queso, jamón, de todo.
Just one for yourself?
Sí, esto y esto. Ajá. Telegrama for your sweetheart.
No, for my mother. The birthday.
Muchos días de estos, Juanito?
Miguel. Dígame. You better take close to the car tonight. You may be leaving here in a hurry. Comprende?
Sí, señor. No se pese, señor. Gracias. Un momentito, ¿lo recibo? Hold on, boss. Right, open up the street.
Food?
The wedding feast. Won't talk to any strangers.
I don't know any strangers.
Open up!
I hear you're eating. Sounds good.
You know what people do when they're hungry, don't you?
See?
How'd you tell?
Huh? And, what do people do when they hit?
Laugh a minute. What's your name? Your real name?
What's possible difference would that make?
Oh, you sound like you're from Kansas or Missouri or someplace. Where are you from?
Oh, here and there.
My favorite place.
Mine too.
was going to turn the lights off?
I was going to turn them out myself.
I'm going to shoot them out? Good night, Polly. Car outside and keep the note out the window. I'll pass the stuff to you. Come on, get going. Sorry, a second. This way.
What are you doing? I gotta go out with the screw on my chain. Are you off your nut? Come on.
How close can you come?
Miguel doesn't get back before Richie does, you'll find out.
Is Miguel trying to lose him? Is that it?
He's got a lot here.
But if he doesn't...
Then when what is usually known as a lot of trouble. Get back.
Buenas tardes, señor y señora Macklin.
I'm trying to make up my mind. You got to cut the class or not.
When you make up your mind, let me know.
You must have traveled with better company than Richie sometime or other.
What do you know about better company?
Kept my eyes open in two countries. I learned things that way.
That's what I figured. I figured maybe we could pool our information.
Like what?
All right, who Harvey Gumben is tied up with, where he gets his stuff, who he delivers it to.
I forgot to tell you. I can also keep my mouth shut in 2 languages.
Look out!
Quite su careta para poder pasar.
Oye, amigo. Me está bloqueando el camino. Vamos, pronto.
Yeah, rápido! It takes a fine time to get stuck.
That's truer than you think. She's a bright girl, Macklin. Too bad she wasn't bright enough to stay away from you.
That'd be asking an awful lot of a girl.
I hope you haven't got a good reason to live.
Offhand, I can think of at least 3.
I told you wouldn't always be so lucky, Macklin.
Look, Richie, maybe we can make a deal.
A deal?
Somebody can say I didn't leave him laughing. unless I run out of gas. Got a cigarette? Don't ever lose that gadget, baby. Ever try to lose one of these Mexican motorcycle gotchas? Can't be done.
Amigo.
We've got a sick man in the car, officer. We've got to get him to a doctor quick. Un medico, pronto.
Sígame, ¿sí? Sígame.
And Mr. Dumlin said you weren't so smart.
He's right. If I was, I would have gone to work in my father's broom factory like my mother wanted.
Muy bien, hombre. Ándale, comer pronto. Si no fueron dos americanos que venían. Vamos, acá.
No got a life, amigo.
¿No ha visto dos americanos pasar por aquí? Por allá se fueron. ¡Alto! ¡Alto! ¡Párese!
I skip, I lost it. Please, officer, this man's very sick. Nos duele el estómago.
Lo encontramos en el camino.
Un médico.
Bueno, sígame, pero esta vez no se pierda.
Sí.
Ya quiere más cerveza.
Este hombre no está enfermo, está borracho.
¿Borracho? Sí. Me gusta de pensar.
Vámonos. Váyase.
Creí que estaba enfermo.
Sí, permiso turista, señor.
Ah, sí.
Señor y señora John McLean.
Sí, andamos sin luna de cielo.
Ah, recién casado.
Qué linda está bonita. Felicidades.
Felicidades. Adiós, hasta luego.
Oh, el amor es lindo aquí en todas partes.
Honeymoon's over as soon as they find Miguel's body. We've got to get the car. Okay, you ready?
Am I ready?
Come on, give me a hand. I can't do it by myself. There she goes. All right, let's go. Airport, 10 kilometers. Come on.
How many miles in a kilometer?
You know how many kilometers in a mile?
Yes.
10 kilometers is about 67 miles.
You're happy I'm with a smart fellow like you. 7 miles.
Oh, quit teasing. It can't be more than 5.5 now.
5.5? Why didn't you fix the car close to the airport?
All right. Let's go over here and sit down. Something's got to come along this road sometime. Maybe we can hitch a ride.
Uh-huh. With Pete Ritchie.
Great way to make a living.
You fixed it.
I know what I'm doing. You?
Making a living?
You're not tired, eh?
Oh, no.
How long have you been fishing around this racket?
See, it started when I was kindergarten. Sold the stuff my little child. Why'd you get mixed up with my redundant?
Well, I go back a long way, too. They put me in reform school when I was 4. Threw me in with a lot of hardened criminals at 7 or 8. I learned plenty, but they couldn't hold me. I broke out when I was 5. I met Gumman, and I've been with him ever since. Here comes the bus. Grab his chest.
Oh, that must have been the limited.
What happened after kindergarten?
Well, when I was in my teens, I was sent up. But I broke out within a month, and then I met Rock.
Who was Rock?
The only man I ever kissed. I felt so sorry seeing him lying there on the cold cement, mortally wounded.
What happened to him?
I thought him. I made sure that he'd never see him again. Does that answer your question?
Here comes around.
Buenos días. ¿Dónde están?
Al aeropuerto. El camión no se paró.
Do you speak English?
Sure, what?
I don't understand your Spanish very well, senor.
We're trying to get to the airport.
Yes, the bus wouldn't stop for us.
That's so much. Always in a hurry. For no place. Get in.
Oh,
Lucky. Oh, how's this?
Can we go now?
See? I mean, yes.
For 3 years, I was school teacher. Also inspector of water supply. I have now 14 acres of land and 12 children.
12 children, huh?
almost 1 to an acre.
That's very interesting. But is there an airline that goes up to the border?
No. But don't worry, I will fix it for you. I am un hombre muy importante. I have friends. Luigi Caldo is a piloto.
Does he have his own plane?
Just a plane. That means a little plane. Have you got money?
See, un poco. That means little money.
What is this, a detour? Oh, one more thing, senor. I have telephone. I will call Luigi Caldo at an aeropuerto. Huh?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
hope the airport isn't being watched.
You have no choice.
I'd rather cancel that trip.
My father and safe make you welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
What am I going to do with this woman? She has no conception of mother's time. My wife. Every day she had big one.
I can understand that. Pretty full watch line.
No, senor, it's not quite nice. Telephone wire.
Mala suerte, Pablo. Sin tu mala conexión. Oh, welcome to my home. The little Pablo is on the phone if you wish to speak to him.
Hola, Pablito. Está bien, Pablito, a Ensenada. Le vamos a pagar $75. Oh, gracias. We'll do it. Entire to Ensenada for $75.
Good. I'll wait by you, huh?
Fine. What's that?
Oh, that. Oh, one more thing, senor. I am also alguacil mayor.
That means sheriff, huh?
Sí. Soy un hombre muy importante, ¿no?
Yeah.
Ajá.
But thanks for everything.
Oh, it's all right. Oh, perdóneme. Hola. Hola.
Hola, mi amada. Where can you leave my heart?
How can anyone here to 20 cents in underwear? I want to take that out. See you right back, huh?
Hola.
¿Me está usted oyendo, señora? Hágame el favor de avisarle a Porfirio que se vaya inmediatamente al aeropuerto.
Hola. Es la policía. Voy a quitar mi ropa de tendedero. Hola. ¿Decía?
Sí, podemos oír mejor.
Hola. Porfirio está arreglando el alambre.
¡Pronto, mujer, que necesito el teléfono! Y que vigile a dos asesinos que son muy peligrosos.
Sí, yo se lo diré. Adios.
Well, did you get the message?
There are two criminals alive suspected of murder.
No.
You're to go to the airport immediately to see that they don't escape.
Yes, of course. But who am I looking for? I must go back to police.
I have the description. Oh? There's a man and a woman. The man is tall, handsome, extremely well-dressed, dark wavy hair, very charming manner.
Yes?
And the woman is very short, stuffy-looking, nose like a tomato, long, stringy hair, a glass eye, green.
See, they will not get back Porfirio. We have to hurry. We have to go to the aeropuerto, huh?
Adiós.
Adios.
Adiós, compadre.
Adios, señorita.
What are you waiting for?
This is it.
Come on.
How soon, little Pablo?
Senor.
What gives with the sheriff?
Well, he's still sniffing around the entrance for a short, fat woman with stringy hair.
No offense.
What's little Pablo doing? Trying to stretch her luck?
We'll be in bad shape if the police do any checking with our friends. They don't hang the washing on the telephone wires around here.
We can leave any time.
Let's go, baby. Ensenada next stop, then across the border.
Yeah, the border.
Oh, di ba riding things, senor? Portillo say you must come home soon for your job, no, senor?
Yes.
Portillo say you are very much lovebirds, huh?
Yes.
How long are you married?
5 weeks.
5 weeks, 3 weeks. People who are not long-time married should tell each other more information.
We're working on it. Now, wait, honey.
Look what he's doing.
What's wrong with that?
He didn't offer us some. I'm hungry.
What, again? We just ate last night.
No gas.
No gas.
No, no gas in one time. Let's switch over to other one.
What is the first tank?
Nothing happened.
Wait, what do we do now?
I make a landing on it.
You got land on the beach, don't you? Isn't the sand too soft?
Not big enough for me.
No, we...
Perdóneme, señor. You will help me, please.
How long is it going to take you to push tank? 10 minutes. Just cut it down to 5?
Senor, that I can do, but why? We're going to need to sand hard for the takeoff.
You mean we got to wait till the tide goes off tonight?
No, not tonight. To start. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What are we going to do about food?
No problem. All I have is but one paquete of gum for chewing.
What flavor?
Somebody might as well sit out and take it easy. That operation's going to take a little while, you know? Ham and eggs and hot biscuits in the morning. And coffee, gallons of it.
Are you feeling all right?
That's not it, just around the next bend.
Do they have bathtubs in Ensenada?
For children.
Oh, for us?
Want me to tell you?
No. I'll tell you. We're a couple of idiots.
90,000 top bastards. Ain't nothing but my friends coming up from the south. We're living on fish.
Who made the bed?
You know, I might not be a very smart guy. Sometimes I get the feeling that you're not telling me everything.
You know, I got the same feeling about you. You never learned a trick like that in jail.
I picked that up when I was on the lam. Bobby King, the bloodhound, did that after that.
couple of days ago out of Police Act.
Why not tonight?
Oh. I thought you were an awfully tough guy, but I don't.
I thought a couple of things about you. No, I don't.
Oh, it's pretty here.
I told you it was.
Except you can see me.
Enough people are looking for you to be seen any place.
What makes you so smart, Sonny?
No, you can just put them down there.
Gracias, señor Jackson.
I'm now Senor Jackson.
I got more names in the phone book.
I must be local.
And Miss Cooper.
This room is very comfortable.
That ought to be for 125 cases a day.
How long will it be?
We cross the border tomorrow.
Have you a plan?
There's Drummond's plan. Top of the music box was inlaid with gold. We slap a duty tax on it. We object, they insist, we give in. By the hand, see?
What about the bird cage? That's not what it's called.
No, but it's against the law to transport birds across the border. So we argue back and forth. We take the cage and give them the bird. They insist, you object.
I'm not this guy. We have to go tomorrow.
Yeah. You get cleaned up. I'll meet you down at the bar. Let's go. And couple of Santa put it on. Hi, Alonzo.
Hello, Johnny.
Were you Mexican demon in all your time?
Like someone with gringos didn't keep the jumping on it.
Who did you follow?
I know he's just secretly in town.
In town? Good. I tried to coax him across the border.
What about Harvey Goomby?
We can get ready to pick him up. I think we know all we need to know about our friend Harvey.
Good. Who's that girl?
We've been working for Richard. We're carrying a load up to Los Angeles for dumping. I'm going to turn her in at the border.
What's her doing? You know it's illegal even for a lot to smuggle narcotics?
Oh, no. Get some sugar and milk and fish it with the stuff we're carrying. You want to see to my room?
I've got it.
want to place a call to the United States Customs Bureau at the border.
Hello? Yes. Yes, putting through. Stevenson.
It's for you, McAvoy calling from Ensenada.
Stevenson speaking. Yes. I'll establish liaison with the narcotics enforcement and the Los Angeles police. What do you want us to do with the girl?
Pick her up and keep her there. I'll go up to Los Angeles alone. Yeah.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
You clean up good.
Thank you.
Look it off the table. Ordered the daiquiri for you, huh?
How did you know?
Nice dress. I mean, you make it look nice.
Guys.
Makes it a handy. No salt in with a short straw.
I'll be careful. I didn't know you were musical.
But hear me with a martini.
The fullest time.
Yeah. That's me.
Where are you going?
We're going to pick up a car. We're checking out.
Oh, now, but I did.
Richardson Town. We're starting for the border.
Oh.
You stay here till I get back.
Macklin, I'm inside that, Johnny. Just keep walking.
Where to?
Try the elevator first. You're doing fine up there now. Floors, please. Three.
Are you enjoying your stay in Ensenada, senor?
It's delightful.
All right. Open it. I'll get it.
You're under arrest, Richie.
You're a very funny fellow. Sounds like you fell out of a tree.
Yeah, now he's playing like he's a cop. Come on, get your hands up.
Get him up, pronto.
He's got another one in his sling.
Here's the cop. So he says on his badge, and a dozen chances to kill you. Dirty double-crossing cop. You shoot one?
Yeah. Take him down the back way.
You could make me happy. Come on, let's...
Oh, amigo. On behalf of Uncle Sam and yours truly, Neil Druckett.
On behalf of the Mexican government, Baja California, John Madison.
How long a drive is it?
About 2 hours, senora.
Hurry
Here, I brought these to you. Take up to walk home.
Thanks.
Oh, no.
I figured you were size 4, but I thought 5 would be more comfortable, so I got 6.
Thanks.
Well, Senora, Boris.
With the lady? Gracias, señor.
To the lady.
And the lady will press it in her girl's graduate book and keep it forever and ever.
She'll keep it till we hit the border.
We take flowers away from the street?
We'll go it for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. You're going to lose a lot of things 10 minutes from now.
Where were you born?
Missouri.
And you?
Missouri.
Anything to declare? Not much.
Two things.
I'll park your car over there and take you declarable things to the office.
Have a nice trip, Norris.
Uneventful?
Very, very pleasant.
Man and wife?
Yes.
Then you only have to make out one form.
I'll do it.
Just fill in what you brought in from Mexico. If you were there over 24 hours, you're allowed $100 each. Then just sign it right there. Mrs. Macklin, can I talk to you a minute?
Yes, sir.
Just this way, please. You're under arrest.
What?
You're under arrest.
I'm under arrest.
Yes.
Oh, no, you're all mixed up. My name is Haley. The Los Angeles Police Department has a file on me, and so has narcotics enforcement.
I'm sure they have.
Hmm?
Sorry, baby. I suggest you cooperate with the authorities. Things will go a lot easier for you.
You suggest that I
The
cooperate.
charge of possession of narcotics and attempted smuggling.
You're not going to put me in.
I certainly am. He's a fellow officer.
Oh. Dad? You're a copper?
That's right. Tough girl.
Well, it's a tough guy. Throwing your weight around, slapping down mugs. Buying me flowers. Oh, what an act. Have you got a bag?
I got one.
You were going to turn me in all the time. Well, you certainly had me fooled.
My job isn't always easy. Some things are more rugged than slapping down mugs.
Keep talking, copper. You're killing me.
Hello, Pearson. Whitaker. You must be McAvoy. I'm Whitaker.
I know. How is it?
Well, let's get down to business. If you don't mind if I use the desk with you, Peterson. Go right ahead. Well, what's the company? Hello, Haley.
Mr. Whitaker, I have something to tell you.
Yeah, well, tell me later. Now, look, McAvoy.
Just a minute, sir. You know her?
What's that? McAvoy assistant. So what are you doing here?
I'm under arrest, sir.
You what? What for? Smuggling narcotics. What? Will you please explain, Miss Haley?
What?
Well, what about Richard?
She knows plenty about Ricky.
What do you know about what she knows about Richard?
I'm the one who picked her up and had her arrested. Ricky was picked up in Ensenada by the Mexican officials.
Just a second.
Well, it's very simple. You see, I brought this man up to the border to have him arrested.
That's not true. I brought her. What do you mean you brought me?
You mean you were working on her?
Of course, she was a Confederate of Richard. I figured we'd get some important information out of it.
And you were working on him?
Why, certainly, I didn't know who he was when I went to Mexico on the Richard case.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Just who is this, sir?
Well, this is Madeline Haley of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Imagine that.
Well, that explains a lot of things.
It certainly does. You're a very clever operator, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Thank you. You're pretty slick yourself, Miss Steele. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Well, never mind the compliment. What about Gumbin?
We'll meet the Gumbin Connection at the zoo in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Mr. Whitaker, I'd like to be taken off this case.
Don't be silly. Tomorrow, what time?
At noon.
And then?
If things break right, we might be able to wrap up the top men in the Gumbin syndicate.
That's great,
I'm
boy.
quitting, Mr. Whitaker.
Quitting nonsense. You've shown yourself admirably at such an assignment. Isn't that right, McAvoy?
She has excellent equipment and doesn't hesitate to use it.
Now, you two work very well together. You go out to the zoo tomorrow as planned. You'll get together and figure exactly what you do from there on. Clear?
Yes.
Mr. Whitaker, I just
An
have...
order is an order.
You got the time? What'd you say? I asked if you had the time. Oh, yes, sir.
1 minute of the hour. Not many folks here today. Weekends, though, you can't keep them away.
Sounds like your lions are hungry.
Oh, they're always hungry. Eat like horses. I feed them horse meat, and they eat like horses. That ain't that's a good one.
Rain is here.
Well, you both look surprised. I guess you didn't expect to find me here.
I expect whoever I meet.
As long as there's a payoff at the end of the line, huh?
That's right.
You both will be paid.
I'm not worried, Harvey. As long as I know you're running both ends.
See you, Amigo. I own the syndicate in California just as I do in Mexico. You'll learn someday, Johnny, you can't trust anybody.
I know. I found that out.
You get the stuff across the border okay?
Yeah.
Oh, they look innocent enough.
Except I saw them at the border looking just as innocent.
Then you get to my place as quick as you can. 628 Palm Drive. Dick Maloney's house, the end of the road.
Come on.
Come in, Maxwell.
Oh, Harvey. Sorry I couldn't get in sooner.
Macklin, boy.
Oh, we've had any trouble this afternoon. Yeah.
The rest of the stuff out of the boat, Danny.
All of it?
All of it.
We're moving it out to our connections tonight.
That boy's got 60 seconds to get out of there. Hope he makes good use of it.
We'll meet Chicago in the morning. Contact Andy as soon as you get there.
Okay. Miss Harvey, before you get into this, my deal was to deliver the stuff. You give me my cut and I'll get out of here.
Get it, Johnny. You get it. So hurry.
All right.
You go to San Francisco.
What about Melvin?
I'm setting him off the list. Lousy cave.
What do you have to drink, Macklin?
Well, if I gotta hang around here, I'd like to make myself a sandwich. Where's the kitchen?
Sandwiches are at the bar.
How about coffee?
I'll make you some.
Oh, never mind. I'll make it myself.
Kitchen's down the hall, first door to the left.
Anybody else want coffee?
Ah. Hey, wait a minute.
I'll open it for you. Excuse me, my coat. Just a moment.
Attention. Attention. This is a police raid. You are all under arrest. Come out the front door with your hands up.
Do you hear me? Gambling, Backlund, Cleaver, Henning, Lavery. Yeah.
That's going to get New York together.
Let's say Happy we'll get rid of this place. Behind the bar. There's something in there.
Not a chance, Gumby. Nobody's flushing my pockets down the drain.
What are you doing?
I'm going through with it.
You must be nuts. Cops are all over this gun. You'll get killed. You'll get us all killed. I'm with you, Maxwell. Let's fight.
charge. It confuses them. Now, when the magnet is withdrawn, the particles fall back to where they should be, and the plate is turned right side up. It's all very confusing. Now we're going to watch a video to try to figure out the quickest way to a meal. Now here are two partitions, swinging doors to them, and food is placed behind each swinging door. Only in one case it's covered, and the other, oh, well, look who's here. This is a guinea pig, George. He has more whiskers than George Bernard Shaw, who is also a vegetarian. Well, now George starts out. He's looking for food, and he makes his way across to, well, he turns to the right. He's a conservative. Goes to the right, and goes through the door marked O. Well, there's food there, but it's tied down on the wire. He can't get at it. There's no profit match, so he goes out. Now he goes to the left, through the door marked N. And he finds the blue plate special, a fine vegetable salad. He's really thinking he's eating. Well, we try it over and over again, and he's going to the left and through the door marked N, which means meal to him, because that's where he finds his blue plate special. Now the professor, Mr. Nino, try to pull a quick on it. N or meal door is also food is moved with it. Now we'll see what George says about this. Well, he goes out and he goes to where he usually finds the food, on the left. This time it's marked O, and there's no food in there. Well, it's really, everything going on, according to the way George looks. He was possibly the whole and right astonishment about that. But he's stubborn. He says, wait a minute, I know there's food around here somewhere. So he goes through the door on the right, just in his front. There's nothing to lose, the one marked N. And there's his blue plate special. He's right up to his ears in that food. There it still is, through the door marked N, on the right. Well, the professor keeps switching backwards and forwards, but one thing is constant, and George finally finds it out. That N means meal. And when you turn him out, he looks around, the door marked N. And when he gets there, he knows he's on his way to his meal. Yes. Now you'll see different animals faced with the same problem, and you'll notice the different ways they react to it. The professor is cutting a hole in this wire here. Down along the wire, you'll see a hen, Deborah. Now, the professor throws a little corn under the eyes of Debbie, and Debbie looks at it. Good quality corn, she's hungry, she'd like to get it. To hold down the wire, Debbie only knew it, walking down that way, but let's see. No, she doesn't go far enough. She just wouldn't go that far from the corn. It has too much traction for her. So she goes back and looks at it. Well, I don't think she's going to solve it. She puts her neck out, but not far enough, and she's baffled. She's going to go hungry. She just can't solve this problem. Try another animal, a dog, Schnauzer. The bone on the outside. He reaches for it. No, I can't get it that way. Well, zip. One dog, one bone. Didn't take him long to get it. buddy. You know he likes a bit of fruit. And he keeps looking backward over his shoulder to where the professor put it as he jogs away. Uh-oh. What's they done? Why, the professor, the old meano, has put a wad of paper under there. Now the people lead back to the bench where he saw the carriage. Uh-oh. And he pulls up the right jaw. So what does he get? Just a no-good wad of paper. Well, he looks under those other jaws. He knew there was a piece of fruit around there somewhere. If I see those, he's still looking. He's wondering what to do with that fruit. He looks like a man wondering what became of last summer's wages. And he's still wondering. And so am I.
On 20 October, United Nations troops had seemingly sent the bulk of the communist forces fleeing in defeat toward the Manchurian border, 100 miles to the north. From west to east, U.S., British, and South Korean troops are pursuing the disintegrating communist forces. By 27 October, South Korean troops have reached the Manchurian border on the Yellow River near Chosan, and other UN forces have advanced against virtually no opposition. But on the same day, a sudden, unforeseen factor changes the entire course of the war. Chinese communist troops cross the Manchurian border and help the North Korean Reds drive back UN forces. Chinese communists fighting in Korea are estimated at 75,000, with another 500,000 across the border in Manchuria posing a more serious threat. By 8 November, UN forces have been driven back considerably. But on this date, another unforeseen event occurred. Chinese and North Korean communist troops suddenly break off contact with United Nations forces and fight only rear guard belaying actions as once again UN troops drive toward the Manchurian border. On 20 November, another United Nations unit reaches the Manchurian border. This time it is a United States unit, the first U.S. outfit to reach the border. As United Nations troops continue to advance in other areas, much depends on what the huge Chinese army will do next. The first sign of the growing threat from China. Captured in East Coast battles 50 miles from the Manchurian border, these troops belong to Chinese Red Army divisions in the combat zone. Chinese and North Korean captives are brought out of the hills to Wonsan and Hamhung. The Chinese are better clothed than their North Korean comrades. With their quilted uniforms, they wear tennis shoes wrapped in layers of burlap, making a kind of shoe pack. In contrast with the Chinese, the North Koreans are in rags at this stage of the war. The prisoners double time across the Wonsan airfield. They are being marched to landing craft, which will take them to Busan. Since the beginning of the war, the North Koreans have suffered 460,000 casualties, including the dead, wounded, and captured. 130,000 Red prisoners have been taken at this time. 2 women are in this group.
prisoners of the UN are treated in strict compliance with international law. Over 25,000 men have been wounded in Korea, but less than 2% of these men have died. Less than 2 men out of every 100 wounded. The main reason for this low death rate is the speed of treatment. This is a battalion aid station, first stop in a wounded man's swift journey through the echelons of medical aid. The average time spent at a battalion aid station is only 72 minutes. Many types of transportation are used in evacuation to the next echelon, the regimental collecting station. Specially equipped jeeps are used in rough terrain near the front. But if the roads are serviceable, ambulances may be used. Air evacuation is fastest of all and enables certain medical channels to be skipped. Behind the collecting stations are division clearing stations and mobile hospitals. Medical care takes manpower. It takes several men to carry a litter. Evacuation procedures are similar throughout the service. The Navy provides medical service for the Marines. The results of speed have been shown by a hospital at Busan. Out of 18,000 wounded brought in during the first 3 months of the war, only 40 men died. Field expedient. Wooden stands instead of tables speed the movement of litters and allow the aid men to work at hand level without bending over. There is nothing fancy about these hospitals. They are there to save lives. The death rate of wounded in World War I was 8%. In World War II, it was 4.5%. Korea's approximate 2% death rate is a milestone in military medicine. Many casualties are evacuated by air to Japan. In a parachute drop, such as the 4,000-man jump north of Pyongyang in October, the parachutists' own medics jump with them. They carry enough medical supplies to last until contact is made with friendly forces. But even before contact is made, the injured may be evacuated from the drop zone by air. Helicopters with specially constructed containers carry the wounded out. Many a man who could not have survived a jeep or ambulance ride over the rough roads of Korea owes his life to these evacuation planes. Japan is the next stop from the hospitals in Korea. Japan is only an hour and a half away from Korea by plane, but less than half of the incoming wounded remain here. The rest are moved on to the United States. Many men wounded at the front lines in Korea have found themselves back in the United States 3 days later. At Aberdeen Proving Ground, Maryland, members of the American Ordnance Association meet for an annual exhibition put on by the U.S. Army Ordnance Department. They see both U.S. and foreign equipment. A Russian 122-millimeter gun. A Russian 85-millimeter anti-aircraft gun. A Russian 152-millimeter howitzer. U.S. and foreign vehicles are also shown. A Russian T-34 tank turret from Korea. A U.S. M-26 tank, waterproof and equipped with a snorkel breathing device for use in boarding operations and landing. A new waterproof Jeep. Greater electrical capacity for radio equipment has been added to this Jeep. A new 6x6 2.5-ton truck equipped with a snorkel breather and waterproofing. Next, the visitors watch demonstration firing. Recoilless rifles give the infantry artillery firepower. Comparison firing, 50 caliber machine gun. An aircraft machine gun. Other guns are demonstrated in separate and comparison firing. On 15 November, in the Sea of Japan off the coast of North Korea, Navy Task Force 77 was operating in support of ground action in the drive toward the Yellow River. Winter weather is closing in, and naval operations are hampered by high seas and extreme cold. Aircraft carrier Philippine Sea receives ammunition, mail, and other supplies hauled across open water in a cargo net. Such operations are difficult in rough weather. First load is ammunition. It is quickly taken in and passed back into the carrier's magazine. At this time, Navy and Marine carrier planes were taking the fight into every corner of North Korea below the Manchurian border. Carriers were also in operation on the west coast of Korea. On both coasts, the Navy's task of mine sweeping was continuing. During the resupply operations, the Philippine Sea is hit by a snowstorm. Despite the weather, a tanker comes alongside and refueling gets underway. As refueling and the transfer of supplies continue, the seas get higher and higher, and the storm becomes a veritable blizzard. This is not an unusually heavy storm. It is typical winter weather in the northern Sea of Japan. The crew breaks out snow shovels on the carrier. Although air operations are halted during the height of the storm, flights from snow and ice-covered decks are becoming routine. The planes are covered to protect them from the storm. Combat maintenance of the Corsairs and Panther jets continues through the storm. The Navy reports the typical Korean temperatures in the northern area averaged 11 degrees above zero during November and 5 degrees below zero during December. A more familiar kind of winter combat starts on the carrier deck. This is a severe test for carrier planes. During World War II, most carriers were in the milder climate of the South Pacific. At Hagerstown, Maryland, the U.S. Air Force demonstrates its latest cargo plane. This is the Fairchild XC-120, a packed carrier plane with a detachable fuselage. Doors are designed like clamshells. Cargo capacity is 20,000 pounds. It carries 64 combat-equipped troops or 36 litter patients with 4 attendants. The back has detachable wheels. 4 electric drum hoists raise and lower the pack from the carrier. A central control operates the release and locking mechanism, and the pack lowers to its own wheels. Then the hoist lines are detached. The 5-man crew of the carrier consists of pilot, co-pilot, radio operator, navigator, and engineer. When the pack is separated from the carrier, it is easily towed away. This pack can be used to house various types of shops, headquarters units, emergency hospitals, weather stations. It can also be converted into a tanker for carrying fuel. Wall socket connections lock the pack to the carrier. A rubber tubing seals pack to carrier by compressed air. On the carrier, the 4 ball socket locks operate simultaneously. The carrier is powered by 2 Pratt & Whitney engines with reversible pitch propellers. The maximum speed is 250 miles per hour. The ceiling is 25,000 feet. Landing gear consists of 4 retractable dual wheel units, electrically operated, and the main or rear wheels have brakes. This airplane opens a new field for aviation. The cargo pack is to aircraft what the trailer is to highway trucks. In Washington, the Department of Defense displays the winter uniforms which have been issued to United States troops in Korea, and what the Chinese communists are wearing in North Korea's sub-zero temperatures. A captured quilted uniform is compared with the U.S. winter uniform. Unlike the Chinese, the U.S. cold weather uniforms are designed on the principle that the best protection against cold is several layers of clothing. In North Korea, U.S. troops are fighting in one of the coldest battle areas in U.S. history. Army and Marine winter uniforms are compared. The uniform for both services is the same, with one exception. The Army wears a pile-line jacket for ordinary cold, while the Marines wear a battle jacket inside a field jacket. Wet and dry cold weather equipment, which has been sent to U.S. troops in North Korea, is the end result of much practical experimentation, such as the exercise Sweetbriar cold weather maneuvers held in Alaska in February 1950. With icy winds blowing down from Manchuria, bringing snow and sleet storms, our troops are fighting in almost Arctic conditions. 2 types of cold weather boots have been designed. Rubber shoe packs for wet cold, self-lined for dry cold. The importance of winter clothing in North Korea was emphasized when some units outdistanced their supply lines, went without full cold weather equipment for a few days. Basic and innermost layer of the U.S. cold weather uniform is long woolen underwear. Over these are worn 2 pairs of trousers, a flannel shirt, a high-necked sweater, a jacket, and in extreme cold, a pile-lined parka. There are two types of mittens. The regular mittens have a trigger finger. Mittens worn with the dry cold uniform have no trigger finger, but they have cheek warmers. Following the separate layer principle, 3 pairs of socks are worn, each pair being successively larger, with the boots large enough to take 3 pairs comfortably. Experimentation in refrigerated laboratories, as well as in the Arctic itself, has given U.S. troops newer and better ways of fighting the weather. In this parka, with fur-rimmed hood, the U.S. fighting man is equipped to endure the coldest weather.
Camels from Hollywood. Camel Cigarettes presents the Ed Wynn Show.
I hope no one tells my mother that I've grown up. I would hate to lose that nurse, you know. Looks like an old Keenan Wynn. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so glad you came here. One of my models. Come down here, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my latest invention. This is a geography book. It's for children, you know. They can do their homework and watch television at the same time. See, I just want to give you an idea, but it's very, very interesting. Look at this here. It just gives you an idea how I look like between Toledo and Wilmington, Delaware, you know. It's just an idea. Thank you so much. Very kind. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you see, I'm going to show you some camel advertising, but before that, I would like to get ready for my cooking school. You see, my wife is an excellent cook. As a matter of fact, she just completed a book with all breakfast recipes, and I have published the book of breakfast recipes myself. The title of it is Each Dawn I Die. All right.
Prove it yourself. Here's a Q-tip. How can you prove your Q-stick is straight and true? Well, that's easy. Willie Hoppy, world's three-cushion billiard champion, places his cue on the table and rolls it. A warped Q-stick will wobble and bounce. A stick that's true will describe an even arc. And now watch a champion use it. Now, Willie Hoppy, how mild can a cigarette be?
Well, I've been smoking Camels for 20 years. I know they're mild and they really taste great.
Yes, Camels are so mild that in a test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, throat specialists making weekly examinations reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. But prove for yourself how mild a cigarette can be. Test Camels for 30 days in your T-zone. Let your taste and throat tell you about Camel's flavor and mildness.
Once again, for your weekly cooking lessons from that internationally known expert, the famous chef, Ed Wynn.
I'm delivering an ice cube here. We shall now get ready for the cooking lesson. Now, who won the recipe
today, the prize recipe? Well, Ed, the winner of the prize recipe was Mrs. Edmund O'Brien. Mrs. Edmund O'Brien. Hello, darling. Why, that's August San Juan, for heaven's sake. August San Juan, Mrs. Edward O'Brien.
That's right. That's
Mrs.
my married name.
What?
That's my married name.
I didn't know your name was Mary. I didn't know that. Well, before you tell me what you won the prize on, I want to give you your prize.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, you have won a cookbook. There. No, wait a minute, dear. Wait, I'll put it right here for you. That's your prize.
How am I ever going to find a recipe in this cookbook?
Oh, you find the recipe. There's another book goes with it. It's the index book. Very easy, you see. We'll ship it to your home. Now, I want to know just what you won the prize on. That's the important thing.
Well, it's an old family recipe for Puerto Rican onion cake.
Puerto Rican onion cake? That sounds simply, well, let's bake one. I don't know what it sounds like. This apron here I'm going to have trouble with all day. First, I'll get rid of the book. You know? See?
Well, what are you putting it in there for?
It says cookbook. Now, what is the recipe? You couldn't make a cake with that lovely gown on. Oh, no. First you must put on an apron. Would you tell me the recipe for your, whatever it is, Norwegian layer cake or whatever you want?
Puerto Rican onion cake.
Puerto Rican onion cake, yes.
Well, first, you separate two eggs.
Two eggs.
Separate.
You separate the eggs. Well, I'll put one there and one there. I really hate to separate them. They've been together so long. Me too.
Now we need some powdered sugar.
Powdered sugar?
Yeah.
I only have lump sugar, but that's all right. You can fix that very easily. Put that there.
I think I'd better finish this myself. Now, while I'm making the batter, you can peel the onions.
Oh, I have an invention. I have an invention of an onion peeler. It's the peelers. You said no peelers. Would you bring on my onion peeler? Where do you see this? Oh, this is simply marvelous. This is my own invention, you know. Would you hand me the onion? And the knife? Thank you. You try, wait a minute, don't cry. Here. Here's a handkerchief, don't cry.
Thank you.
Would you take this off?
Now, we put this in the oven and let it bake for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
This is the Virgin Island cupcakes you talk about? What?
Puerto Rican onion cake.
Puerto Rican onion cake. You put it in there, it bakes for 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
That's right, you don't have to worry about it.
All right. Now, while we're doing that, why don't you sing a song, Alda?
Oh, I'd be glad to, but what should I sing a song about?
Well, about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You do that.
Era mi papá
For something the most unusual thing you have ever seen in advertising, I'm going to do the advertising for my sponsor, Camel Cigarettes, with only 2 words. Smoke Camel. This is very, very unusual. And just to show you that you don't miss anything by it, I will spell out Smoke Camel letter by letter. And sweater by sweater. Now, let me see. Yes, come down. Here's an N. See, I'll spell it out somewhere. KCMLA, it sounds like a new television station. No, girls, try it another way. Smoke Camel is what I'm after. No, there's something wrong here. Look here, the S should be here. I'm after Smoke Camel, just the 2 words. That's... Mate! Bring me a dictionary, would you please? This is confusing. They're right, that's the way to spell steak. Yeah, no, look, girls, what I'm after is Smoke Camel. See? Now, let's see what happens here. Girls, I want what's in my mind, not what's in your mind. Smoke Camel. Let's try it. Smoke here. You come over here. There must be something wrong. There is... Salem. It's not in this book at all. Salem's not in the dictionary. I should have known that. It's in Massachusetts. Well, it doesn't matter. Let me see. I'm trying to get Smoke Camel. Could you help me a little? Mate. I know there's an O. I've seen that circle come out of the man's mouth. You know, on the sign. Oh, Smoke! Now I've got it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Smoke. Now, turn around. That's what I was... Smoke Camel. Never mind, girls. Never mind. I'll do it myself. I'll do it. Go ahead. This is what I'm trying to advertise. This is really what I'm trying to advertise. That's all I wanted to say. Was Smoke Camel. That's all.
And now Ed Wynn brings you that hard-boiled private eye, the greatest detective of them all, Ed Wynn, in a thrilling mystery drama entitled... Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm.
Yes, I reiterate, yes. I am the greatest detective of them all. My name is... Well, I'm not the Whistler, I know that. I'll tell you, take a letter. Take a letter, sweetheart. Now, this is going to be the case of the wallpaper remover or the paper scraper picture.
great title. Take down the center. To Lieutenant Barney McNulty. Have you got that? Lieutenant Barney McNulty. From Private Investigator Ed Wynn. License number 1267803, 459-678-54304, 711, 25790, husband. 21364, 89012569. Sign that, Ed Wynn. Thank you very much. Someday I hope I'll be able to afford a home secretary. Hello?
Dr. Tuck at the hospital hill immediately. I want you to investigate my husband's murder.
When did it happen?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Come right in. I'll tell you what you got to do. You must watch. You've got to watch this drama. What a mystery. You've got to watch it because the plot not only thickens, but in places it gets lumpy. There. Stop. Unquestionably dead. Poison. Dead. Strangled. Dead. Next. Stop. Television. Bored to death. Dead, 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 dead. 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 Thank heaven.
All right, sweetheart, I'm taking over. The name's Spade.
Spade?
That's right, Sam Spade. I'm a private investigator. License number, That's funny, I can always remember it on Sunday. In the meantime, in this caper, I am, Sam Spade, Private Eye, the greatest private eye of them all. The first rumble on this gory mess came from the sinister Bulgarian, Major Michael Menchikov.
But what I'm trying to say is you're reading from the script.
Yes,
Howard, you can't do that. But you can read it.
But I'm a radio detective.
Yes, and you better stop ad-libbing.
All right, Menchikov, I know you have the Rosenberg diamonds, and you'll talk, Oh, no, you don't, Major. Drop that gun.
You carry your own Starman radio? In television, we shoot ourselves and we use real bullets.
That's a pretty tough racket you're in.
Tough? You have no idea. It's awful tough trying to get actors to die for $12, you know.
Yeah, well, I like it my way.
Yeah?
You've overplayed your hand this time, Menchikov. Get out of that car.
Are you kidding?
Good night, sweetheart.
Hey, wait. Are you finished? Are you finished, Mr. Duff?
Not quite, Mr. Wen.
No.
Get wild, Bruce, frame wild, Charlie.
Hey, wait. Stop.
that damn stage. Stop it. I'm going to prove that you fellas in radio, you're all big fakes, you know.
Is that so?
Oh, and television. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll solve this crime here tonight quicker than any of you radio detectives. Yes, sir. I certainly will.
You'd like to make a bet on that?
I'll bet you $1.
Oh, dollar bet. You got yourself a dollar bet, sweetheart.
Don't call me sweetheart, will you? I
How
don't
are you going
mind.
to track this caper, darling?
Just wait. The lines will flow. Just wait. No, I don't want a peep out of you, you know. This is television. Now, you get out of the house. I'll do this sounding here.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I'll explain the whole thing to you, Howard.
Okay, you don't want to go back to the script.
Not necessarily. I think it would be nice if we talked on. I'll tell you how we will reenact the entire crime.
You mean I have to go through the show again?
No, not the whole show. Not the whole show, no. We'll just start it from where the Scotch part, where body meets the body. See, will all you bodies get up? All you bodies get up. Not you, not you. You're above suspicion here. Just a minute. Now we'll start the whole crime over. Who are you?
I'm the upstairs maid. I'm the downstairs maid.
I'm the butler, and I'm very tired from running upstairs and downstairs.
Who are you?
I'm Howard Duck.
Oh, excuse me. Yes. And you?
I am Mr. Poland's stepdaughter.
Oh, Baron Poland's stepdaughter. And you?
I'm Adolf, Mr. Poland's nephew.
That's right. Everybody is here but Barnaby the lawyer. See? I got an idea. Look, Howard. Mr. Duck, would you play the part of Barnaby? Mr. Duck?
In a minute.
I say, will you play the part? Very easy to convert these guys from radio to television. You see. Listen, your part is to lead the wheel.
That may be the will, Ed, but this is the way. This is...
Ladies and gentlemen, the hour of calm. Here, stop all this sentiment. Come on now. Let's solve this crime. I got $1 bet on with you. Television against radio. Here, read the will. Will you read that? You're Barnaby the lawyer. Let's take it all. Yes, and this is a great part. It's a great actor. Great part.
Well, I'll do my best. I, Baron Poland, being of sound mind and body, do hereby bequeath my entire estate, amounting to $17 million, to my lovely young stepdaughter, Patricia. However, in the event of my stepdaughter Patricia's death, my entire fortune of $17 million shall go to my upstairs maid, Katrina. However, in the event of the death of Katrina, my entire fortune of $17 million goes to my nephew, Adolf. Let me repeat that last clause. My entire estate of $17 million shall go to my nephew, Adolf.
Why don't you die?
$12.
That's the trouble, honey. How about 15? What? $20. All right. He just wanted a living wage to die. That's all.
However,
In the event of my nephew Adolph's death, my entire estate of $17 million goes to my downstairs maid, Elsie. Not yet, Elsie. Now, Elsie. However, this is late Friday. It's the biggest however part ever written, you know. Lord, however's in there then. However, in the event of the death of my downstairs maid, Elsie, my entire estate of $17 million goes to my butler, Jenny. In the event of the death of my butler, Jenny, my entire estate of $17 million goes to my crooked lawyer, Barnaby. That's you! Give these radio actors a chance in television, they ham it up, you know. If I can only make it over there, I'm in good shape. That's right. Not dead yet, this guy. How do you like it? He should be on an hour show this time. Oh, now, Win. You're the murderer, Win. Then you have told to make it before I thought you could. You win, and there's your doubt. Reject.
Make the camel 30-day test, and you'll see. So mild, so mild, so mild, that's the boundary. That camel to
You know, each week, the makers of Camel send free cigarettes to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals Boise, Idaho, and Topeka, Kansas. United States Army Air Force Station Hospital, Westover Field, Massachusetts, and the United States Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia. The Camel people have now sent more than 190 million gift Camels to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. $1,254,036. 1,254. You better close the curtains. I'll be here for hours. Next week at the same time, Camel Cigarettes will present another Ed Wynn show from Hollywood. Ed's guest will be glamorous movie star Gloria DeHaven. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
one of those days when the family has acting fevers. Joyce is in a play at high school, and here she is rehearsing her part.
My love, thou art my love, I think.
Speak what thou wilt. My love is another.
Kiss me, lest I perish.
Thy folly is no fault of mine.
Oh, would that thy beauty were mine.
Nay, nay, I love another. Oh, I just love Midsummer Night's Dream. How was that scene?
Gosh, Joyce, you were wonderful. Just wait till the night of the show. So wow 'em.
He's already for Ralph.
Hey, is there somebody going to help me out?
Oh, come on, Ralph. You're all right. Get up and we'll try the next scene.
Yeah.
Hey, but thou kissed me, sweet Felicia.
Do not hurt me. I will go.
Wilt thou leave her? Do not do so.
Stay on our hill. I alone will go.
Hey, what goes on here? What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble, Daddy. You just ruined the rehearsal. It was ruined before he ever came in. We're doing our dress rehearsal for the play, Daddy, and we only have one more before we give it.
Do you want to watch it, Mr. Irwin?
No, you go ahead. I'll see it when you present it at school.
Okay, well, let's go on with that scene.
Okay. Hey, will somebody help me on with this? I need it for the next scene.
Here, I'll help you.
Okay. I think the light is down there. Ooh, this feels kind of warm.
What?
This feels kind of warm.
Speak up, Ricky. I can't hear you.
Hey, that is you always have to have a kind of play like this for. Nobody can see my face.
Well, why don't you go outside? You're just interrupting our rehearsal. Now, you stay out there until we're ready for you, and don't bother us until we call you. Go on.
All right.
Let's do that other scene, the one about that horse. Okay. Oh, as true as horse that yet would never tire.
Oh, Bottom, thou art changed. What do I see on thee?
Not very much, if you ask me. Yeah, what do we see?
What do you see? You see a donkey's head. That's what you see.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Irwin. Oh, Mr. Irwin.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Irwin. Oh, it's impossible, Mr. Irwin.
Oh, Percival, what's happening to you? What's the matter?
I got caught in this head. I can't get it off.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Ow.
Hey, you go around to the back door and I'll help you.
Okay.
Get out of it. Hey.
Oh, Willie.
Yeah?
Whoa. Oh, Willie, it's me.
That's all right, Willie. It's only Percival.
Oh, when this thing's here a second, I can't get it off.
Careful, wait a minute. Let me see.
Yeah, ow.
I'll hold still. Okay. Wait a minute now. Get it.
Oh, God. Where's the door? Oh, you bring him a neck.
Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Willie, get a hammer or something. Huh? Oh, all right. Those will do.
What are you going to do?
Just hold still now,
Oh.
Percy. Hold still. There you are. Now, we got it.
Oh, you hurt my nose.
I'm sorry.
Oh, why do I always have to play these kind of parts?
It's a very good part. Many great comedians have played it before you. You leave this here with me and I'll fix this for you.
Oh, Mr. Irwin, thanks. I'll need it for the dress rehearsal tomorrow.
All right. I'll get some.
Mr. Irwin, what's this?
That is Bottom.
It looks like a head to me.
It's Bottom's head.
Bottom Jesus.
The guy's all behind us. My sister's off again. Daddy,
Huh?
I'm going to be famous. I'm going to make names.
Oh, Joyce, come down to earth. What are you talking about?
Oh, Daddy, today during rehearsals in the school auditorium, a talent show up saw me.
Oh.
It picked me out of everybody else. He says I can be a star. He does? Yes. Isn't it wonderful?
How much is he going to charge you?
Oh, nothing. He's going to give me lessons in poise and coach me all free. All I have to do is get Professor Dudenhofer's book on vocal exercises for $10.
What was that scout doing around the auditorium?
Daddy, don't you understand? Don't you want me to have a career?
I'll take care of him. I'm leaving strict orders. He's not to be permitted near the school again.
Daddy, you're ruining my whole career. Joy. Yes, Mother?
Your father's probably right.
Oh, I know, Mother, but after all, a lot of was discovered in a drugstore. Why is it unreasonable for me to be discovered acting in a play?
Which just isn't likely, darling.
Yes, Mother, but even if there's one chance in a million, I'd still like to find out about it.
All right. You tell me where to find him, and I'll go down and have a talk with him.
You will?
Yes, dear.
No, you mustn't. You can't. But I need this telephone for my business. Look, I have several big deals pending. If you'll just give me until 5 o'clock today, I'll be able to raise the $7 that I owe you. You will? Thank you. Thank you very much. Come in. Sit down. I was hoping you'd drop by. You're just exactly the type I've been looking for.
Me?
Yes. Here. Let me hear you read this line. Here.
What is this line?
Yes.
But...
No. Don't say anything. Just read it.
Daughter, oh daughter, you must not go out with that man tonight.
What's that? What's feeling?
Me?
Yes. Tell me, what is your name?
Mrs. Stewart Irwin.
Mrs. Irwin. Did it ever occur to you that you have the potentialities of being a great star?
A star?
Yeah.
But I'm not a young girl anymore.
Youth is all right, but what people want today is beautiful maturity. Think of the thousands of people that flock into the theater to see Katharine Cornell and Helen Hayes. Are they young girls?
Well, I don't know if I'd have the time. I have a family.
Great, wonderful, natural talent like yours, Mrs. Irwin, belongs to the world. It isn't fair to keep it hidden.
I still don't know.
Hello? This is Mr. Roberts. The furniture? Right away? No, just one more day. Yes, all right. That's right. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Yes. Details. My New York office, they're always bothering me. Can't make a decision without me. It's about a new scene that they're trying to shoot. Well, Mrs. Irwin, you take this script home with you and study it, and then tomorrow we'll discuss it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wow.
He's mine, Mother, and you can't take him away from me.
But, daughter, I beg of you, open your eyes. He's too old for you. He's only interested in you for your position, your money.
I love him, and that's all that matters. Hi, Pop.
Hello, Jackie. Where is everybody? Where's your mother and Joey?
Oh, you mean Cornell and Turner?
Huh?
Don't listen to him, daughter. He's just deceiving you.
I'm not deceived, Mother. You want my sweetheart for yourself.
Yes, it's true. I do love him. He reminds me so much of your father.
Just in what way?
Oh, hello, dear. We were just rehearsing. I stopped in to see that talent scout.
Oh, no, Joe, not you, too.
Oh, yes, Daddy. What is it? Ain't it gruesome?
Isn't.
He says I have an inner glow, a natural acting ability.
You're joking.
Oh, no, she ain't.
Oh, no, she isn't.
That's what I said.
Yes.
He didn't ask for any money.
Well, he will. Everybody in town is taking dramatic lessons. That fellow misses nobody. But I'm going to put a stop to it. You can arrest the steward.
Oh, Daddy. Don't you believe anyone? Why, we're liable to be the greatest acting family since the Bear movie. At least. Hey, Pop.
Huh?
How do you like this?
Oh, no, Jackie. Not you, too.
All right. That's all for now. We start shooting again tomorrow at night.
How's it looking, Arthur?
Pretty good. But I'm a little worried.
What about?
Well, we're doing a picture called High School Life. I think we ought to give it a documentary feeling. I'd like to use some of the actual people in town, shoot some of the scenes at the high school itself.
It sounds like a good idea. Suppose I go over to the high school and speak to the principal. See if it can be arranged.
Okay, fine. Are you one of those who wouldn't serve our rules?
What'd you say?
Don, sir. Are you one of those who wouldn't serve our rules?
Really, what are you talking about?
Oh, that's Shakespeare. I'm going to play Othello.
You? Othello?
Yes. This is going to be my big opportunity.
Right. Has someone been talking to you?
Oh, yes, and he's going to make me a fortune.
Did he ask you for any money?
Oh, no, the lessons are free.
Oh.
All I got to do is get $10 from a makeup kit.
Makeup?
Oh. Mr. Reddy, you don't happen to have extra copy of Shakespeare, do you?
No. I'd just like to get my hands on that man. Oh. Yes, Miss Allen.
There's a movie producer out here who would like to see you about using some of our students in a picture he's making.
Oh, he would he? Well, send him right in. Willie, you leave me alone with this man for a few minutes. Just go out the other door. Yes.
Miss Ellen?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Sawyer.
Mr. Sawyer. Sit down, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you.
So you're in show business?
Yes, with prominent pictures.
Mm-hmm. And you know talent when you see it.
Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong.
And you think the children around here really have great ability?
Well, I don't know. My director told me.
As much talent as the better moon?
Hey, just a minute.
Huh?
That gives me an idea.
All right.
You, Mr. Irwin. I was just thinking, visualizing you for a part. The part of a high school principal. Oh, it isn't too big a part. Doesn't take too much experience. Would you be interested in playing it?
I'd need a little coaching, wouldn't I? And a makeup kit?
Oh, yes, but my director will give that to you.
Your director?
Oh, yes.
Well, I would be interested, very interested. Of course, I'd have to make the necessary arrangements first. Tell me, where can I reach you?
Well, I'm at Plaza Hotel.
The
room 211.
Plaza 211.
Well, thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from you.
You will. Believe me, you'll hear from me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Stu Irwin.
Oh, how are you, Stu?
I'm good. You say, Chief, there's one of those talent scout racketeers in town. He's going around promising everybody a part in a picture.
Who is he? Where can I find him? I've had a lot of complaints, and I'd just love to get my hands on him.
His name is Sawyer, and you can get him at the Plaza Hotel, room 211.
Thanks. I'll send some of the boys over to pick him up.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much.
Willie, you hold the nail. Like that. See? Hold it now.
That's it, like this.
Where's the nail?
Here it is.
Willie. Look now, Willie. Just hold it there.
Yes.
Mr. Ace?
Huh?
You mad at me?
No, Willie, I'm not mad at you. And look, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just hold it there.
I know it, but is your aim good?
My aim is fine. Just hold the nail there, that's all.
I guess I'm just nervous.
There's nothing to be nervous about, Willie. I'm not going to hurt you.
But you don't know that hammer might not feel the same.
Willie, look. You hold the head, I'll hold the nail. Hold it there now. Hand over there, right there.
Dad, I told you that hammer didn't feel the same.
Oh, Willie. Nail's too big anyway. Let's get a little one and pat it down, huh? Now hold it steady. Hold it steady. There, that's steady. Now let's try it on.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks very good.
Dave, I don't think I'll win no beauty contest with this.
Okay, here we have it. Take it off, Willie. Come on, what's the matter with you?
I can't get it off.
Well, I'll help you here.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You know, it's going to cut into my social life awful.
Yeah, it's stuck, Willie. It's stuck. You win. All right.
What are you going to do with that analogy?
I'm just going to tap the head lightly and then loosen it up.
Which head?
The donkey's head.
Oh.
Hold still, Willie. There. There you are.
I guess I...
Just a minute, I'll call him. Hello?
Yes, what is it?
The chief of police is on the phone. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, excuse me, Willie. Yeah.
Hello, Steve. Hey, I've got Mr. Sawyer here down at the station.
Good. That's where you belong.
Say, Stu, what's this about Mr. Sawyer being a racketeer?
That's just what I told you before.
Well, we examined his papers carefully, and he's positively not. He's a genuine Hollywood producer.
Yes?
Yes. You better hurry down here right away and explain things.
You'll be lucky if you're not sued for false arrest.
False arrest? Oh, I'll be right down.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought what I did.
Well, I understand. We're as opposed to these talent racketeers as anyone else is.
I'm awfully sorry about the whole thing. Is there anything I can do to make up for it?
Well, yes, there is. What I came down here to see you about was to get the use of your school to shoot a few scenes.
Oh?
Can you arrange it?
I certainly can. And, Mr. Sawyer, I don't quite know how to say this.
Oh, is it about that part of the principal?
Oh, no. You see, my wife and daughter have been bitten by the action bug, and...
I know what you're up against.
Yes, you see, and I've sort of discouraged them. So when they hear the real motion pictures are going to be made here at the school, well...
What do you think if I offered them a small part in the picture, it might help?
It certainly would.
There you are. Of course, there isn't very much, just here and here.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
That's all it is.
Goodbye, Chief. If you wanted to get into the movies, why didn't you ask me in the first place? Now, there is your line, and there's your line.
One line?
It isn't what you say, it's how you say it.
I wonder what led up to all this. What shall I do? What shall I do? Well, shall we all do is Christian stuff. What do you think, Sue? Okay, Cecil B. DeMille, you take it.
Well, neither one of them sounded quite right. I'll tell you what, change places. Now, Joyce, you read your line.
The boys are over there.
Oh, that doesn't sound right either. Try it another way.
The boys are over there.
Well,
Is that better?
Well, it's a little better, but I'll tell you what, we'll make a little scene out of it. And this time, give it still a different interpretation. All right, now, both together.
The boys are over there.
No, not together that way. I mean together separately. You first.
What shall I do? The boys are over there. What shall I do? The boys are over there.
Now, Jackie, where are you going?
I'm going to join the boys over there.
Huh?
Well, we've got all the other scenes made. Now we're ready to go.
Oh?
Oh, you mean they're going to shoot the scene I'm in now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so nervous I don't know if I can go through with it.
Oh, calm down, Miss Evan. There's nothing to it.
Oh, maybe, dear, if you don't watch me, I won't be so nervous.
All right, I'll go inside.
Oh, fine. And would you ask the boys inside to stop rehearsing for a few minutes so the noise won't interfere?
I'll take care of it. Hey, fellas.
Yes?
Be quiet in there.
Oh, okay, Mr.
All right, ladies. We rehearse the scene once more, and then we'll shoot it. Places, please.
Oh, Mr. Irwin. Mr. Irwin, I can't get his head off.
Oh, no, not again.
Yes,
The boys are over there.
Oh, what shall I do?
Okay, the rehearsal was fine. Now we're going to shoot the scene. Take your place.
Roll it.
Action.
The boys are over there.
Oh, what shall I do?
Hey, look at that. Keep shooting. Let's get this on film.
Okay. Get over here. Over here.
Wait a minute, first, folks. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold still. Hold still. There.
Oh, my nose. Boy, that thing hurts.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with it. You must put it on wrong.
I don't think so.
Here, I'll show you.
Hey, no trouble at all if you put it on right.
Oh, I don't mean putting it on. I mean getting it off.
Well, you take it off the same way you put it on. There's absolutely no difference. You just... That's funny.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah. Maybe you better give me a hand.
Oh, okay.
Well, don't get... No, I'm not sorry. Get a hold of the Huh? Ready? Yes, oh, yeah. Take that mallet and pop the head a few times. Harder! Not that hard. Now, look, Willie, you take all to one side and you take the other and pull, will you? Come on, pull it. Pull the head, not Look.
Willie! Mr. Irwin, you're almost like my acting career.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope we didn't ruin anything.
No, you didn't.
Oh, gee, Daddy. I could hardly wait. Isn't it exciting? The premiere of the picture reunion going right here in our own hometown.
I'll have to say, I'm expecting an important long-distance telephone call from Professor Stevens.
Oh, well, we'll go on. You can meet us there.
All right, darling. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Okay, bye, Daddy.
Bye. Jackie?
Bye, Pop.
Bye.
You're just in time, Pop. The boys are over there. Oh, what shall I do?
My actress. Hey. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold still.
Well, Mark.
Hold still. There.
Oh, my nose. That's me.
Here, I'll show you. Well, no trouble at all if you put it on right.
Oh, I don't mean putting it on. I mean getting it off.
Well, you take it off the same way you put it on. There's absolutely no difference. Maybe you better give me a hand.
I'm ready to go. You were a riot.
You're wonderful, Daddy. I sure
Oh, hello. Big Irwin. That was the funniest part of the picture. Oh? I hope you'll let us keep it in.
Oh, God, Mr. Irwin, I hope you do. I wouldn't be in it.
It was certainly funny.
It was all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're just the man I've been looking for. Huh? You have a quality about you that reminds me of Will Rogers.
I have?
Yes, sir. I can put you in my next production. I can make you a star. You'll be rich. You'll be famous.
Well, it sounds very interesting.
I've been looking for a man like you for a long time.
And I've been looking for you for a long time, too. Come with me. Oh. Was that the man? Oh.
The actor in the family.
You think so?
I think you were kind of hammy, but I love you just the same.
I think you were right.
like... Or... But you can always see him looking up. Why do you suppose he does that? Doesn't he have any friends? Is it a good idea to have friends? Would it be more fun to have friends to play with? Well, Barney and Betty seem to be having a lot of fun, don't they? Maybe having friends would be a good idea. Maybe it would be fun to have friends to play with. But who? How can you find friends, Joey wonders? Why, look. There's someone. Susie. Could she be a friend? Maybe. Oh, she's just a little girl. She's too young. But she sees someone. It's Mr. Alexander. He's an old man. He's too old for a friend. At least that's what Joey thinks. But wait. Why, the little girl and Mr. Alexander are friends. What is in the sack? Look at that. Well, if they can be friends, why maybe just about any person can be a friend. Yet how can you make friends, Joey wonders. Joey doesn't know, does he? He goes back to his toys, playing by himself. But all the time he keeps wondering how to make friends. Why, here's Ginger. Ginger is Joey's friend. And here comes Mother. She's a friend, too. Maybe Mother knows how to make friends. Joey asks her. And Mother does have some suggestions. Can you guess what they are? Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy, and Joey wants to remember them. He decides to sell them out to this printing set. Mother thinks that's a good idea. And Ginger wonders what it's all about. And here are Mother's suggestions. Can you read them? Smile and talk to people. Find good things in people. Tell them the good things. Do this all the time. So that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out. Next day at school is his first chance. Joey smiles and talks to the others. Say, this doesn't look like the same Joey, does it? Look, Barney and Betty are smiling like that. And the teacher, too. Boy, it's fun to make friends. Maybe Mother knew what she was talking about. Smile and talk to people. That's the first step. But what is the second? Find good things in people. Let's see. What about Fred? What can Joey find that's good about him? Well, that's a hard question for a fellow like Joey, who hasn't watched other people much. Can you find something good about Fred? See how busy he is? He really likes to draw, doesn't he? And he does a good job. That's a fine drawing. Joey thinks so, too. Now he knows something good about Fred. What should Joey do now? Do you remember the third rule? Tell them the good things. But how can Joey do that? He can't just up and say, Fred, that's a good drawing. It's hard to do that. Maybe you don't need that rule to make friends. But wait a minute. Joey wants to make friends with Fred, and he hasn't done it yet. Better try it, Joey. Say, Fred, that's a swell picture. How do you make your horse look so good? Would you show me? And Fred feels good about that. Of course he'll show Joey. He'll be glad to. It looks as though Joey has made a new friend. All day, things have been going better for Joey. He's still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people, and telling them about the good things. It works. Look, Barney and Betty are waiting to walk home with Joey. That's good. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time. And do you know what they decided on the way home? In a little while, Barney and Betty are coming over to play at Joey's house. Then they'll become even better friends. Now Joey sees someone coming up the walk. She's a little girl. She's just a little girl, Joey thinks. No need to be friends with her. But what else did Mother say? Jesus all the time. That's right. Smile and talk to her. Well, well. This isn't going to be easy. Better try again. Look for something good about it, Joey. Try to find something nice. Look, Joey. Aren't those pretty mittens? And see, she is very proud of them, isn't she? But tell her what pretty mittens they are. That makes her smile. Wouldn't it be fun if she could come in Joey's house and play? Would she like to? Of course she would. But first she must ask her mother. She'll come back right away. Joey has certainly learned a lot about the fun of making friends, hasn't he? Remember? Do you remember how Joey took the first step by smiling and talking to other people? How he used the second step and found good things about Fred? How he told Fred about these good things and made friends with him? And remember, Joey did this all the time. Yes, this is the house where Joey lives. Now that Joey has made friends, you don't see him looking out the window anymore. For Joey has found how much fun it is to have friends to play with. Good friends. Joey has also found that our new friends often come to like our old friends. Just as Joey's new friends like Ginger. It is fun to be with your friends. And look, Barney is helping Susie work the toy. And she likes that. She's going to be his friend. Helping others is another way to make friends, isn't it? Can you think of other things you can do to make friends?
Yes, sir. If you want real entertainment, the best place to find it is in front of a General Electric Black Daylight big-as-life television set. Sports, comedy, drama, news, music. Yes, they're all yours, merely at the turn of a dial. This model has a big 16-inch black rectangular tube that lets you see everything that the camera sees, true to life and as big as life. Sparkling contrast and sharp focus give you pictures of such clarity that you feel you're right there on the scene. The cabinet, designed and constructed by America's leading cabinet makers, fits gracefully into any type of room. Genuine mahogany veneers, hand-rubbed for lasting beauty and durability, are just one example of the painstaking attention to every detail, which makes this cabinet one that you'll be proud to have in your home. The precision engineering and careful assembly techniques used in making this General Electric black daylight television set are your assurance of television at its finest. See it in operation at your General Electric dealers tomorrow. And when you see it, well, you'll know that you're seeing the best.
Modern man has molded the earth to his liking. Proud of his vast creative abilities, he can boast of the grandeur of his achievements and admire the scope of his own imagination. But that very knowledge which enables him to build is the knowledge that has taught him to destroy. And in the 20th century, man's capacity for destruction was demonstrated on a terrifying scale. Yet none can deny that man's progress in material things is today at its highest peak. In an industrial age, the worker has achieved, through technological advances, a level of production never dreamed of at the beginning of the century. Industrial designers and architects promise modern man a life of smooth efficiency. Material progress, which has given man so many new conveniences, has at the same time speeded up the tempo of his life. But with the acceleration of his existence has come a nervous tension, which is the outstanding feature of our age. Dissatisfaction and boredom with the daily routines of life are increasingly apparent. And no matter how streamlined the design of modern living, everyday tasks in the 20th century are often regarded with distaste. In this age of tension, man is assiduous and eager in his search for relaxation. Too often, unhappy with himself, he drifts into easy avenues of escape. Creatively reflecting the anxious temper of the times is modern art. An impatience with old-fashioned forms and limitations has launched the 20th century artist on a restless search for new ways of expression and for new techniques. Today's wide acceptance of modern art indicates that the public too shares that restlessness. The future role of art in a mechanized world is of deep concern to such distinguished critics as Britain's Herbert Reed.
During the past 50 years, all the arts will have to accept the time from the beginning. Traditional forms of painting and sculpture have no function in our streamlined existence. If they are to find a place in the civilization of the next half century, the visual arts must be said to compromise the speed. This can be done only within the terms of what we call abstract art.
But abstract painting and sculpture will hardly provide the emotional relief which millions now seek as popular spectator sport. The tension of the mid-century is epitomized by its music. Mental illness and the breakdown of the individual personality have become the medical profession's great new problem. Multiplied and magnified, the insecurity of modern man has been tragically demonstrated in the catastrophe of total war. And the first half of the 20th century saw a new terror loosed upon the world. Dominating one half of the world, communism stands solidly opposed to the Western concept of democracy. With over 750 million people under communist rule, nearly one-third of the population of the Earth, Soviet Russia holds a commanding position in the future destiny of the world. Since World War II, communism, by force and by propaganda, has extended its frontiers into the heart of Europe. Russia's newest and possibly most important gains have been in the Orient, where 500 million Chinese have been herded into the communist camp. Across the world, the Western democracies, led by the United States, oppose the communist drive for world power. Marshall Plan aid has been of enormous assistance in rebuilding the free nations of Europe and has started them on the way toward economic union. In addition to fostering economic cooperation throughout Western Europe, the United States has joined with 11 nations in the Atlantic sphere in a new defensive pact against outside aggression. Implementing the pact, America's military assistance program for Europe has provided arms for those Atlantic-pact countries which are in need of them. For the possibility of actual war must always be in the minds of men like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Omar Bradley.
And how a future war will be fought depends on when it is started. If done tomorrow, it will be much like World War II. 10 years from now, war could only be more destructive than the last. Science and technology, with their development of guided missiles, target-seeking projectiles, and other weapons, has multiplied tremendously the destruction possible on the battlefield, at sea, and in the air. Very scientific progress in weapons may be the ultimate deterrent to any future war. The more I work on the plans for defense, the more I am convinced that war is not inevitable, and that our defense plans are only a part of our strategy for a lasting peace.
A dramatic importance is the newly won independence of 6 Asiatic countries. The second half of the century will expose them to world forces from which today they seek to remain aloof. In India, freedom from British rule, long a dream of the venerated leader Mohandas Gandhi, was realized just before his death. The staggering job of guiding India's millions in this critical period fell to his follower, Pandit Nehru, who knows that India, to resist the infiltration of communism, must quickly consolidate her new position. In the worldwide shift to political influence, the Western powers still stand as the bulwarks against communism.
Do not suppose that half a century from now you will not see 17 or 18 millions of Britons spread about the world and united in defense of our tradition, our way of life, and the world's causes which you and we espouse. Let us then move forward together in discharge of our mission and our duty. Here in thought, San Matador.
The champions of the Western concept of democracy are everywhere derided by the Stalinist mouthpieces, men like Britain's communist chief Harry Pollock.
The working people of all capitalist countries will become the masters of the wealth they produce, as in the Soviet Union, China, and people's democracy. Poverty, unemployment, and war will be abolished. Mankind will rise to heights of social, economic, and cultural progress undreamed of in the past. All roads will lead to communism, and British and American imperialism can do nothing to stop this inevitable development.
But in the United States, an overwhelming majority of citizens feels that communism is not the inevitable development. Free enterprise and capitalism, which the communists despise, have given the American worker the highest standard of living in the world. But the answer to the future lies in correcting the faults of our own political and economic system is the ardent belief of such trade unionists as the CIO's aggressive Walter Reuther.
Democracy's most challenging problem is to find a way to translate technical progress into human progress, and prove that men can enjoy economic security without sacrificing their political freedom. The communist masters in the Kremlin offer the promise of economic security at the price of political and spiritual enslavement. While rejecting communism, American labor is equally determined to resist the abuse of economic power in the hands of the great monopolies. While labor maintains that the rights and dignity of the individual are superior to the claims of the state, we also insist that people are more important than property, and that human rights come before property rights.
Man's more intimate knowledge of space and time in relation to the universe is constantly extending the limitless horizons of science. And as the 20th century reached the halfway point, the scientists' dream of unifying the basic concepts of the universe continued to occupy the genius of Professor Albert Einstein. More than any other group of individuals, the world's great scientists, like physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, realized the grave responsibilities of our new knowledge.
Science has profoundly altered the condition of man's life, both materialist in ways to share his wealth, and under the end question that man has to face. It has extended man's freedom to make specific decisions. No one can predict what vast new cosmic knowledge in the future of man will discover. But we know that as long as men are free to act what they will, free to say what they think, free to think what they must, science will never regress, and freedom itself will never be wholly lost.
industry can bring nations and individuals ever closer together is revealed by RCA's chairman, David Sarnoff.
In the next half century, people will see as well as hear around the world. Pocket-sized radio instruments will enable individuals to communicate with anyone, anywhere. Newspapers, magazines, mail, and messages will be sent through the air at lightning speed and reproduced in the home.
But material progress alone has not solved the problems which still plague mankind. With all the advantages provided him by the industrial age, he is more than ever in need of knowledge and understanding to help him solve his difficulties. To gain this knowledge, we have a free and democratic system of public education existing in the Western world, which has undergone a very encouraging development in this century. But mankind still has far to go in its universal search for knowledge. Because of this search, the deep need for more and better education for all citizens in this troubled world is a constant challenge to such eminent educators as Harvard University's president, James Bryan Tony.
The closure of the schools by citizens is of paramount importance in the 20th century. This is true irrespective of the role that education plays in the grim ideological struggle of our time. For if I am right, that our American system of public education is the symbol of the special contribution which this republic has made to the concept of democracy, the future of the undertaking has significance which far transcends the immediate issue. It is rather a demonstration of a certain type of society long dreamed of by idealists which is faithfully approached in reality. The free society, in which the hopes and aspirations of a large fraction of the members find enduring satisfaction through outlets once reserved for only a small minority of mankind.
For men still hope they are halfway to a world of freedom, peace, and harmony. Today, this hope is embodied in the organization of the United Nations. For survival rests now more than ever on honest cooperation among nations. In the second half of the 20th century, man must determine whether or not future generations shall live in freedom and at peace.
Halo Shampoo presents the real inside story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Young lady, you've eaten all of Junior's porridge.
Busted his chest.
And slept in my bed. Of course. I'm supposed to. I'm Goldilocks. She's not Goldilocks. Her hair isn't pretty.
Let's wash it and find out.
Not with that. Soaping doll's hair. Halo glorifies it.
'Cause Halo shampoo's not a soap or a cream.
So it can't leave dulling soap film.
Gee, look at the suds.
If she's really Goldilocks, Halo shampoo will soon prove it.
Now, let's take a look.
It is Goldilocks.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo shampoo, halo.
Remember, soaping doll's hair. Halo glorifies it. Leaves it fragrant, dandruff-free, and wonderfully easy to manage.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Ho-ho! Say, kids, what time is that? Ho-ho-ho-ho-ho! Wow, how big soda cat and how's Buffalo Bob? Well, howdy there, Mr. Goody. And boys and girls at home and kids in the gallery,
kids. Yes, sir. And a boy, Clarabelle. Hooray for Clarabelle, kids, because today he's right on time here with our big Halo shampoo carton. So that means that it's time for all of us to sing our Halo song. So here we go. Come on, kids. Good kids, good. And you know what we're going to sing now? It's the special Halo movie about Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Ho, 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 ho!
Hello, everybody. Halo Shampoo presents the real inside story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Young lady, you've eaten all the junior porridge.
Busted his chair.
And slept in my bed. Of course. I'm supposed to. I'm Goldilocks. She's not Goldilocks. Her hair isn't pretty.
Let's wash it and find out.
Not just that. Soaping doll's hair. Halo glorifies it.
Because Halo shampoo's not a soap or a cream.
So it can't leave dulling soap film.
Gee, look at the suds.
If she's really Goldilocks, Halo shampoo will soon prove it.
Now, let's take a look.
It is Goldilocks.
Hello, everybody, hello. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo shampoo, Halo.
Remember, soaping doll's hair. Halo glorifies it. Leaves it fragrant, dandruff-free, and wonderfully easy to manage.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Oh, boy, I really like that movie. Well, kids, you know, things are getting back to normal around here in our circus. Gosh, well, Willie fixed up everything once again, and Don Jose Buster is finally talking straight.
Wonderful.
Oh,
I'm Harvey Duby, and I'm thankful to you and Buffalo Bob.
Oh, well, don't thank us, Don Jose, because after all, we're good friends of yours. I'm just sorry that you ever started talking backwards.
Oh, see, senor, it was my brother's fault. He started playing tricks on, and then Oliver Willie, he ended up playing one-on-one, senor.
Yeah, gosh, that's right, boy. Oh, well, Willie, he was sure a smart old codger, wasn't he?
Oh, dear me.
Gosh, I wonder if we're ever going to see him again.
Oh, I hope so, because he was lots of fun, senor.
Boy, he was.
Oh, well, that was a tricky, senor. I will see you later. I just want to thank you, senor.
Oh, okay, Don Jose. Good luck, Don Jose.
Bye-bye, senor.
And kids, of course, you know, Phineas T. Buster, he's talking all right now again, too. And boy, I certainly hope this whole thing taught him a lesson. I hope it taught him not to play any more tricks because, you know, he started his whole business with that silly old giddy water fountain. Oh, hiya, Mr. Buster.
Yes, my boy, I guess it was all my fault. I'll never tell you any more fish stories about giddy water fountains again.
Gosh, I hope you mean that, Mr. Buster.
I do, Howdy. Absolutely I do, and I hope that I never meet Oil Willie again. I don't want any more of that Boogleberry water. Ever. Never again.
Mr. Buster, if you don't ask for trouble, maybe you won't get in trouble.
Yes, I guess you're right, Howdy.
And where did it get you, Mr. Buster? You tried to run off with my $1,000, and you tried to take over my circus.
Yes, but I failed. I guess it'll never ever be.
Oh, now, Mr. Buster, don't say that about it. After all, we can still be friends. And anyway, Mr. Buster, I've got some good news for you.
Oh, you do?
Real good news.
Well, what's the good news, my boy?
Well, now, look, Mr. Buster, you and Dilly Dally and the Flubber Dub and I,
yes.
Well, we're all... Come here, Mr. Buster. I'll listen to this.
Yeah, oh, right. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, why do you like that? Really heavy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's
so
right.
True. Why, that's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Oh, no. I'll tell you again.
Well, all right, Mr. Buster. Kids, would you excuse me a minute, kids, for whispering, but...
Yeah, pardon me.
There's one person here that isn't supposed to hear about this. Now listen.
Yes, go ahead.
You, Dilly Dally. We're all going to
Oh, that is wonderful, Howdy.
What is Clarabelle going to say?
Well, I don't know. You see, Clarabelle isn't included in it, but gosh, there's nothing very much that I can do about it.
Yeah,
I don't know. Say, Clarabelle, for heaven's sake, what's eating you? Clarabelle, what? What are you ripping up that newspaper for? Clarabelle, why do you tear the newspaper? What are you so excited about? What's the matter with you? What are you so excited about, Clarabelle? Well, gosh, Buffalo Bob, Clarabelle seems to know all about it already, so gosh, I might as well tell you and all the kids. Now, Ted, starting a week from next Sunday, a large number of the Sunday newspapers in our television cities are going to start carrying a Howdy Doody comic strip. A Howdy Doody comic strip. Kids, did you hear that? A Howdy Doody comic strip in some of the Sunday papers. Well, that's great, Howdy.
Oh, it's wonderful. Marvelous, my boy. Oh,
yeah, except for one thing now. I told you, Mr. Buster, that you and Billy Dally and the club and I, well, we're going to be in the comic strip. But Clarabelle, I'm afraid Clarabelle is not going to be in the comic strip with us. Clarabelle, now, wait a minute. Is that so? Wait a minute. Aren't you going to be in the comic strip? You're not going... Now, look, calm down, please, a minute. Here, now, Clarabelle. Now, hold it a minute, Clarabelle. How do you tell me, why won't Clarabelle be in the comic strip? Well, you see, it's very simple, Buffalo Bob, but gosh, I don't think there's very much we can do about it. You know, somebody has to draw the pictures for the comic strip so the kids can see all of our adventures. Well, we found two wonderful artists named Milt Neal and Chad Grosskopf. And they're going to draw all the pictures. The pictures of Dilly Dally and Mr. Buster and the Clover Up and me. But they won't draw any pictures of Clarabelle. Oh, they won't. Oh, well, Clarabelle, why won't they draw any pictures of you? Now, listen, will you be quiet, please? I don't understand this. Why won't they draw any pictures of you, Clarabelle?
Here's why.
What? Well, who are you?
Milt Neal, Bob.
Oh, Milt Neal. Well, wonderful. What is this, Milt?
Well, Bob, I painted this thing about 2 years ago. I spent an awful lot of time on it. Hours, days, minutes.
Yes.
Gosh, Buffalo Bob, I spent so much time on it, and then this clown came along and sneaked up into my studio and painted these horns, this mustache,
Clarabelle,
and so forth on it.
Why, this is you painted the original Mona Lisa.
Well, that's just about it, Bob.
My gosh, the original Da Vinci Mona Lisa.
Well,
isn't that a beautiful painting? And Clarabelle, did you put the mustache and the glasses and the beard and the horns on Milt Neal's beautiful drawing? You ruined this gorgeous painting with mustaches, you silly Milt. That's terrible.
Yeah, Buffalo Bob, when they asked me to draw the pictures of the Howdy Doody comic strip with the rest of the characters, we said, okay, but we won't draw any pictures of Clarabelle. Look what he did to my beautiful drawing. Look what he did.
You know, I know how you feel about it. And don't you stamp at Milt either, you silly clown.
Look what you did to my painting.
Clarabelle, look right now. Don't you stamp at Milt. Now, this is a gorgeous... Milt, I'm very, very sorry. I never knew that you did the original Da Vinci painting. Isn't that gorgeous? And to think that he's... Well, look, will you do me a favor, Clarabelle, you silly clown? Would you do me a favor, Milt? Would you show me and would you show all the kids here just what the Howdy Doody comic strip is going to look like?
Of course, Bob. I'd be glad to draw anything for you, but I won't draw any pictures of Clarabelle.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I wouldn't draw any either, Bob. Because when I think of the hours, oil painting takes a lot of work.
Oh, days on end.
And when you make things like this, and that's for and a beard. Bob, yes. That's your Joseph. I'll watch out, Bill. Duck. Oh, Clarabelle, you silly clown. What's the matter with you?
I guess Clarabelle doesn't like you. And Milt doesn't like Clarabelle, Howdy. But I guess the comic strip would be lots of fun without Clarabelle anyway, Howdy. But I do hope that Milt, well, I hope he'll come back and make some funny pictures for us.
Oh, gosh, I certainly hope he will. Maybe if we lock Clarabelle off in his room. That's a good idea. You silly clown. Go away, Clarabelle. Go away and get lost, will you please? This lovely painting that he ruined. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that silly clown. And if there's anything I hate after all these years, it's seltzer bottle all over my face and all over my hair. Oh, gosh. But say, Buffalo Bob, you know what I heard? I heard that more and more kids are having their hair washed with Halo shampoo. Say that again, Howdy. Oh, I said with Halo shampoo. And boy, it sure is good, Mr. Smith. Because you see, kid, Halo hasn't got any stingy old soap in it. Oh, boy, no, sir. And it does such a quick, easy job of getting your hair clean that, well, boy, oh, boy, kids, you like having your hair washed with Halo. I guess your kid Howdy is right. Because, you know, boys and girls, Halo leaves no soapy film. It really glorifies Now, listen, kids, don't you worry a bit about Clarabelle. We're going to take care of him later. You just remember about Halo shampoo, because Halo shampoo, kids, really glorifies your hair. So now look, you little fella, and you little girl, and you little sweetie, and all you kids out there at home, you be the very first kid in your block to get your mom to get you Halo. Oh, Halo, everybody, What'd you think of that Clarabelle? What did you think of his putting glasses on that beautiful drawing? Yes, sweetie, you come over here. You talk to me. What happened, sweetie? Yeah, well, Clarabelle's probably planning another trick, but don't you worry a bit about him, will you? Don't you worry about him, because you know, boys and girls, what we're going to do today? You know, every now and then, I get a nice letter from boys and girls in different parts of the country. And I received a letter today telling me that today, for the very first time, we're having boys and girls watch our Howdy Doody show in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more cities. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah. So we'd like to say hello to all you wonderful boys and girls in Greensboro, North Carolina, and in Charlotte, South Carolina, and in Atlanta, Georgia, Birmingham, Alabama, Nashville, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Florida, St. Paul and Minneapolis, Minnesota, Davenport, Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, Ames, Iowa, and Huntington, West Virginia. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah. So all those boys and girls are watching the Howdy Doody show for the very, very first time today. So we're very happy. Now, what do you think we ought to tell those boys and girls who are watching the show for the first time? About that silly Clarabelle?
Yeah.
How about this little fella? Sonny, you stand up there. Tell me, what is your name, little boy?
Johnny.
Johnny. All right, Johnny, what would you like to tell all these new boys and girls about that silly Clarabelle?
I'd like to tell them to get the seltzer bottle all the time.
You always squirt that silly seltzer bottle all over my face. What are you doing? Look, you know very well that you can't get back. I mean, I'm not your friend anymore. Forget it. You mean you were bad before and you want to be nice now? You know you can't play that thing anyway, Clarabelle, so why don't you take it? I'm going to see if you can play something. Now, wait a minute. I get my set of bells here. I'm going to play 3 bells, and I'm going to see whether you could find those 3 notes on the xylophone. All right, now you listen. Try to... Clarabelle. Now listen. Try to hit these 3 notes. Listen, Clarabelle, listen. Try it. Hey, very, very good, Clarabelle. Do you happen to know what song that is? What is it? Ha-ha! Yes, sir, kids, and Clarabelle is right. It's a song for the big 3-in-1 Three Musketeers! Yes, sir, kids. Clarabelle was right, Blue Eyes. So come on, let's all sing our wonderful Three Musketeers song, and you kids join us, will you please? All right, here we go. Come on now. Oh, one, two, three.
Well, you know, you kids actually told us the wonderful story of the Three Musketeers yourselves when you just sang that. Because rebate pieces for 3 times the candy-eating fun. And here, kids, is what you look for when you're at your favorite candy counter. That famous Three Musketeers reference. And remember, 3 big pieces, and it costs only a nickel for the biggest and the very best in candy-eating fun. So you remember that, kids, did you? And oh, the doorbell. Someone's at the door. I wonder who this is. Oh, I wonder who it is. Hello?
How are you?
Chad.
I'd like to have you meet my friend Chad. How are you?
Oh, this is Chad Grossup. Well, good to see you, Chad. Bill.
Well, good to
I'm
see you.
awfully sorry that you nearly got exploited there by Clarabelle. Please forgive me, will you, please?
Close.
Yes, now, you're back here, and you and Chad are going to be doing the comic strip. Kids, would you like to see 2 real artists at work and see just exactly how they draw the comic strips that we see Sundays in the paper? All right, well, go ahead, suppose you go off the kitchen fork now, would you?
In the gate.
All right, now let's see which one of you kids can be the first one to tell me. Who are they drawing now, kids? Howdy Doody. Yes, sir, that is Howdy Doody himself. Ah, very nice. Very nicely done there, fellas. Now, don't forget, kids, that's a week from this coming Sunday. You watch your Sunday paper, and let's hope that you'll see our little pal Howdy Doody in it. Ah, very nicely done. I beg your pardon?
Autograph and give it to one of the children.
Autograph it and give it to one of the kids. Well, I'll be very, very happy here with Howdy Doody. And Bob, I'll put it, we'll give this to one of the boys and girls after the show. We'll have a little contest or something. All right, fine. Okay, now let's see what you want to have. Now, wait a minute.
Where's the flub?
All right, the flub. Okay, now watch this. This is the flubber dub coming to life. See the flower pop there, kids? See, I'm glad that Clarabelle won't be in the comic strip. Aren't you, kids?
And a cat twister.
And the little cat twisters. How do you like that, kids? Isn't that wonderful? Oh, that's great. All right, fellas. We'll autograph that a little bit later, and we'll give it to some of the boys and girls after the show.
Now, what would you like, Bob?
Let's not tell who this one is, and let's see which one of the kids is first to tell us, okay? All right, now, wait a minute, kids. Well, I might be. It could be somebody else, though, you know. Could be Dilly Dally. The Dilly Dally's going to be in, too. What do you think it is? Yes, you were right. This is Mr. Bluster coming to life. Ah, yes, sir. Now, you kids, you'll be looking for Mr. Bluster and for Dilly Dally and Howdy Doody and all the gang in your Sunday paper a week from this coming Sunday. Atta boy, Mr. Bluster. Okay, Milk. And now, who do you think this is going to be, kids? Dilly Dally is coming up right now. Yes, sir. Say, you fellas, you've done this before, haven't you, fellas? Yeah, I thought so. I could tell there, Bill. Huh? Ah, that's wonderful. There's our little pal, Dilly Dally. Well, that's wonderful, fellas. So then these are the 4 fellas who are going to be in the comic strips. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, but not Clarabelle, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going to put Clarabelle and Bob.
What? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Listen, kids.
We've just been playing a joke on Clarabelle, Bob.
I'm going to put Clarabelle in anyway.
Drawing Clarabelle here, you see? We back on Clarabelle. Clarabelle don't know it.
Oh, I see. Well, look, tell you what, let's do, Bill. Let's have a little more fun with Clarabelle, huh? Now, look, if you put a mustache on your painting, this boy, now look, I've got a mustache right here. Now, let me put this on Clarabelle like this, see? Now, we'll have some fun with Clarabelle. He had fun with us. Now, we're going to put a big mustache on there. How's that, kid? Now, don't say anything, all right? Clarabelle! Oh, Clarabelle! Clarabelle, look, I've got some news for you, Clarabelle. Clarabelle, I've got good news for you.
You know we got a surprise for you. You are going to be in the comic strip after all. Right. Isn't that good? Yeah, now don't get too excited. Clarabelle, you want to look? Look, Clarabelle, look. How do you like that? How do you like that, Clarabelle? Oh, that was a good joke. Yeah, say so. That's it all. Oh, the seltzer bottle! Stop, fellas! Stop!
So long, Bob.
So long, Bob. So long, fellas. Clarabelle, you silly! What's the matter with you, Clarabelle? It was just a joke. You're going to be in the thing anyway. You're going to be in the comic strip, and there's not going to be a mistake. I just did that to be silly. Oh, you can play a joke, but nobody can ever play a joke on you. Howdy. Look at this silly cat. And you realize poor Milt almost got hit with a seltzer bottle a second time. You silly clown. Now go and start a movie for us in the Scope Theater. Hurry up. What's the matter? Start a movie. Oh, you're in the comic strip now. You don't have to do any more work on it. Well, all right, go away. Milt! Go on, get out of here, Clarabelle. Milt, would you do me a favor? Yeah. Kids, would you like to see how they get out of here, Clarabelle? Get out. Get lost, please. Kids, would you like to see how they make movies in Hollywood? Milt, do you think you could show us how they draw an old-time movie? Oh, I think so. All right, now you watch, kids, and Milt Neal is going to show you just how we make an old-time movie. Now watch. Now watch. Watch what we're going to do here. And don't forget now, you boys and girls, you're going to be seeing the Howdy Doody comic strip a week from this Sunday in many of our television city papers. Old-time movie. Oh, that's wonderful, Milt. And kids, there is the old-time movie. Thanks very much, Milt Neal. And Chad Goldstuff. Good luck to you fellas, and we'll be seeing you in the funny papers. Well, now, kids, here we have a movie today of the Smith family. I think you remember our pal Jimmy Smith. See, our pal Jimmy Smith has invited over his brother, and his brother came over with a lot of dogs, and he's going to do a lot of tricks. Now, this is one of the tricks that he does. He puts a little dog into a machine, and he grinds it up, and what do you think comes out? Hot dog. That's right. Ah, yes, sir. Oh, look, see, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, kid. Tricks like, little stereo flowers, and people go to smell the flower, he presses the bulb, and the water shoots out. It's just like Clarabelle. He's a skinny type Clarabelle, this fella. So now he's going to do another act here with a little kitty. And actually, the cat wasn't supposed to be there. The cat came out too soon. So Jimmy is trying to call the cat. He says, Kitty, come on out here. He says, look, I've got some fresh salmon for you. And, of course, that got the cat. So now they're watching him entertain. They think it's very funny. And little Bobby, she came out on the stage too early, too. And look at those cute little doggies. Aren't they cute? So she says, forward, march!
jumps through the hoop. And the little doggy jumps in there backwards. Did you see that? That's a pretty good trick. Mommy went to take her little bow, and the little doggy came out and happened to knock her over. And everybody says, "Wow, that's a wonderful show." Now watch. Now little Bobby is holding this very expensive vase, and there's a little fly on her leg, and it's starting to itch her. She can't scratch it, of course, because she has both her hands to hold that ticket. Where is it, a vase? What is it? Oh, it's nothing. It's sample. Well, kids, it looks like that's all the time for the movie we have today. The movie's showing you the rest of it someday real soon. You know, movies are fun, aren't they? You like movies, Sonny? Oh, you betcha we all like movies. But you know, kids, something else that's fun, too. As a matter of fact, boys and girls, here is something that's not only fun, but it's 3 times the fun. It's our Big Three Musketeers. And I'm going to let this little boy right next to me try it. But first, kids, I want to show you something. Now, when you take that wrapper off a Three Musketeer bar, oh, boy, then the real fun starts. Because now watch, here's how it breaks into 3 pieces. 1, 2, and 3. Ah, yes, sir. And now, how about this little fellow? Come on, Sonny, you just taste that delicious, tempting, pure milk chocolate coating. And then inside, that good, rich cocoa nougat. And it's all so delicious. And all, of course, means all 3 big, delicious pieces. So now, kids, you remember that it only costs a nickel. So, boys and girls, you remember, when you want the biggest and the very, very best in candy-eating fun, then you look up kids and get the Big Three Musketeers. Oh, gosh, kids, there goes the cuckoo. Well, it's time to go. Oh, hi, Inspector. Hi, Howdy. Hey, say, look, you what? Look over there. Oh, God. What's coming down? What? I'm caught. What? What? Look, that's... Well, you know what that is? That's the Featherman's headdress. The Featherman's headdress? Well, for heaven's sakes, I wonder what that means. NBC Television. Is fashioned in part by the environment in which it develops, by temperament, by physique, and by intelligence. moment's of tension can often provide insight into the unchangeable core of a personality. They may reveal clues as to how that person will behave at other times. For instance,
We out of gas?
Oh, God. What do we do now?
Well, there must be a filling station somewhere near here.
I don't know. I didn't look.
watching Max handle the situation may tell us something about him.
Well, no cars. I guess that means you fellas are going to have to take a walk. Jim, I think we passed the station about 2 miles back. Why don't you check it? Okay. Son, why don't you check across the hill? There might be something there. And I'll wait here with the car and we'll all meet.
Yeah. The situation seems to be well in hand. Mac has a cool head and the ability to give clear, simple orders. He knows how to save himself, might we say, and his friends don't seem to mind the executive manner. In fact, it gives them a feeling of security. Mac knows what he's doing, they think. He's that kind of a person. But how would a girl react? After all, Mac can change his spot when he changes company.
Boy, what beautiful weather. We'll make it over in 35 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I want to go in the plane.
Oh, it's fun. You'll love it.
I'm kind of scared.
With me at the controls?
Well, it's not that, Mac. It's just that, well, I don't like flying. Couldn't I drive over in the car?
Hi there, nice day.
Hi there.
Come on, baby, time to go.
I'll be there by the time the game starts.
Well, if that's what you want. You girls want to hop over the hill with me?
You make for game? Oh, well, let's go. Mac.
I'll tell you when. Just hang on. Going over the game? Yeah. See you there. Good luck.
Yeah, I think I might.
That's the girl. I knew you were no sissy. Ready? Come on, I'll fix you up. Hey, Joe. I've got a couple of pretty girls here who want to go to the game. Sure. Send them on over.
Thanks very much.
Good
Thanks a
luck. See you
lot.
at the game.
This girl seems to like Mac's way of doing things. It's strong, decisive. But many girls would feel pushed around by such treatment. Mac, one might guess, is going to be boss whether he's at the office or at home. If you don't like bosses, he's the kind of person to avoid. You can't have his strength without the rest of it. Hello, we seem to have been here before. No, it's a girl this time. She doesn't seem to like the situation at all.
What am I going to do now? Didn't you tell the man at the garage to fix it? I can't hear you. I said I didn't know you wanted me to. I told the man at the garage 100 times to always check the gas before I take it out, but you didn't tell me. The bellboy parked the car for me last night. Why didn't he think of it? Well, don't you think you ought to do something to get fixed there?
Everyone's fault but hers. Is she really so helpless, or is it her way of doing things? And how does the boyfriend react to such behavior?
Let's look at the blouses.
Well, blouse the other day I thought it looked good on you.
Really, what was it like?
Oh, white.
George, when will you learn that I don't wear white?
Well, that was nice, I think.
Yes, something that is beautiful. I like the cut. You have good taste.
It's white.
Not exactly white, it's more of an off-white. Besides, it's silk, and I like silk so much.
Some fellows like the challenge of pleasing people who seem hard to please. Girls like Irene usually find it.
Oh, George, you're so thoughtful. What is it? Oh, it's that blouse. Oh, darling, what a surprise. I must
Why don't you try it on?
Ridiculous, I couldn't even get it off.
We'll try it at least.
George's perseverance. Most of us would have given up a long time ago. But then, we have the advantage of not being in love.
George, you don't fit. That's for him after this fine stuff wouldn't fit me. I must have lost weight. Oh, I'm so happy I lost weight.
You look good.
Every woman could see how my willpower.
George seems to have a little willpower himself and a pretty girl to boot. And if he doesn't mind having to cope with Irene's personality, she's a good girl for him. After all, it takes all kinds. Running out of gas might be a moment of tension to some of us. To others, it could be a moment of torture.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Look at that. Where'd you get that gas? You never gave me a scare. Oh, this is terrible. I should have checked the gas before I left. Take it easy, Tommy. I don't know how this could have happened. The tank was full just before we started. It doesn't matter if we're delayed. I should have no hurry. I should have checked the mileage. I don't know how a thing like this could have happened.
Tom's friend is a great one for direct action. And so he shook himself and moved. He's that kind. But Tom is the kind of fellow who has to worry before he acts.
Look, let's try and stop a car. Oh, my God, you're right. I should have stopped it when I get past. Now it's gone. There'll be other cars. Take it easy. Here, have a cigarette. Here comes one now.
Thank you. Well, here's the gas.
Oh, you're wonderful. How did you do it? Now, why couldn't I have thought of that myself?
You see, all you got to do is to take it easy and everything comes out all right.
Poor Tom. But how does a girl react if it's healthy? If she's one kind of girl, her maternal feelings may be touched. Tom always means so well. But if she's another kind of girl,
You should get the front up town and get a bite to eat there. You were bored with the play. I knew it. I should have paid attention to the movie.
I wasn't bored. It was tired, I think.
Shouldn't have taken you out there. But I expect that busy. I should have known that you didn't want to go out in the middle of the week. Maybe we shouldn't go any deeper. But you haven't had any dinner.
Oh, Tom, why do you make up your mind? I'm too tired to stay.
I'm sorry. I'm boring you with my talk. I should take you home. After you got a bite to eat on the way. Would you like that?
Here's my bum.
the lady wanted a man, not a mouse. Especially not such a kind, considerate mouse. We're back here at our old stand again. Will it be a boy or a girl? By now it's getting pretty obvious that we can't get the reaction according to sex. Weaker indeed.
Look, we're out of gas. Oh, now I have to walk to the next gas station.
Oh, no, it's lovely. Let's have our picnic lunch right here. How are we going to get out of here?
Oh, that's simple.
I'll show you. Now, first open the hood for me. Hand me a lipstick. Come.
A moment of tension? Well, you wouldn't know it from Lily's reaction. If this is trouble, Lily seems to thrive on it. Her friends say that when Lily gets into hot water, she simply takes a bath. Fighters call it rolling with a punch.
Look at the blanket next over there. Up there. It's the radio, too. We'll have some music.
Good idea.
Might as well do it right. Perfect picture of a lady in distress, but it's a lady who knows something about human nature, and it doesn't think worrying is fun. Remember? This started out as a moment of tension. How Lily suffered. Some boys might appreciate Lily's ingenuity and resourcefulness, but there are all kinds of boys. Some are like Bill.
About a great place to go swimming after lunch here.
That's swell.
How's Pa coming along?
Oh, it's coming along all right.
Coming along all right. Boy, George, hardly even got it burning. It's amazing how innocent women are.
Why don't you tell me how to do it?
Glad to. Mine's got to have a little bit of air. See if it has some wood on it. Nice. Put the wood on it. Take it down and... Well, the French thing got it down and blowing. That. Dad, you're going to cut your finger off. That'll be a law against women having tools. All you have to do is put the point over the rim of the can like this. Very simple. And you swim.
I have thought of them, just like all women. I completely forgot to tell you that I have to go home right after lunch.
Oh, what about our swim this afternoon?
This isn't exactly what Bill planned for the afternoon. Girls, girls, all like them. You wonder sometimes why fellas like Bill don't leave them alone.
You're so much nicer than most girls I know. For instance, other women just can't take the truth. But isn't it the fact that women just aren't as practical as men?
In some respects, yes. Like driving on a crowded road. It makes me terribly bitter, but I'm sure that you, as a man...
Oh, I'll be glad to take over.
It's wonderful how some of us can dig holes for ourselves and think we're having a good time when we fall into them. What a man is Bill.
I didn't mean to say that women are inferior to men, but...
You know, Bill, I trust you and your driving so much I feel I can just close my eyes and go to sleep.
Go right ahead. That really makes me feel good.
Lily is the kind of girl who can manage very well, thank you. If you're looking for a girl who will cling and faint, Lily is poison. But if you can respect a girl for her intelligence and strength, Lily is, very respectable. Tension is a feeling. There are different ways of reacting to it. Some people will get anxious, they'll get frightened, or start fighting, while still others, like Gerald here at the wheel,
Just a minute. I know what it is.
Gerald's reaction to tension is and not to call the pull of his hair. He knows he must have a clogged fuel on.
Oh, I wonder what's happened now.
I know what it is. He's out of gas. Gerald, you have no gas.
I'm not going to miss my airplane.
Gerald, you're out of gas. Not got to get to the airport on time. Oh, up in the
But Joe is a man of action, too. And pretty tense at this point.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sorry to put a scare on you, Joe. That gauge broke down on me only yesterday.
The strong, silent man. But sometimes women like them like that. Especially when a decision has to be made. They're not apt to argue.
Listen, Robbie's gonna call. They're not going shooting. They're going to the beach instead. What do you think? You can go with them. The weather really is beach weather. There won't be many more days like this, and then we haven't been to the beach much this year. Then I forgot you don't like the beach, do you?
Jerry is sitting this out.
And I don't know that I want to be with Robbie all weekend. Because it is. I guess we might as well go where we wanted to. It'll be nice and quiet in the mountains. Oh, but then we haven't made any reservations, and it might be a little crowded with this kind of weather.
Just let her work it out, Ethan. She's doing fine.
Oh, no, that's no good. Next weekend's a holiday I forgot. Then I'm sure they won't be crowded this weekend. Oh, and you just so want to go fishing, didn't you? Let's go fishing. We'll find a room. I'm glad we decided to go fishing, dear. I'll get ready. It won't take me long.
All right. Gerald won that argument without ever entering the debate or getting angry or even seriously worrying about his fishing plans. He's that kind of a man. Some of these couples are going to find happiness together. Not perfection, but a relatively happy life. Those are the couples who know something about each other now and know themselves fairly well. It's not necessary to find a person exactly like yourself, but it is important to accept the other person as he or she really is, as he or she looks at the outside world. By the time people are ready for marriage, they're grown up, they have a definite personality, definite values, definite ways of behaving. They're not likely to change just because someone else wants to reform them. That's the way they are. Remember, it takes all kinds, and you have the right to choose among them. When you marry, you must live with a person, not a dream.
Finally released me from the hospital, and now I'm home again. But, in a way, I almost wish I had died there. Would have been easier for us. When I see what's happened to me, and look, I can look from my window and see all the rest of the gang having fun. All having fun. But I've had my lesson. Poor Danica off with me now. Not even married. Some of the fault was mine, I know. And yet, it all started so innocently. The day of the big football game. Anderson just had us playing the Moose team that day. And both Larry and Nick were wonderful. Nick made 2 touchdowns himself. Oh, it was terribly exciting. But then after the game, when Kathy Robbins, she's my best friend, and I were waiting outside the stadium dressing room for Nick and Mary, she made me think a little by something she said. Oh, wasn't he wonderful, Kathy? Who, Nick? Oh, yes, he's quite a flat. But did you notice he ran interference for him? Larry, your other boyfriend, remember? You did? Oh, of course, I should have known. But they're both so... Well, it's exciting to decide which one I like the best. Gee, I wish I had that kind of a problem. Which one of them are you going to let take you home, Jeannie? Oh, I don't know. Haven't decided. Of course, Nick has a hot rod car his father gave him last week. Very snazzy. Yep, learn to drive. Nick's a good driver. His own father showed him how. It's maybe a little reckless. Well, I wouldn't ride with him for all the tea in China. He doesn't come from China, silly. It comes from Ceylon or somewhere. Yeah. I was rather sure of myself that day. It was wonderful to have my choice between the two most popular boys in school. And then, Larry and Nick came out. Now I was faced with a decision. Didn't I let you keep them out? I like them both about the same.
How'd you like the game, Jeannie?
Oh, it's super, Nick. You were wonderful. Especially behind the interference you had.
It's been since I don't appreciate it. Larry here did a swell job of mowing them down. They weren't too tough.
Well, from where we sat, it looked as though you were opening up holes big enough to drive a truck through.
You let me mind. How would you all like to take a ride in my new Mustang? My dad gave it to me last week. Really a two-step hot rod. 2 better than 90 without even half phone.
Oh, I'd love that.
But Jim, I thought we were going to... Well, anyway, I can't join you. I have a family car here and I have to take it home.
You better help me out, too. I've had one ride with this candidate, Suicide. I don't think I could stand another one.
Candidate for what?
Suicide. Don't you ever listen to Dan Bacon, the disc jockey on the radio? He talks about it all the time. He calls it the fine art of killing yourself before you're 30. You do it with an automobile. He says all you have to do is treat everyone else on the road like an unwanted relative or a mother-in-law. Forget all you've ever learned about being polite and considerate to others, and you'll make it. That's what the man says, and I believe it. Come on, Larry, take me home, huh?
Come on, kid.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. So what do you suppose got into her? Suicide. That's a lot of nonsense. Besides, my old man taught me how to drive. I see the way he can wheel a car around. Never had an accident yet. He's only been arrested 3 times. Oh, beautiful. Shall we be off into the wild blue yonder? Come on, I'll give you a real ride.
It was a real ride, all right. We went a long way out along the turnpike, and we went back. By the time I got to my house, I was windblown and almost exhausted because the way Nick drove was, well, pretty frightening. Jealous and thrilling, too. Nick wanted a date that evening before dancing at the lake, but I turned him down. Somehow I felt uneasy about riding with him at night. He didn't take it very well. He was angry as he went away. And then, as I trotted into the house, I got a big surprise. Larry was sitting on our porch swing waiting for me. Hey, what in the world are you doing here?
I had to talk to you, Jim. And, well, your mother said I could wait for you and then stay for dinner. Where have you been?
Nick and I took a long way home. He's a terrific driver.
I see. Sit down for a minute.
All right. No. What was it that you wanted to talk to me about that's so important?
Oh, look. You remember what Kathy told us about Suicide this afternoon?
Yes, I remember. Nick thought it was pretty silly.
Yes, I expected he would. And that's what I want to talk to you about. Jean, I wish you wouldn't ride in that hot rod of Nick. I mean, the way he drives, it's dangerous.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Larry Jerry. I think you're jealous, that's all. How steady can a man be
You don't own me.
No, I don't. But I hope to someday. And I want you all in one piece. Look, I'm not a square or a killjoy. You know that. If I wanted to, I could drive faster and crazier than Nick or any other hot rod guy in the world. But it's the same excuse for mine. To risk your own life and the lives of a lot of other people just to show off the fact that you can operate a car. Any kid can drive an automobile. What's so special about it? I like you so much that I don't want anything to happen.
All right, children, dinner's ready.
Yes, they almost turned into a quarrel. But I was really touched by Larry's concern about me. And more than that, I had another. He was sweet. So, after dinner, Larry went home to change his clothes. I had agreed to go with him to the lake for a few dances at the casino. I put on my prettiest dress. Oh, it was a lovely evening. And somehow Larry looked awfully handsome. More so than I'd ever seen him before. Oh, it was nice when someone said so much about me. Certainly was a lot different riding with Larry than it had been with Nick. You drive like a slowpoke. You ought to take lessons from Nick. He really does.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it.
Oh, hurry up. You can beat that red light.
Maybe. Maybe somebody else on the side street is trying to beat it, too.
Why did you pass that car ahead of us?
Because, darling, I don't want to go over the speed limit.
Oh, for goodness sake, we'll never get to the lake at this rate. Lovely music, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Going to a nice night, too. Moon and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And now we bring you that man who spins platters while he sings and chatters can't break.
Hey, that's the book Jackie Chappie was talking about this afternoon.
Yes, I hope. And I've got a lot of selection for tonight. But before we start, I want to word with any of you teenage ladies and gentlemen who may be listening. You're all such nice kids. But tell me, are you still alive? You are? Good. Then you haven't committed suicide yet, have you? What is suicide? Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Suicide is the fine art of killing yourself and maybe somebody else before you reach the age of 20. You do it with an automobile. It's easy, really. All you have to do...
Too corny. Besides, I think you knew he was going to be on that station, so you deliberately... Oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about this suicide thing. Hurry up, will you? The gas will be over before we get there. But Larry didn't hurry. He stayed strictly within the speed limit. I suppose I was pretty unreasonable about the whole thing. But to me then, it seemed like much ado about nothing at all. When we got to the Lake Casino, I stopped being mad. Hearing the music, I wanted to dance and have fun. Larry's a marvelous dancer. And I
was glad to tell me. He was a darling. He even tried to kiss me while we were dancing. But suddenly, I opened my eyes and there was Nick.
Pardon me, may I cut in?
Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick. Didn't expect to see you here. Oh, I expect you didn't. May I have a dance with your girl? Well, sure, if she's willing. But just one dance, mister. That's all I want. One dance.
Nick was furious with me. Why had I refused a date with him and then gone out with Larry? I didn't have any excuse. But his attitude made me miserable. The whole evening was spoiled. After a while, though, he got over his mad a little, and finally we made up. And all was forgiven.
Take a little ride around the lake?
Oh, I couldn't do that. Larry's ready to dance with me.
He's over there talking to a bunch of the guys in the team. It'll only take about 15 minutes, and you'll even miss him.
Well, I thought I did owe Nick some consideration for having gone off with Larry instead of him. And on an impulse, I agreed to take a short ride. Not more than 15 minutes. Not more than 15 minutes. Quite as fast as you did this afternoon, Nicky.
What's the matter? You been listening to that Keener-side nonsense some more? I've been driving since I was 12 years old. Like I told you, his father taught me all the tricks.
Be careful, Nick.
Don't worry, there's nothing to it. Watch it. Give him the horn, make him get out of the way.
There wasn't any doubt that Nick knew how to handle a car. But I couldn't help remembering something.
It's the fine art of killing yourself. Somebody else before you reach the age of 20. You do it with an automobile. They really.
Do you have to take corners on two wheels?
Why not? Two wheels are better than none. That's what my old man always said.
Hey, Nicky, it's a second I'd like to run.
Oh, those things are for old women and scaredy cats. I know what I'm doing.
Why don't you let that car behind you pass us? I'm in no hurry.
I'm always in a hurry, honey. Always in a hurry. Watch me make this baby walk away from him.
Inside is the fine art of killing yourself and maybe somebody else before you reach the age of 20. You do it with an automobile. Inside. 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 Inside.
That classic truck.
Oh, no, Nick, no, not on a car. There's another car. So you see, it would have been better if I died in the hospital. Didn't look the way I did. I couldn't even go to Nick's funeral. Or the funerals of all those people in the other car. Like I said before, I've had my last days.
kids. What time is it? Wow. Howdy, Shouty kids. And howdy, Buffalo Bob. Well, howdy, Mr. Duty. And boys and girls at home and kids in the gallery, let's go. Girls, another beginning of the week here, and you know we really have plenty to do today. Yeah, our buddy Clarabelle is still looking for a job, as you all know. But most of all, remember that exciting phone call, Howdy, that we got from the Buster Brothers? What about that, Howdy, Judy? Oh, gosh, about that phone call that we got on the last show from the Buster Brothers. Boy, that's really got me thinking. Oh, it's got you thinking. Me too, Howdy. And you know, the inspector found some sort of a note here from Phineas T. Buster and from Don Jose Buster saying that they were off to South America to find about all those strange things that have gone wrong. Now, all you boys and girls in the peanut gallery here, you kids at home, you kids know that 9 things have gone wrong, don't you? You know that too, little fella? What's your name? Johnny Hicks. You know that 9 bad things have gone wrong here in the last couple of days? Yes, sir. Now, you remember the last thing that went wrong. It seems that on our last show, somebody put a trick on the scope doodle saying, this is number 9. This is number 9 on the scope doodle. And, of course, we still haven't been able to figure out just who did it. Oh, gosh, no. Boy, it sure is a mystery. And that phone call, didn't the Buster Brothers say something funny, Buffalo Bob? You know, some sort of a funny-sounding kind of a word. Oh, yeah, Howdy, you're right. Let me see. You said something about a mile a meal. Is it something, a mile a meal, or whatever that means? Oh, gosh, I don't know what it could be either, Buffalo Bob, except, say, maybe the inspector might be able to help us. Say, now, that's a good idea, Howdy. Why don't you call the inspector right now? Okay, fine, boy. Oh, boy, after all, he's the one who found the note from the Busters, and he's the one who should know something about a mile a meal. I'll call him. Oh, Inspector! Inspector! Oh, Fluff. No, I don't want you, Fluff.
Yeah. You don't want me?
No, Fluff. No. Oh, no, Fluff. Fluff. No, Fluff. No, Fluff, what I mean, Fluff, I love you, Fluff, but yes, I do, Fluff. Fluff, don't you see? I just mean that I don't want you now. You see, I'm trying to talk to the inspector.
Ah.
See?
Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, Howdy, I'll go back inside and see if I can see it. And listen, if you want me again, just call.
All right, I will, Fluff. Okay,
Okay, come on.
Oh, I guess I better go and find the inspector myself. All right, Howdy, go ahead. Good luck. You find him. And in the meantime, Oh, Clarabelle. Yes, Clarabelle, you're, still looking for a job, huh? Yep. I know you're still looking for a job, Clarabelle. I do. What? Oh, you mean you're still running ads here in the New York Journal American? Well, now, that's good sense. You know, all you boys and girls, Clarabelle is actually supposed to be out of a job as of today. But then, you see what happened. Clarabelle was supposed to be out of the circus at the end of last week, but we couldn't get the Featherman to come here and take Clarabelle's place for another week. So we're letting Clarabelle just stay here at this circus until the Featherman can make it. Of course, she's not getting paid. Clarabelle isn't getting paid. Clarabelle, every time I mention the Featherman, you go crazy. You don't like the Featherman, do you? Oh, Clarabelle, you haven't told me. Did you get any more offers for any jobs? Did you get some more postcards? Well, that's good. I'd like to read some of these cards up. Oh, but look, kids. We'll read them later. I see the inspector here, and how do you talk together? Look.
Oh, boy,
Oh, boy, yeah, Inspector.
Oh, that special, that phone call, you know, that you got from Mr. Forte?
Yeah, boy.
Said something about, what was that?
A mile.
A mile, a meal.
A mile a meal. Yeah, that's it. And have you figured out what he meant by that?
No, wait. A mile, a meal.
A mile a meal.
See, I can't figure it, Harry. I don't even know what that a mile, a meal stuff is. I have no idea.
Gosh, Inspector, I just hope the Buster Brothers get here soon. And look, while we're waiting, maybe Buffalo Bob will show us a movie.
Oh, boy, yeah. Would you,
All right,
Buffalo Bob?
sure, Inspector. Good to see you again.
Say, nice to see you too, Buffalo Bob.
You've been thinking about this a mile a meal, all right?
I'm trying to work on it.
All right, fine. Clarabelle, I want to look at your ad today here in the New York Journal American. And you, meantime, get the Schofield set, would you please? You know, I certainly hope that Clarabelle gets a job here by the end of the week, because, you know we're not paying Clarabelle now, don't you? Clarabelle just staying here, you see, for a while. Right now, kids, we're going to see a very, very cute movie with our three old pals, the Tons of Fun. And I wonder if any of you kids remember what their first names were. Who was it? Bullet? That's right, Bullet. And who else? And Clint. And who else? Vic. Vic and Clinton Bullet. That's right. Well, now, Vic and Clinton Bullet all sleep in the same house. And they have a unique way, a rather unique way in which to awaken. And that is that they have the alarm clock set off this battery charge. And all this tremendous high voltage of power sets their bed a-rocking. And then the fellas get out of bed. All walk over, put on their hats at the same time, get into their suits, and they're off to work. That's Vic in the front, Clint in the middle, and Bullet. Bullet, he's a real big one, isn't he? So they go out to find their automobile, and the one says, well, where is it? He says, well, I don't know. And just then they see that the junkman wagon picked up their automobile. Now, isn't that terrible? The junkman says, all right. He says, if I picked up your automobile, he says, get it off of this heap of junk. And there, sure enough, was their automobile. Now, that must be a very good car. The junkman thought it was junk and put it in the garbage can. You see, when Bullet was 21 years old, he took the $200 that he had saved out of the bank, and he bought this lovely Ford tourist car. So now they're off to work. Boy, they're going to be late for work, and sure enough they are, because, kids, here's the boss. And he says, where are those three fellas, that Vic and that Clint and that Bullet? They're always late for work. What's the matter with them? So the fellas park out in front of their office, and they see that there's no parking space, so look what happens. Vic shoves the tires in the front, Bullet shoves the tires in the rear, all back, and then Clint comes right along and shoves the automobile right in the empty parking space. It's a good way, isn't it? Huh? Boy, we'll have to do that. What business is your daddy in, Clint? In the automobile business? Well, good for him. Does he have a car like the one that Tons of Fun used? He does. Oh, all right, fine. So anyway, the boss sees old just raising Cain because those Tons of Fun are late for work. So the man in the office says, now look, the boss has noticed these being late. So he says, you better go to your desk and quickly stamp them. So the boss walks in the office and he says, well, Vic, why are you late, Vic? And Vic sticks his tongue out at the boss, and the boss, he has the safety thing to do, you know, to stick your tongue out at somebody. But actually, all Vic was doing was licking the stamp to put it on the envelope, and his tongue happened to still be out. So the boss says, Clint? And Clint's tongue was out at him, and he says, Bullet! And Bullet's tongue was also out from licking the envelope. So the boss says, oh, you fellas. He says, I tell you right now, you work here the rest of the day, and then you are fired. Completely fired. So Clint leans on the sponge, and he squirts water all over the boss's face. The boss says, and you, don't you laugh, you get back to your work too. So the boss leaves. Now, once you're working hard, and then you're through for the day. So just now, the boss's daughter comes to work.
She doesn't actually work here, kid. She just came to see your daddy because she's having a big party at her house, and she says, Daddy, why are you so cross? And Daddy says, oh, those fellas, that Vic and that Clint and that Bullock, they're the worst fellas I've ever met in my life. Always late for work. They don't work hard. And... Oh, the boss's daughter likes that fellow. Let's give him a name. What do we call him? Jim? All right, Jim. He's the fellow who never sends any flowers. So now, the boss's daughter, what do we call her? Let's see. Betty Lou? All right, Betty Lou says to Jim, oh, no, we got to call her Lois, because that's her name. She looks at the invitation, and it says, Miss Lois Strauss requests the pleasure of your company at her kid costume party. Now, you see, Lois, that's the boss's daughter. That's the girl there. Lois is having a party where all the guests are to come dressed up as kids. So, what Lois does is to show the fellow in the office. She kind of likes him. What's his name again? Oh, yeah, Jim. She kind of likes Jim. Jim, here's an invitation for you. I want you to come to my kid costume party because we're going to have lots of fun. So now look what happens. A little monkey. There's a little monkey who lives in the little purse. And he takes out 3 invitations to the party. He comes up to the desk, and he gives Vic and Clint and Bullock all an invitation to the party. So now you watch what happens. They're going to come to these parties dressed up as little kids. Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun. And now they're trying to catch the monkey. They want to give him a couple peanuts to thank him for the invitation. He climbs up on top of the clock, now up under the chandelier. Oh, I'd like to bet that chandelier is going to fall on one of their heads. I bet it will. Sure enough, the monkey climbs on the chandelier and hits right on his poor big old head. So now, Clint gets mad. I'll get him over the water cooler. Oh, still him. Oh, and he gets him and knocks the water cooler all over. The little monkey underneath his dolly. So Clint says, you just wait, fellas. I'll get him. Now wait. Okay, give it to him. They're going to sneak in the monkey. Oh, look what Clint hit Bullock over the head with that fish net. So he says, take it off. He says, for heaven's sakes, I'm not the monkey. So watch what happens. Just as he goes to catch the monkey, the dad walks in the office, the big boss, and then Clint broke that pole over his head. No, this is the end. You're fired. Out. Through. Kaput. Finished. So comes the day of the party. And Lois has all her boyfriends and girlfriends over there. And they're having such fun. They're playing cute little games like drop the beans in a bottle. And you kids have birthday parties? Let me see, what kind of games do you have? What's this little fella's name? What's your name, Sonny? What is it? Alan, what kind of games do you play? In the tail on the donkey, do you play that? What else? Blind man's bluff, and what do you play, Susie? What do you play?
Go to the movies most of the time.
Oh, you go to movies, that's 5. What games do you play, Sonny? Come on over and tell me. What do you play? What is your name first?
This is James.
All right, Rich, what do you play?
I play Spin the Bottle.
Spin the bottle. Oh, that's a cute game. There's more bottles that way. That's a cute game. So now I think they're playing Blind Man's Bob. Or no, what is it? Spin the bottle. Or spin the tail on the donkey. Or no, what is it? Spin the bottle on the tail. Or no, spin the tail on the donkey. That's what I was trying about. Say. So now they're having a... Oh, look.
here playing back and forth. The three boys haven't arrived yet. Vicar Clinton bullets. They're late for everything, including the party. But they'll get here. They'll get here.
That's probably different.
So they're playing games, and Lois is having fun, and Jim is so cute. Jim has got that little boy suit on, too. I think that's kind of a neat idea where all older people go to a party and they dress as little boys and girls. And Lois and Jim evidently are having their own little game of spin the bottle. And just then, they are playing spin the bottle, I think, because I think Jim is supposed to kiss Lois at this point, and they're both a little bit embarrassed. Well, Bill, you ever kiss girl clowns? Oh, yes. So, sure enough, Jim is supposed to kiss Lois, and Jim's a little embarrassed. He says, oh, yeah, come on, kiss. Doesn't Clarabelle. And while he's standing there, the door opens. Again, there's a party, but the three tons of Vic Clinton bullets. So Vic says, go on, Bullets, give me a kiss. And Bullets says, no. Vic, you kiss her. And Vic says, oh, shucks, no, I can't. You, Vic, and Bullets, no, you're right, well, kids, I'm afraid that's all we're all going to be able to show you today. But tomorrow we'll be showing you all the rest of what happens at the party, okay? All right, fine. Well, say, kids, look over there. Look what Howdy Doody has. Oh, yes, sir, kids. It's time for the Big Three Musketeers. Oh, yes, sir. It's that Big Three again, kids. For Three Musketeers, that wonderful candy bar that breaks into three big pieces. Ah, yes, sir, boys and girls. And when you go to your favorite candy counter, this is the candy bar to look for, with the bright wrapper showing the Three Musketeers. And then, kids, when you start opening the bar, oh, what a delicious treat inside. Yes, sir, because you see, kids, how it breaks into three big pieces. 1, 2, 3. And you know, kids, the big 3-in-1 Three Musketeer bar is only a nickel. Yes, sir, how about this little fella right here? Come on, Sonny, you take a nice big bite. That's the way now. Isn't that wonderful? With that fresh milk chocolate and that good tasting cocoa nougat inside. And you always remember, yes, sir, you remember there are 3 big pieces for 3 times the candy-eating fun. And you know, all you boys and girls in the peanut gallery are going to get a big Three Musketeer bar right after the joke. Oh, yes, sir, kids. Oh, but you know, Buffalo Bob, the Buster Brothers, gosh, those 3 Buster Brothers, they're not here yet. And, well, gosh, I can hardly wait. Boy, you can hardly wait, Howdy. I'm all up in the air, too. I don't know what's delaying those fellas, because they did... Oh, yes, Clarabelle. What? Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do, kids. Look, while we're waiting for the Buster Brothers to get here, Clarabelle, could I look through some of your letters for different jobs? Now, this is some of the cards here that were sent in to Clarabelle for different jobs. So let me see. Richard Transack of New York City says, Dear Clarabelle, I think that you should take my place doing the supper dishes. That's a good idea, Clarabelle. You could go over to Richard's house and do the supper dishes. Can you do dishes? Show me how you do dishes. Because I know that lots of boys and girls do help their mommy and daddy with the dishes, and that's a good idea. That's the way, Clarabelle. Now, clean them nice, and that's the way. I hope that a lot of you boys and girls do the dishes for your mommy. What? There's a buzzer, wasn't it? Clarabelle, someone's at the door. Answer the door, would you please? Because I do hope that lots of you kids do the dishes for your mommies. Do you help your mommies with the dishes? Yeah. Well, I hope you do. Clarabelle, there's a buzzer. Someone's at the back. Would you hurry and go and see who it is? Now, I hope that you kids do help your... Clarabelle. What is the matter with you? That's no way to do the dishes. That's no way to do dishes for your mother.
What? Don't answer that door. That's silly. I hope none of you kids ever break dishes in there. If I know what my mommy would have done to me if I'd have broken it. What have you got here, Clarabelle? 2 telegrams. Well, this is wonderful. Let me see what this says here. Well, this is from Ann and Paul Castle, and they say, this is from Poughkeepsie, New York. It says, you can work on my father's radio station. How would you like to work for a radio station, Clarabelle? Of course, all you could do is honk the horn. But you better look into it, Clarabelle. It might be something. You say that. Let me see what this wire says. Say, this is wonderful. Telegrams and everything. And this is from Barbara Zena. Barbara says, you can be on a quiz program and honk when the people don't answer correctly. Say, there's a good idea. Clarabelle, you could be on a quiz program, like a master ceremony could ask the people questions. If they answer correctly, okay, you don't honk. But if they answer incorrectly, if they give you wrong answers, then you honk the horn, meaning wrong answer. Let's try it right now, shall we? All right, fine. Let's get somebody from the gallery. How about this little girl right here? All right, now, please, let's pretend that we're on a quiz program. See, what's your name? All right, Sharon, good. Now, look, Sharon, how much is 2 and 2? Oh. Well, all right. Now, this little girl, how about this little, what's your name, sweetie? All right, Elizabeth, fine. Now, how much is 2 and 2? 2 and 2 is 4. Now, let's find out from the judge. 2 and 2 is 4. Clarabelle, you weren't supposed to honk. I said only honk if the answer is wrong. 2 and 2 is 4, that's right. Oh, you couldn't even work on a quiz program. Clarabelle, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Look, kid! Here comes the Buster! I'm so glad you made the trip wonderful. I see you back with where's your brother Don Jose, Buster?
Oh, my brother. Yes, it's a long story, my boy.
What happened?
Something that we'll go into in a few moments. There are many things that have to come first. I always say, first thing first. What do you always say, Buffalo Bob?
Oh, well, I always say first thing first.
Yeah,
what happened to you?
Stand up and switch like that.
Yes, well, what happened to your brother? I mean, I don't understand, first of all, why you ever went to South America.
Yes, well, I'll tell you what it was, my boy. My brother Don Jose and I had a hunt. We had a very good hunt.
Oh, yeah.
We thought that we could find out why the 9 things had gone wrong.
Oh, yes.
You see, my boy, we thought that the 9 things that went wrong,
yes,
something to do with the lucky left leg of the Lima Llama.
The lucky left leg of the Lima Llama?
Yeah, that's what we figured.
Well, I can't believe it.
Ah, well, believe it or not, Buffalo Bob, we were right.
No fooling.
No fooling.
Well, that is a surprise, kid.
Here.
Mr. Buster, now let me get this right. You say that all the trouble we've been having here around the circus, those 9 things, is some way connected with the lucky left leg of the Lima Llama.
Right. That's right, my boy. And do you remember the 3 steps? The 3 steps that we have to do to use the lucky left leg?
Oh, the 3 steps. Yeah, let me see. The 3 things that... You mean the 3 things we had to do before the magic would work?
Right.
Well, the first thing was that we had to have the leg with us.
Indeed.
And the second thing was that we had to sing an original lucky song.
Right.
And the third step was that we had to do 2 good deeds.
Indeed.
Isn't that right?
Right.
Yeah.
2 good deeds. Well, from this tablet, this one I brought here.
Where's the tablet?
I brought on the microscope. See it?
Oh, this tablet.
That's the one. Now look closely.
Yes?
Look very closely at that tablet.
Yeah?
And we learned from this tablet that if you tap the leg without doing the 3 steps first,
yeah,
you get bad magic.
Bad magic?
Bad magic.
Hey, look at this. Let's look at this tablet.
Look. you mean that this is a sort of an ancient South American stone, is that?
An antique stone, yes.
This writing on, and if this writing is translated, it says that if the lucky song and the two good deeds aren't done, then the leg will produce bad magic.
Yes, my boy. Someone, I don't know who, but somebody has been tapping that leg without doing the deed. And that's why the kind bad things happen.
Well, Inspector, it means only one thing.
I'm Mr. Bluxton.
That's me, yes. Mr. Bluxton, excuse me, I was just thinking of the inspector because he was looking for
I know you two are working on very hard.
I know what he would say about this, Mr. Bluxton.
Yes.
He'd say that means it must have been Clarabelle, because Clarabelle is the one who stole the lucky left leg.
Yes, indeed, my boy.
Is this true, Clarabelle? Did you tap the lucky left leg 9 times?
Did you, Clarabelle?
Then you were the cause of the 9 bad things that happened, even though you didn't know it.
Oh, that's Clarabelle.
So Clarabelle has been the cause of all this bad magic, and you still won't tell us where the lucky left leg of the Lima Lobby is.
Oh, that's right. Oh, but Buffalo Bob, you haven't even heard the worst.
You mean there's more?
Oh, much more, yes, my boy. If one more bad thing happens,
yes,
we're really in trouble.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I can't explain it to you anymore right now because that part is on the other tablet.
The other tablet?
Yes.
What other tablet?
There is another tablet just like this, and it tells the rest of my story. In fact, my brother Don Jose has that tablet.
Brother Don Jose? Well, where is he? Where is Don Jose, Mr. Bluxton?
Well, my brother is very old, you know, and he's very weak.
Yes.
Old and weak.
Yes.
And he's not always responsible for his actions.
Yes?
He dropped the other tablet. It broke. It broke in 4 pieces.
Oh, no.
4 pieces, Buffalo.
No.
4. Yes, that's terrible. He's having a fit right now, though. And he's going to send it here as soon as he can.
Oh, my.
And then, Buffalo Bob, then, my boy, you must read it. You must read it and read it carefully.
Okay.
As carefully as you can, because there is important news. Important news. Now I must say good night.
All right, good luck. Thanks, Mr. Bluxton.
Righto, my boy. Oh, good night.
Imagine that is his head. It's part of the tablet that was broken. Certainly hope that Don Jose's busted. Because, look, oh, hi, Howdy, did you see Mr. Buster? Howdy, he's back from South America. Oh, yeah. Oh, for heaven's sake, no, I didn't see him, Buster Bob. What has he said? Well, Howdy, I can't tell you now what he said, but I'll tell you as soon as I can. But you know what I want to do right now? I want to get all the kids in Clarabelle to sing our Three Musketeers song. Can we sing it, kids? Come on, here we go right now. Here we go. Oh, what? Three big pizzas, yet the candy trees that can't be beat. So let's get 3 singers for the big Three Musketeers. Ah, good, Howdy Doody. Yes, sir, you know, kids, everybody likes the Three Musketeers. So you remember, kids, when you want candy, you want the very best and plenty of it. Like the big Three Musketeer bar. Because that's really up there in taste and size. And it costs only a nickel. So look up, kids, because it's up there on top, the big Three Musketeers.
Oh, boy, Howdy. Gee whiz, that was some news up was the first quarter, wasn't it?
Oh, gosh, yeah, but you said that the biggest part is yet to come.
I know it.
As soon as Don Jose Buster arrives here with the other part of the South American tablet.
And that's tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Oh,
NBC Television. Sandwich is is practically an American institution. It is a basic essential for lunchboxes, parties, and picnics. As far as these boys are concerned, well, hamburgers and hot dogs are their idea of a really good meal. But there are sandwiches and sandwiches. When Sally Gasco and her mother bring guests home for a late snack after a movie, they have something special in the way of a sandwich in mind. Sally calls it tuna rarebit. Let's watch how she makes it. This is a sandwich for four. An open-faced creation, in other words, with a cheese, milk, and tuna fish mixture on top. The basis will be rye bread, Mother's idea. She found that the spicy caraway flavor made a good contrast to the bland fish and cheese. So the edges won't harden and curl when toasted, and so they'll be easier to eat later. She cuts them lightly with a knife. Sally puts a cube, about a square inch, of butter into the top of a double boiler. A little butter finds its way into a great many dishes in this kitchen, not only for flavor, but as a blending agent. Part of the trick to entertaining unexpected guests is keeping on hand certain generally useful foods. One of these is cheese of an easy melting type, which Sally is going to use as a base for the rarebit. To speed the melting, she cuts this into slices in the milk and butter mixture, while Mother butters the bread. The simmer flame keeps the water boiling gently while the cheese is melting, so that Sally can go on to other tasks. She adds the canned chunk-style tuna fish, and notice that she uses a wooden spoon to avoid discoloration of the mixture. Although the tuna rarebit is fairly substantial food in itself, it is a good idea to add something for variation in color and texture. Mother is making a salad dish: celery, radishes, olives, and pickles. Sally adds potato chips to the menu. They used to be exclusively picnic fare, but they've joined the host of useful accessory foods which make entertaining so much easier and more fun for teenagers. The bread was toasted quickly in the boiler, and the rarebit is nearly ready to serve. Let's see. What will be the beverage? Mother thinks she'll give the guests the choice of Coke or milk. When you can offer guests the choice easily, it's a gracious gesture. Now it's time to serve. 2 slices of toast are neatly arranged on each plate, and the filling, or perhaps we should say covering, goes on top. Sally knows you should serve clean dishes with extra caution, and effective carelessness here is no asset. Mother is a great believer in the aesthetic value of parsley, and of course it's good to eat, too. Now a touch of Tabasco for color and a taste surprise, and there's tuna rarebit a la Sally Gasco. As we said, there are sandwiches and sandwiches. A wise young homemaker using good techniques and equipment and a little imagination can turn a sandwich into festive fare.
When I was young, I remember the girls I went home with after school, and how we used to stop at the Keeper's drugstore for a lemon softshake. I remember Stony Street, where I grew up, and all our friends there. I remember my family, my sister Grandma, my brother Mel, and of course Papa. But most of all, when I think of the days when I was young, most of all, I remember Mama.
Yes, here's Mama. Brought to you by world-famous Maxwell House Coffee, the richer, mellower blend. Already a favorite in Mama's time, today more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Today, as always, this sign of good coffee means Maxwell House.
The coffee that's always good to the last drop.
And tonight, I remember something else. I remember Madame Zodiac and the time Aunt Jenny had her fortune told.
We that hide the future begin to leak. I see many things. A long life, happiness, and I cannot make this out.
Till I don't have it come through?
I see a man, a gray man, but he seems too.
Can you in my room?
I see a border. No,
you mean even not?
I did not mean that. I meant that the border and the gray man are the same. I see also money.
Well, naturally, you will have to pay in advance.
This is different money. This is not from your border.
But that's all I said.
I see money. It will surprise you.
How much money?
I do not understand.
What do you mean?
I see a small bit of money and a great bit of money.
You mean you cannot tell how much money I'm going to get?
These monies are not together. First is the small money, then is the big money. You are to get money twice.
Oh,
the first you will not expect. That will be the small money. Then will come the other. It will be big. Big.
How much?
The mist floating on the future once more. I can see no more.
Mother, it was wonderful. You must have you told.
Oh, there was just different.
Oh, but wait until you hear what she told me. A descending stranger is going to rent my big front room. And I'm going to come in for money. My voice matter. The price I'm going to come in for money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was right there in the crystal ball.
I will believe it when I see it.
Oh, you are just jealous because I am going to get the money and you are not.
You know that is not true, Jenny.
Sure, I do. Oh, but ain't it exciting getting the money?
I just hope you get your 50 cents back.
Assaulting an officer of the law, are you? Well, I think I better just run you in for that.
Oh, I didn't mean it, Mr. Sack.
Well, in that case, maybe I'll give you another chance. Hi, Dagmar.
I'm fine.
Say, why aren't you in school today?
Well, you see, this afternoon I didn't exactly feel well. So I asked Mom if I could stay home.
Oh, but now you're feeling better again, huh?
I guess I am.
Dagmar, you're a fraud.
Oh, no, Mr. Sack.
What was it? An arithmetic test?
Thanks. Oh, but I just feel terrible.
I'm sure you did.
Have you caught any burglars lately?
What? I just now caught 6 of them.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. They were after a box of all-day suckers right here in Creevy's drugstore.
I think you're fibbing, Mr. Sack.
You're a fine one to talk.
Oh, my gosh. This is my money, my Aunt Jenny.
Well, what's all the excitement?
Oh, I just don't want my mother to see me, Mr. Sack. Please don't tell her that you have.
What's going on here?
Please don't, Mr. Sack. Well, if you think fortune tellers are all fakers, you just ask Mrs. Yancey. Because even before she saw her husband, he was proposed to you in the TV.
Yeah, but anybody can say you're going to meet a man.
Yes, but some girls don't. Oh, there is Mr. Sack. Hello, Mr. Sack.
Well, how do you do, lady?
Hello, Mr. Sack.
Have you got gray hair, Mr. Sack?
Well, not when I started out this morning.
I was just showing to prove my sister that it would be very easy for a fortune teller to say that you were going to meet a gray-haired man.
Well, that's not me for a few years yet.
Then Mr. Old Cricket, Martha.
Oh, well, that ain't me ever. Good day, dear lady. You told me you told your mother that you didn't feel well.
Oh, I did.
Don't you?
Let me home from school anyway.
Don't you know that playing hooky is a very serious thing?
Oh, I know.
I ought to tell your ma and pa.
Oh, please don't, Mr. Scott. I won't ever do it again.
Well, I'll give you one more chance.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Scott.
I can see in 1 minute. There, you can stay long enough to have a cup of coffee. Are you looking for the $1 million someone is going to send you? I was just looking to see if there's any mail for me. Yes, one deal. Did you talk to Jennifer you were going to get that too? You will see what I will get. Mr. Booster, he has a letter from his sweetheart. Which one of your daughters is Mr. Booster? The lighting company. Then you must just read it. This is his mail. No, I'm only looking to see who it's for. Oh, the mail. What's the message? Listen, having a wonderful time. Wish you were here. Would say more, but one never knows what nosy people are going to read this card. Well, I'm glad you think that it is funny. It is, Jenny. Martha, would you like new wallpaper out here? What is the matter with you? Well, it's 3 years old. Well, I think I might like to change it. Is it $1 million you are going to get? Nobody said I was going to get $1 million. She said I was going to get a little money and then a lot of money. Well, I put that wallpaper in your house till I get it. Oh, why, you're always such a kitty, Martha. This fucking talking tells always tells people what they want to know. You asked if you were going to rent your room, but she told you were going to rent your room. Tremendously well. Really, don't tell me what it is that's foolishness. I will get my bag one day so that she thinks you can't see makeup things too. Madam Zodiac does not make up things. You will see. Yeah, I will be glad to see. The nerve of that whole thing.
My name is Lisa, ma'am. And if you don't mind, I would like to rent your room.
That afternoon, Dagmar arrived home from school.
My little girl passed her 7 tests. After the test paper. You always bring home the test paper, Dagmar.
There is the test paper. What are you doing standing here?
Oh, hello, Mama.
Hello, Dagmar. Hello.
Oh, I have the most splendid mom in the whole wide world.
And I have a very nice little girl.
Oh, Daddy, I love you, Mama.
Well, Julie, that's Susan so hard about it.
Oh, this is the nicest Mama that ever was.
Are you all right, Dagmar?
Oh, Daddy, yes, Mama. And I got your present.
Oh.
It's a brand new pen point, and I bought it with my very own money.
Oh, why are you bringing a present to me? It's not a birthday or Christmas.
Oh, please, because you're so nice.
Well, did my little girl have a good day at school?
Oh, excuse me, Mama. I forgot something. Where are you going? Oh, to clean my room. I'm never going to be an untidy girl again. Never.
Oh, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Well, may I say, ma'am, this is the most satisfactory place I have ever lived in? No, I mean it, Mrs. Alborg, ma'am. Why, I wouldn't trade your house, your room, or your table for the whole Ritz-Carlton. In short, ma'am, you are a housekeeper par excellence.
Well, it's a great pleasure to have you to Mr. Lucan.
Well, rest assured that I do, ma'am. Well, much as I would like to stay here and spend the rest of the day having a tete-a-tete with a pretty woman, there are dollars to be made, and I want them. Yes, indeed.
If there's any little extra things you'd like to have for your room, lift your ask for them, Mr. Lucan.
Well, I will indeed, ma'am. And thank you.
And then,
Oh, well, here is some nice mail for you, ma'am.
well, I hope it is nice.
Oh, I guarantee it, ma'am. I bring people luck.
But I could use some. Oh, let us not go into that.
Now, maybe wait until you see what I got. What? I got in the mail $20. And that was ready to get it. In the mail this morning it came. From the fellow that Allberg had owed it to for years.
Well, how did you not find his name?
Oh, what difference does it make? He was ashamed that he owed it so long.
Well, I do not see anything to be ashamed about as long as he is paying it back.
What difference does it make whether he signs his name? I don't care who it is. All I know is that it proves that the fortune teller is right.
Oh, how does it?
Oh, how can you be so stubborn? Stubborn? A boy that she said I am going to have.
Yeah.
Gray-haired and distinguished.
That could happen to anyone.
Yes, and I suppose that $20 could happen to anyone, too.
But that was owed to Arbor.
Well, he had 18 years to pay it. Then why, all of a sudden, do I get it today? I tell you that she knew it was going to happen. She knew it.
Well, this is quite a coincidence, I will admit.
But it is no coincidence at all. Madame Zodiac knows what is going to happen, I tell you. So I'm going to be rich.
Oh, dear me.
Well, right in the crystal ball she saw it. I am going to be rich.
Just because these little things happen does not mean that will too.
Oh, really?
But where's the money coming from, Jenny? Arbor does not go around lending money to everybody.
Well, I don't know where it is coming from. From the mist again.
The what?
The mist and the ball. The big money Madame Zodiac stole. And then paid.
Well, I did not spend it until I get it, that's what I say.
Well, I'm going down right now and pick out the wallpaper. Will you come with me?
What would be the use of my going, Jenny? I have no crystal ball.
You think it is not going to happen. And I know that it is.
Well,
you can see. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I see the money still. Big money.
But I get it soon.
It is getting closer all the time. It will be soon. Soon.
How will I get it?
Through the mist, I see the papers.
Of you?
Perhaps it is a will.
No, I will never get rich that way. My relatives are pure as church marches. All of them.
Through the mist, I see papers. Many papers.
That is not bills, that kind of paper.
I see also darkness.
Oh, the mist coming up again?
It is deep in the ground. I see there are riches there.
Buried treasure?
Deep, deep down in the ground. It is worth more than buried treasure. And now the mist comes in.
So I have a telegram for you.
Oh, a telegram. Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That was indeed most kind of you, ma'am.
And I hope it isn't a bad news.
This is just about the best news that anyone could ever guess, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes, and with your permission, I would like to contribute a bottle or two of champagne to the supper table tonight.
Champagne?
Yes, indeed. This telegram has made me a very rich man.
Rich, yeah?
You wouldn't believe that a few pieces of paper and a little piece of ground would be worth a fortune. Now, would you?
Pieces of paper? Pieces of ground?
Yes, you see, I own stock in an oil well.
That is what she meant.
Eh? Who?
The fortune teller. She said I was going to be rich and she saw pieces of paper and money in the ground.
Oh, well, I wish you the same luck with your well that I have just had with mine, ma'am.
But I don't own any stock.
Oh?
My husband did not approve of that. But that is the way people always get cheated out of their money.
Your husband was indeed a sensible man. If a person doesn't know anything about this business, it is better to be on the outside. It abounds with swindlers.
Well, how did you know which stock to buy?
Why, stocks are my business, man.
Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me for asking.
Yes?
But look how rich could a person get from an oil well?
Well, that is rather hard to say, Mrs. Arbord. But from a well of this kind, like my well, I will get at least $100 back for every dollar that I invest, and perhaps much more.
But that means that if I had $100 worth of stock, I would have to...
$10,000, that's right.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, it's really too bad that I didn't meet you sooner, ma'am. I could have let you in on this.
Well, have you ever heard of anything else? I wish you would tell me about it.
I will indeed, ma'am. Mrs. Arbord.
Yeah?
Have you got $2,000?
Oh, my goodness, no.
Well, now, I'll tell you why I'm asking. There is a man that I know who has some stock in our well. But he's a bad man. He's a miser. He's a thief. He would steal from his own grandmother if he had the chance. You know the type of sort. And I do hate to see a man of that kind get any money out of this well. He's never done anything in his whole life to deserve it.
Oh, but there's change.
Mrs. Arbord, I think I could get this man to sell his stock to you, and very cheaply, too.
Yeah? But why? If it is worth so much.
Because he doesn't know that it is worth so much. He hasn't seen this telegram.
Oh.
And so if we act quickly, Mrs. Arbord, I think I can get that stock for you. Tell me, how much did you raise?
Well, in the bank, I have just over $200.
Oh, well, haven't you any way to get more?
The only other thing I have is this house.
Well, then why not borrow on it? You can pay it back just as soon as you get the stock.
Oh, my husband, he never paid the fixed thing.
No, I'm not trying to talk you into anything at all, man, believe me. It's just that I would like to see someone who deserves it have this stock.
Yeah. But Dave, it cost $2,000?
And for every dollar that you invest, you will get at least $100 back. I guarantee it personally.
That would be $200,000.
You'll be on easy street, man.
You know, Pop, the next time I see that fortune-telling lady, I'm going to give her just to herself $1.
Oh, you're too sick to go to school again.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Duck.
What are you doing out then?
Oh, my mother was at the fresh air would do me good.
Oh, she did. She did.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Duck.
All right, Dagmar. Only, one of these days, maybe I better ask her, huh?
Goodbye, Mrs. Duck. Oh, you too fast, Nurse.
I'm hungry.
When are you?
That's it to you.
You know what, Mama? We had 6 pounds of bread and butter and sugar before supper even.
I'm just throwing milk.
Well, Grandpa, you are your Papa.
And it will not be long now.
I hope that is enough for you.
How is sure to do that, Ma?
Good? Awesome. Oh. No, can I have some more, Mama? Let's finish what you have on this plate yet. That's right. Hello. Did you notice anything?
You have?
Yeah, and the birds, and the moose, and the new purposes. Oh, so nice too. Yeah, and there's something to wear around every day.
You started with the son of the money, Jenny.
Well, don't you know? Oh, hell.
Yeah, Jenny?
Yeah, I have an oil well.
An oil well?
Yeah, and for every dollar I put in, it squirts out of the ground $100.
Yeah, but where did you get it, Jenny?
You remember the new board and police man? Well, he was in the business of stock.
Even him, I'm buying them.
But you have not got them yet?
No, I'm getting them tomorrow. Oh, I do not keep around $2,000 in teapots. Now, I have to raise the money.
Raise it how?
But I'm taking a mortgage on my house for a few days.
Oh, but are you sure this stock is clear, Jenny?
Sure, Mr. Lisan showed me the telegram. It is one of those scratches.
Yeah, but this here man you can touch, Jenny.
Well, I would not have rented in my room otherwise.
But you need to take a mortgage on your house.
Oh, but don't you worry. Madam Zodiac said this is just exactly what you want me to do. You asked her. But certainly. I'm not one to take chances.
Oh, I do not like to see you risk your house, Jenny.
You are just mad, the both of you. Because I am getting the money and you are not. Ever since Madame Zodiac has told me that you have been fussing at me and fussing at me.
No, I would like to see you rich, Jenny. But more than that, I could hate to see you without anything.
Well, I can look after myself.
Well, did you not stop and have some supper with us?
No, thank you, just the same. I must go now. And Mr. Lisan is taking me to supper to the Palace Hotel. They have music there. And a fountain with gold fishes. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye, Jenny. Wow, that would be wonderful if Al said he got get the money.
It looks to me like he's gonna get it. That fortune teller's been right every time. What do you think, Martha?
Only one thing bothers me.
Yeah?
That $20 somebody said her husband lent them. But do you remember in all your life, Lars, that Arborg ever let anybody anything?
No.
And if he had, would he have died before he collected it?
Hello, Mrs. Hatch. How are you, Dagmar?
Hello, Mr. Jack.
How's everything, Mrs. Hatch?
Oh, fine, fine.
Hi, Mama.
No, Mr. Jack is talking to us.
Well, I hope the little girl is feeling better.
Oh, just give us a good kiss.
She hasn't?
No, what makes you ask that?
Well, now, Mrs. Hanson, I'm not one to tell this.
That was wonderful to see you talking.
Dagmar, I think I better talk to your mother.
But Mr. Stocking, Mr. Listen. Well, Mommy and Jenny has an oil.
Yeah, well, isn't that nice? You see, Mrs. Hanson.
This fortune teller told her that she was going to get it, and then the next thing she knew, his man told her to stop, and now she has been
No, thanks, Mom. Mr. Jack is not interested in what happened to Aunt Jenny.
You say your sister's got an oil well?
Well, she is buying some stock in one.
Now, what's this about a fortune teller?
Well, that's Madame Zodiac told my sister she was going to be rich.
Who is your sister buying the stock from?
Mr. Lisa, who bought at her house.
Is he kind of a big, handsome fellow with wavy gray hair?
Oh, you know him?
No, I don't know him, but I saw a picture of him the other day.
Yeah?
At the station house. Mrs. Hanson, he's a well-known swindler and con man.
Oh, my goodness.
Has your sister bought this stock yet?
No, she's doing it today.
Yeah, well, we'd better get over there right away.
95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000. Well, there is the money, Mr. Lisan.
But that's fine, Mrs. Alvord. And there is the stock.
I'm doing the right thing.
I wouldn't let you do it, ma'am, unless you were, believe me.
Then will I begin to get my 200,000.
Oh, you start getting dividends very soon now.
Listen, maybe I better count it again.
No, ma'am, I'm quite certain that you wouldn't shortchange me.
Well, if it isn't Chicago Dan, the widow and orphan friend.
I don't know you, officer. What are you doing here?
I want that money and that phony stock.
Phony stock?
I'll pay no attention to him.
Quiet, you.
What do you mean, phony stock?
Well, this gent and his lady friend have been swindling people from coast to coast.
What lady friend?
Well, she's a fortune teller. He tells the suckers that they're going to come into money, and the next thing you know, he's around selling stock.
You mean it's like a gift?
That's right.
Oh, please, take it easy, lady. You have no complaint. Besides the $20 that I mailed to you, I even took you out to dinner.
Yeah, well, suppose you just come along with me. Supper will be on the house.
Dear Jimmy, what do you suppose Madame Zodiac will see in a crystal ball net? Future, begin to me. I see many things. I see... And that was the last our neighborhood saw of Madame Zodiac. Marlin never will forget the look on Aunt Jenny's face when she learned her distinguished boarder was a fraud. I remember right down the street from where Madame Zodiac made her last stand was one of our favorite stores, Ollie Johnson's Hardware, where Papa bought all his carpenter tools. He used to always take Dagmar with him because Mr. Johnson had a cat he liked. What a wonderful array of shiny new tools he had. This time, I remember, Papa wanted a fine set of wood pickers, the best he could buy, because he always said the only tools you could depend on were the best ones. The ones you knew, they were true economy.
Papa's right as rain about that. That's true of just about everything. And today, it's especially true about coffee. I expect for most of us, today's coffee situation is pretty confusing. With prices the way they are, maybe you figured you ought to buy a cheaper brand. Well, a friend of mine did that the other day, and it was a mighty sorry experience. Grind wasn't right, had to use twice as much, and even then the flavor was disappointing. Right then, he learned the same lesson as Papa once did, about cheap tools that didn't do the job. He learned that a coffee that doesn't do the job, coffee you don't really enjoy, is no bargain at any price. But that the coffee you do enjoy is one of the biggest bargains in the world. And that's what you can expect from Maxwell House. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy, because you can count on the fullest measure of flavor and enjoyment in every steaming cup. Good to the last drop flavor that only Maxwell House and no other coffee has. And you can depend on that flavor, because we're mighty proud of it. And you can be good and sure we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. That's why, today, the sign of good coffee means more than ever before. It's your guarantee of unfailing flavor and satisfaction. Your guarantee that Maxwell House is true economy. So, next time you shop, remember, coffee you really enjoy is one of the biggest bargains in the world. Remember that Maxwell House is true economy, because pound after pound, it's always good to the last drop. Mama, starring Peggy Wood, again next week. Presented by Maxwell House Coffee. This is CBS.
Blair House, the president's temporary Washington home, extreme fanatics of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party try to force their way in, guns blazing, to assassinate the President of the United States. When the 3-minute shooting is over, assassin Griselio Torresola lies dead on the Blair House lawn, and White House policeman Leslie Kofelt is dying a few feet away. Assassin Oscar Collazo and 2 other guards are wounded as the plot is foiled. Police and Secret Service men examine the damage. A picket on the iron fence is knocked off. The steps and doorway of Blair House bear bullet holes. Only the guards' quick action prevented more casualties. At Washington's emergency hospital, the 24-hour guard watches over Collazo, who, despite a chest wound, recovers to face trial for murder.
president, who was taking his after-lunch nap upstairs in Blair House at the time of the shooting, emerged shortly afterward to attend ceremonies at Arlington. Americans of all political beliefs congratulate Mr. Truman on his escape. Puerto Rico, one of the first Spanish colonies in the New World. United States territory since 1898. The island has prospered under U.S. rule, but a tiny extremist party committed to violence occasionally erupts in anti-U.S. outbursts. These nationalists, two of whose co-conspirators tried to assassinate President Truman, also staged an unsuccessful revolt under the direction of ex-convict Pedro Albizu Campos. One of their targets was the island's first popularly elected governor, Luis Muñoz Marin, whose inauguration last year marked a climax in Puerto Rican progress toward self-rule. Under Marin, the Puerto Ricans now have as much political freedom as any state in the Union, and they're working out their own economic destiny as well. For years, Puerto Rico's biggest source of income has been sugar cane. Harvesting, though picturesque to tourists, is backbreaking work for the 150,000 men who still cut the cane by hand. Brahma spears, imported from India as the beasts of burden, are slowly being replaced by tractors, trucks, and other machinery. The total income from sugar this year is almost $140 million. Of this, 60% goes to the islanders. To help establish a balanced economy, mainland industries have been encouraged to open Puerto Rican branches by a 12-year tax exemption. Drawing upon a labor force of 200,000, almost 100 major industries, many of them financed by the islanders, have been established there in the last 4 years. The slowly rising standard of living has also brought mainland-style department stores. The largest private housing project in the world is the Puerto Nuevo development, a city for 50,000 people. The working force and most of the raw materials for such projects are Puerto Ricans. Puerto Rico, impoverished since the days of Columbus, reaches new heights of democratic progress. United Nations General Assembly, President Nasrallah Entezam announces the 46-5 vote extending Secretary General Trygve Lee's term another 3 years. The U.S. delegation had strongly supported Lee. Now Mr. Lee, whose decisive action on Korea brought Russian threats to boycott him, reaffirms the independence of his office.
I am grateful for the confidence in me that is reflected in your decision this morning. I understand your vote to be a reaffirmation by the General Assembly of the independence and integrity of the office of the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Sweden lays to rest King Gustav VI, dead at 92. The new king, Gustav VI, leads a funeral procession which includes the kings of Denmark and Norway and the president of Finland. For nearly 43 years, Gustav V ruled over a Sweden of peace. Now thousands view the casket of Europe's oldest reigning monarch, whose span extended from the Victorian age to the atomic era. Through Stockholm, his body passes on its last journey as the nation mourns a democratic king who ruled long and well. Hollywood, tens of thousands, including the great of the entertainment world, pay their final respects to Al Jolson, the immigrant rabbi's son who brought so much happiness to 2 full generations of Americans. He had just returned from Korea, to which he had flown at his own expense to bring to soldiers overseas, as he had in 2 earlier wars, songs he had made famous. Songs Al Jolson had first brought to the screen a quarter of a century ago as the star of the world's first talking picture, The Jazz Singer. Songs like Mammy.
I'm coming. Oh, God. I hope I'm not late. Mammy. Don't you know me? It's crazy. I walk a million miles for one of your smiles.
For millions, the final curtain will never fall on Al Jolson.
Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I give the world to be among the folks in the I even know my mammy waiting for me, praying for me down by the Swanee. The folks up north won't see me no more when I get to that Swanee.
Dedicates a new House of Commons, which has been rebuilt on the site of the ancient and historic chamber destroyed by German raiders in the all-out Nazi blitz of May 1941. The house has been completely restored. The impressive Churchill door, constructed from scarred relics of the old chamber, gives entrance to the new building, the home of the lower and vastly more important of the two Parliament houses. British dominions and colonies have sent furnishings for the new Parliament. The table comes from Canada, the inkstand from southern Rhodesia. The bar, closed to signify that the house is in session, is from Jamaica. The opening ceremonies attended by the royal family take place in the Great Hall of Westminster nearby, for by tradition no King of England may set foot inside the House of Commons. The Lord Chancellor, one of the highest officers of the realm, follows members of Lords and Commons and officers from all over the Commonwealth. The tension of the historic moment is relaxed as sweepers prepare the way for the King. Then the King and royal family enter. Formal greetings to the King are offered by the Lord Chancellor as Speaker of the House of Lords.
Your Majesty's most beautiful and loyal subjects, the Lord Spiritual and Temporal in Parliament assembled, beg leave to thank Your Majesty for the most gracious message which Your Majesty has addressed to this House, and to ask permission to express to Your Majesty the unqualified satisfaction with which we have heard that the Commons Chamber has been rebuilt after its destruction by Your Majesty's enemies in 1941.
The great Mother of Parliament has been dedicated. The Dowager Queen Mary with Princess Margaret leads the royal family out of the hall. The British Parliament has been a model for democratic legislatures all over the world. The restored House of Commons carries on, a living inspiration to all men who cherish the ideals of free debate and of democracy. In Miami, Florida, 18-year-old Joan Pfluger shows the form that brought her the title of Champion of Champions in the Grand American Trap Shoot. In that national contest, Joan smashed 100 out of 100 clay pigeons to tie with 4 men. Then she scored 74 out of 75 and beat them all. The first woman champion of champions in this sport. Like Annie Oakley, teenage sharpshooter Joan Pfluger makes the menfolk take a back seat. Up goes 7-year-old Vicky Marylace on her Hunter Poblano to begin a demonstration of equestrian skill that has awed grown-up experts. Vicky, daughter of the international champion horseman Captain Marylace of the Mexican Army team, takes the same 5-foot jump used in world competition. Then she goes her elders one better with a 6-foot jump. No, not this time. Again, Poblano refuses. Now, Vicky makes it. On a mount that seems many sizes too large for her, 7-year-old Vicky Marylace reaches a new high in horsemanship. Of 40 tiny coral islands surrounding a lagoon is Eniwetok Atoll in mid-Pacific, part of the Marshall Islands freed from Japan in World War II. Now historic films made in the spring of 1948 and just released show Eniwetok preparing for heavily guarded and still largely secret tests of new atomic weapons. The test's purpose is to measure atomic effects on thousands of different materials, 30,000 tons of them, not, as at Bikini, to prove military effectiveness. In special towers, automatic cameras will record the explosion. There are no newsmen, no foreign observers present as members of the 10,000-man Task Force C leave shore for safety just before the explosion of America's 6th atom bomb at Eniwetok, now the Atomic Energy Commission's permanent proving ground. Robot planes take off for atmospheric measurements. The bombs will not be dropped from the air. At control stations, all is ready. Now. Bomb number 6, a new atomic weapon, not an improvement of an old design. The 5 bombs set off in New Mexico, over Japan, and at Bikini are, in scientific terms, already ancient history. The flash of bomb number 6 is seen by shipboard observers. Here is bomb number 7. From a different angle, its death-dealing radioactive cloud spread for miles above the Pacific. This is bomb number 8. Eniwetok Atoll, the world's mightiest agent of destruction, presents its unspoken and unanswerable argument for peace and for preparedness. Where is that contract? On the desk? Impossible. See, it's not there. Maybe you filed it in the waistband. This is outrageous. If that contract isn't in the mail before 4 o'clock, this concern will lose the biggest order it ever had. Well, that's better. Must have gotten mixed up. Yes, something certainly is mixed up. And it's Thaddeus Smith. If you don't believe it, look at this homey little place. You don't need 3 guesses to tell you that this is where the family of Thaddeus A. Smith lives.
Legal difficulties between the couple. The weather forecast for Los Angeles and vicinity, scattered high cloudiness today, tonight, and Thursday. Early morning fog near the coast. Slightly warmer today with a high near 80. That is the news till now. I'll return at 6 o'clock this evening.
You better hurry up, Margie. You'll be late for school.
Oh, Mother, in a minute.
Mary. Mary. Where on earth is my grade 2?
Your grade 2? In the opinion? I thought you took it there yourself.
Certainly I took it there myself, but that was last week. You mean to tell me no one's going to get it for me? Oh, well, I'll wear my brown one.
Mother, have you seen my sweater?
It's right there on that chair.
Where? Well, right here. Will you hand it to me? Oh, heaven's sake, take it. Thank you.
Hey, Mom, I can't find my hair oil. You see it?
What did you say?
Hair oil. I can't find it.
It was on the top of your bureau yesterday.
Is it there now?
No, when I wish people had stopped. Oh, never mind. I found it.
Isn't breakfast ready yet?
In a minute, dear. Did anybody remember to feed the dog?
No wonder Mr. Smith is in a turmoil most of the time. Now we're going to look in on their neighbors. You see, this is a real home, belonging to the entire family, where every member has a pride of ownership. Good morning. My, but this is a welcome relief. This young lady is getting ready for school, too, but she has her day well planned. She arrives in time to straighten up her room, hang up her clothes, and see if breakfast on schedule. Taking care of her room is one of her obligations in this household. Junior has already completed his household chores for the morning, so he can spend some time on his hobby. Notice how his equipment is carefully kept. He won't be searching for a lost spool or hook. There are strict orders in this house for no one to touch this desk, and those orders are respected by all. Yes, this looks like a pretty good way to start things out in the morning. No rush, no fussing. Every member of the family has fulfilled his or her obligations, and each one will go out to the day's work better able to cope with its problems. This is a good time to remind you that you owe another obligation, your health. A good breakfast is the proper foundation for the activities of a busy day. And there's no worry about lunch either. This takes care of that department making the lunches the night before. It gives her a chance to practice some of the ideas she gets in her homemaking class. Yes, they're on their way. With a good breakfast, and what's more important, a good disposition. We have seen this family start today. Now let's see what happens after school. Only 4 o'clock, and he's doing tonight's homework. What's wrong with these two anyway? Do they have to study all afternoon and evening? No, they just want to hear a special broadcast tonight. So they're hard at work, each in his or her room. No outside interference and no radio now. This boy and girl both consider their schoolwork one of their most important obligations to themselves and their family.
their homework is finished and the dinner dishes put away, this boy and girl have ample time to enjoy their favorite program. Let me repeat, they are enjoying the program. Mother and father are enjoying a bridge game with some friends. One of the principal rules in this house is that a radio or phonograph is heard only in the room in which it is played, so that only those who wish to listen may do so. Well, it looks like that's all for tonight. Forget something? But it's not all for Sis. She's appointed herself chairman of the refreshment committee. This is Mother's and Father's night, and daughter wants to help them enjoy it. Also, daughter feels it is one of her obligations to be gracious to her parents' strength. Glad to help Mother entertain, because Mother never fails to help her play hostess to her friends. This is another of Brother's obligations and pleasure. He takes pride in keeping the car clean and shiny, and in return, to use it for certain occasions. This is a family car in every sense of the word. So the men of the family do their best to keep it looking like new. And the women of the family don't shirk their cleaning tasks either. Yes, this is a busy day for all concerned. Brother shows his ability as a gardener. Here's another gardener. This particular patch belongs to Sis and to nobody else. She prides herself on her green thumb, which in garden talk means she's a success at growing things. It looks like everything is ready for the weekend. These young people have shared in the work and responsibilities of the house, they can also share in the pleasures of entertaining their friends. Say, that's a shame. And she's late for a tennis date, too. How about it, brother? Will you lend her your racket? You will? That's the kind of a brother to have. Sharing personal belongings in this family is a common practice, because every member feels an obligation as a borrower to the lender. Yes, Sis takes care of things loaned to her. She knows that brother would have to pay for a re-stringing job out of his allowance, and she's going to save him every dime she can. Speaking of money, this family has worked out a program that should please any boy and girl, and at the same time make better citizens out of them. The share of family money given to each one for personal use is divided into three parts. Some to save for saving's sake, and there is a steady record of deposits. Some to save for something they want. A new sweater for her wardrobe, perhaps. For brother, a new trout rod. Then there is some left to spend for amusement, the usual sodas and cokes and picture shows. It's up to brother and sister to decide how much they will allocate for each purpose. They manage their own funds, and in doing so, learn the value of money. cooperate by making each other's chores as light as possible. They are able to enjoy life more because they have more time for enjoyment, and the feeling that tasks assigned to them have been accomplished. They are alert to the problems that confront all of us, and they will be prepared to cope with each problem as it arises. They have a sense of security because they understand the value of money and other material things assigned to their care. This boy and girl are going to be well equipped when the time comes to take their places as worthy members of adult society. How about going back over what we've seen? Our goal is, obviously, to avoid becoming another case like Mr. Smith, a man whose present bad condition could have been avoided if he had learned when young how to organize his life, how to handle his obligations. A family in a state of perpetual chaos is really just a family which isn't living up to its own responsibilities. What you can do to avoid turning out to be like the Smith is not so hard. Learn to take care of your own possessions. Keep your own room neat, clean, habitable. It's an obligation you owe your family and yourself. Learn to get up in the morning early enough to have a pleasant, satisfactory meal before the day begins. So you'll start off in good health and good spirits. And while we're at it, may as well remind you that you'll live most of your life to some sort of a schedule. If you learn to keep that schedule so that it doesn't get ahead of you, you won't mind living by the clock. One of your chief obligations is to pay close attention to your studies during school years. Presumably your parents send you to school to get everything possible out of the experience, not merely to comply with the law. It's your obligation to make the most of school now. It will reward you well when you're earning your own living. The problem of allocating radio and television time can get to be a sore point with any family. To avoid trouble, do your chores and homework first. Then take time off for your favorite program. And when you're listening, remember, keep it to yourself. Don't let it bother others. When Mother and Dad entertain, remember that you share the role of host. It's your home, too. And they want you to be part of the pride they feel. Meet their guests graciously. Speaking of pride in your home, don't wait to be reminded that the yard needs cleaning up. After all, if you're going to entertain, you'll want your home to look its best. Your friends won't mind if your home is modest, but they will if it's unkept. That's a condition you can change. Anytime you must, in emergency, borrow the possessions of some other member of the family, make sure you take good care of them and return them on time. It's an obligation you owe to their owners, don't you think? One of your principal obligations is to systematize your savings so that when you see something you really need or very much want, you won't have to beg Dad for it or borrow on next week's allowance. Learning to take care of family obligations in early years is easy. After all, it's only a matter of getting into a pattern of good living habits. Once they become habits, you needn't worry about them. Take care of your obligations now, and when you meet the responsibilities of adult life, you'll find that they will take care of you.
that beginning typing class as if it were yesterday. I was lucky enough to have Miss Purcell as my teacher. She taught us much more than typing. She was teaching us to get along in the business world, and typing was only a part of it.
All right, Paul, stop typing, please. Before we go on with the next exercise, I'd like to make one of my little speeches. This is your first course in preparing for an office job. You're starting a new career. It can be fun, or it can be hard. It all depends on the way you look at things, your attitude. For instance, you'll be working in an office. Well, don't forget the golden rule works there just as it does anywhere else. Treat others as you want to be treated. Here's how it applies to an office. First, of course, know your job. Enjoy it. But also enjoy the people that you're working with. Be considerate of them. And be considerate of your employer. Remember those simple rules of office etiquette, and you'll get along in the business world. Now then, let's do skill building practice 8. Say margin. Begin typing when ready.
It wasn't till I got my first job that I really began to understand some of the things Mr. Stella told us. I think this application is filled out all right, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you. I see you're a student of Miss Purcell. We have a number of the former students with us. A recommendation is a great deal here.
I enjoyed being in her classes.
You did very well on your test. Can you start Monday morning?
Monday morning? Oh, that would be wonderful, Mr. Arnold.
We're a small organization, Miss Spencer. We find that getting along with people is pretty important. Do you think you can do that?
Oh, yes, I think I can.
Fine. We'll see you Monday. I believe you're close to the auto office?
Yes. And thank you. I was a little worried about that first job. I guess everybody is. But Miss Purcell's advice kept running through my head.
First of all, know your work. Enjoy it. And also enjoy the people that you're working with. Be considerate of them. And be considerate of your employer. Remember those simple rules of office etiquette, and you'll get along in the business world.
I planned to get there early that first day. I wore my big suit because it was plain and neat, and seemed just right for an office. Good morning. I'm Jane Spencer. Oh, yes, Miss Spencer. We're expecting you. Miss Hamilton will be your supervisor. She's on her way in now. Won't you have a seat? Thank you.
How do you do, Miss Spencer? Ready to go to work?
I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Arnold. Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Hamilton. This is Miss Spencer. She's the stenographer and file clerk who's starting this morning.
How do you do, Miss Spencer? I understand you're one of Miss Purcell's students. Yes, I was graduated last semester. I know her quite well. I'll show you where to leave your things, and then we can get to work. All right. Girls, this is Miss Spencer. Miss Hamilton and Mr. Arnold certainly set a good example of courtesy for us to follow. This will be your gift. This book contains some of our forms and procedures. Study it a while, and then we'll start you on your first assignment. All right. The girls took me to lunch that first day. It looked like it wouldn't be hard to follow part of Miss Purcell's advice. The part about enjoying the people you're working with. not know your work was a little harder. I did a lot on my own those first few weeks. There was many an evening at home getting acquainted with the company's work and learning some of its business things. What a long time ago that was. It hardly seems possible now there was ever a time when I didn't know those things. But I found that I still had a lot to learn. Some of it I learned the hard way.
Thank you, Miss Fletcher. Oh, Miss Fletcher,
Yes, Mr. King?
this letter that you typed this morning, I believe there is a mistake here.
Oh?
It doesn't seem to make sense. I can't remember just what word I used there, but I don't think I should have said that.
Oh, yes, Mr. King. That's what you said. I have it right in my book.
Well, suppose I give you this paragraph over again.
Yes, sir.
In view of our current production schedule, we think it will be necessary to curtail our order, number 3256.
I had made a mistake, of course. There wasn't anything that Mr. King said, but I learned then to admit my mistakes gracefully instead of arguing about them or offering alibis. I learned to ask when I wasn't sure instead of making a wild guess. And I learned not to resent criticism or to brood over it. Since then, I've learned a lot of do's and don'ts about office etiquette by watching the others in the office. I learned that Mr. Shell's short sentence, "Be considerate of your employer," could cover a whole multitude of things. One of the most important things, of course, is doing office work during office hours. I found that writing personal letters didn't help to get the work done. And who do you think we ran into? I learned that personal telephone calls interfered with business.
Oh, I was so mad I could have slapped your face.
No.
You wouldn't have been that kind, would you? By that little cat.
I learned that it's only fair to plan your personal life so that you're always able to put in a full day's work. And that means working right up to the end of the day. And I learned that a date after work is no reason to break the rule about simple dress in the office. I learned too the importance of consideration for fellow workers. Thoughtlessness often makes for extra work in the office. And hard feelings. I learned to mind my own business while watching some who didn't.
Mr. Idle wants to know if the insurance list is ready.
It will be in a moment. Wait for it, won't you? You know you shouldn't do that, Jimmy.
Do what?
But most of what I learned came from the people who really know their job. I learned the importance of meetings and organization and planning work. And even though I kept getting more things to take care of, there were times times when I could help others, and times when they would return the favor. All these things became even more important when I became Mr. Arnold's secretary. His work included public relations as well as personnel, so I had plenty to do. I had more contact with people outside the company, and I learned the importance of consideration for them too, and especially courtesy on the telephone.
Good morning, Mr. Arnold's office. He's in conference just now. This is his secretary. May I help you? The Acme Printing Company. Oh, yes. Yes? No, that order was for 20,000. May we expect it next Tuesday? Oh, that'll be fine, Mr. Delmar. Yes, goodbye.
Good morning. My name's Herbert Forbes. I have an appointment with Mr. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Mr. Forbes. Mr. Arnold will be with you in a moment. He also to fill out this application blank. You may sit at the table over there. Good morning, Mr. Arnold's office. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fulton. He's in conference just now. May I have him call you back? Yes? Oh, yes.
Well, that's the story. As I look back on it now, it's surprising how often the things Mr. Sell talked about in class apply here in the office. You did very well on your test, Miss Collins, but I suppose that's only to be expected of one of Mr. Sell's students. Does he still make that little speech on office etiquette?
Oh, yes. I know it by heart. First, of course, know your work. Enjoy it. But also enjoy the people you're working with. Consider it a friend. And be considerate your employers. Those rules have certainly helped me. I shall always be grateful for them. We'll see you in the morning, then? Yes. I'll be here early. Fine.
Swing another length into position and screw it to the top of the last length of pipe that was lowered. The men use a large wrench called a tong to screw the lengths of pipe together. The pipe is slowly lowered into the well by the large yellow pulley or block. As the hole becomes deeper, more lengths of pipe are added at the top. They drill deep enough to find the oil deposit. The men make frequent tests to find out which layer of rock or sand contains the most oil. Formerly, oil drilling was a gamble. Many fortunes were made and lost. It is still a hazardous occupation, but with modern scientific methods for finding the oil, and with the improved drilling machinery, there is a far greater chance for success when they drill. Bob asks why the men wear metal hats.
Tools might be dropped accidentally by the men who work at the top of the derrick. The hole is actually drilled by a square pipe called a kelly that is always fastened on the top of the drill pipe. The kelly fits into a strong cable that is turned round and round by powerful engines. This turns the drill at the bottom of the well. As the hole becomes deeper, more drill pipes are added. The piece of machinery that digs the hole at the bottom of the drill pipe is the bit. Gary shows Bob a bit that lets the piece turn round and round to dig the hole, just like paws. It is said that oil hunters never can be sure of a strike until the bit cuts into the oil sand or oil rock. Notice the large center hole. Mud and water are washed with great force from the top of the kelly down the center of the pipe through this hole in the bit. The water and mud clean off the teeth of the bit and contain chemicals that make the mud in the hole form a hard crust that seals up the hole. This prevents caving and keeps the water and gas in the different layers of earth from pouring into the well and stopping it up. Notice how clean the engines are. When the men have finished drilling a section of the well, they build the permanent well to this depth. The permanent well is made out of heavy pipe called casing. Thus, they alternate the drilling and the laying of the permanent pipe. The lengths of pipe are screwed together with a tong in the same way that the drill pipes are screwed together. The men step back out of the way of the machinery to avoid accidents. And now the large pipe goes down. Just think, sometimes these pipes go 3 miles down into the ground. When they have finished drilling the well, they place a small pipe called tubing inside the heavy casing, and this small pipe carries the oil to the surface. At the bottom of the well, gas and rock pressure force the oil out of the sand and porous rock and into the tubing. A high tower called a mast is used to lift the small tubing over the well. The derrick man at the top of the mast fastens the tubing in the block and swings it over the well. The men screw the length of tubing together and signal the driller who runs the engine to lower it into the well. When the well is drilled, the pump will be put in position on top. The Long Beach oil fields have produced millions of barrels of oil. These pumps are modern and up to date. They go up and down, perhaps bringing a fortune to the people who own them. The wells look like a row of animals nodding. Yes, the part that bows really is called a horse's head. A cross rod that goes up and down like a teeter-totter is called a pony rod. On the opposite side from the head is the counterbalance. Bob looks at the oil pressure gauge that is watched carefully by the men who service the well. It shows the men that the oil well is producing. At this well, the valuable oil is leaking, and the repair crew must find the trouble. They're good mechanics, and soon the well will be working. No one knows exactly how oil is made. It is generally thought that plant and animal life, buried far down in the earth in vast prehistoric scenes, was steamed slowly into oil, probably by pressure, heat, and the decaying of the tiny plant and animal life. The state of Texas, our greatest oil-producing state, literally rests on an ocean of oil. The men paint the pumps often to protect them from dirt and water. Eric wears a mask so that he will not breathe the poison fumes from the paint. The wet gas that comes up with the oil sometimes is run off at the well. You can see the gas tanks are trapped at the wells and at the field storage tanks. Wastewater also comes up with the oil and is removed at the field storage tanks. These 3 boilers heat the oil so that it will float on top of the water, and the men can remove the water from the bottom of the tank. Here the oil is pumped from the field tanks to the refineries with their huge storage tanks. Sometimes the crude oil is carried in pipes across several states to the refinery. For example, a pipeline carries oil from Texas all the way to New York. Crude oil also is carried to the refineries by train, by ship, and by tank truck. Crude oil must be changed at the refineries into the products we use. The wind is blowing a terrific gale, and Bob is amazed that the men can work high up in the derrick. They are taking the derrick apart to move it to another location. They unbolt the different sections and lower each section separately. The men are skilled to work high up on the narrow beams. Oilmen must be strong to operate the heavy machinery. They must think accurately
confusion. Their very lives depend on each man cooperating and doing his part well. The men walk on the narrow ledges as unconcernedly as if they were walking on the ground. The pay in the oil fields is high and attracts many smart and well-educated men. And now the ground crew pull together to guide the heavy section as it is lowered slowly to the ground. Men who cannot keep up with the difficult work soon drift to other occupations. The man on the truck operates the engine that runs the line. They unscrew the bolts on another section. This well produces a large quantity of oil, and the men will replace the old pump with a modern one. And down comes another section. They wind up the long lengths of line. Many different tools are used in drilling. They're always kept in order, ready for the next job. There is a special place on the truck for each part of the machinery. Bob, here's the fire engine. Better hurry. What's that? An oil well burning. Just think, right on the ocean beach. Thousands of dollars worth of oil burning up. The men fear the whole oil field will catch fire. They are working desperately to prevent more loss. Large fire trucks stand in line to take turns pouring chemicals on the flames. The fire finally was put out by pouring water from the well next to it into the bottom of the well. This meant the temporary loss of the other well, but prevented the fire from spreading to the rest of the field. Oil is one of our most important natural resources, and it is necessary to be careful of our supply and save it in every way we can. Bob understands now that there is great danger of fire in the oil industry. Every fire precaution is taken on the dock, where the drums of oil are stored for shipment to the countries that need oil. There are many large countries, like France and Germany, that do not have oil and must ship it in from the oil-producing countries. England does not have oil, but the British Empire controls many of the foreign oil fields. There is oil in Canada. The Americans, the English, and the Dutch have found and produced most of the oil in the world. Bob likes to ask the oil man questions about oil. Here, the longshoremen are loading a freighter bound for France. Oil is the largest export from the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. They ship oil to Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, and the Orient. $200 million worth a year. Bob thinks the oil drums look like bright-colored toys. He would like to try to ride one of the rolling drums. Four drums are hoisted onto the ship at one time. Each load is counted twice. First on the dock by a checker from the oil company, and again on board by a ship's officer. Thus the companies buying and selling the oil both have a record of the oil shipped. Just think, in 1 year, the United States produces over $3 billion worth of oil. Well, Bob thinks this cable spool looks like an oil drum, and we can try to ride it. Hey, careful there, fella. Steady now. Hey, that's pretty good. Like a circus. Oops, take it easy. Yes, sir, he's just like a circus performer. That looks like a lot of fun, Bob. A large tanker steams into port. Today, many hundreds of oil tankers carry oil from wells to the markets of the world. These large tankers carry around 130,000 barrels of oil. The tankers refuel from the large hoses on the dock. The hose is swung onto the ship, and the oil flows directly into the tanks in the ship.
flow of oil is controlled by large valves on the ship and on the dock. Oil ships are built with rows of tanks on each side. Thus, when the ship rolls, oil will not all shift to one side and capsize the ship. Down the center is the catwalk. The crew can walk from the bow to the stern without getting wet when the waves roll over the deck. The cover is raised over one tank that is being filled. The men watch the oil gauge to see when the tank is full. Oil companies maintain large plants with storage tanks at the docks. 1 million men work in the oil industry. In front of the freighter, an oil barge is loading. These barges carry oil to the ship. Often, they refuel the ships at their own docks. Sometimes the barges refuel ships far out in the bay. When a ship drops anchor in the harbor and refuels there, it is said to be at bunker. Oil is piped through the heavy hoses from the barge to the ship. The ship does not have cargo or passengers for the port. It needs time and money to refuel at bunkers. Across the channel, Bob sees a wrecked oil tanker that burned at the dock. It's too soon for the salvage crews to enter the ship because there is still oil in the hull that might explode. No one knows what caused the terrible explosion. Many were killed instantly. Others had to dive into the water covered with flaming oil and swim underwater to safety. Just think, one match thrown carelessly away could have caused this huge explosion. We understand now why the oil docks are built away from the mainland, why the refineries are built away from the docks. Near his home, Bob likes to stop by the garage and watch the men work on the cars. Bill, the mechanic, tells the boys how he fixed a broken oil line caused by a bad bump. Bob's friends work here after school and on Saturdays. Bob wishes he knew as much as Teddy about a car. Teddy checks the oil and adds a quart. Oil is mighty important in keeping an automobile running smoothly. As gasoline, it is needed as fuel for the engine, and as grease for many purposes, just as it is needed to keep the machinery running in our big industrial plants. The silver towers that make the refineries look like fairyland castles really are places where the oil products are made. The crude oil in the towers is heated by steam, piped to the top of the towers. The different degrees of heat and pressure break up the crude oil into many different products. The lighter products go to the top of the towers. Gasoline is the lightest and can be run off the top. Next, kerosene, and so on down the length of the tower. Bob tries to understand what oil means to us today. Why, oil changes miraculously into power. Power to run the giant plants that make the things we need and use. Power to speed our modern trains
Fine. Buzz, how's the fishing thing?
Not very good around here, but there's a big run tomorrow up Tijuana.
No?
Taking a party down there Sunday morning.
How do you like this guy? Gets paid to go fishing while we slave over a hot carburetor.
He's done it. Hey, Jim, we got room for one more. Why don't you come along?
When are you going to get back?
Late Monday night.
Monday night, they lets me out. I couldn't get Monday off.
You could get away if you wanted to. You just don't want to miss spending Sunday with your girlfriend.
Helen?
No, they busted up a couple of months ago. By the way, she told you again this morning.
You did?
I told her you wasn't in for the 19th time.
Good, good.
How do you like this guy? There's a dame I trade my right arm for, and he gives it a run on.
Have you found a new dish?
I spent 4 years in the Navy fighting for freedom. Why get anchored down now? Practice getting too serious.
Your wedding dog, huh?
We're getting louder and louder. I figure she's too nice to string along. She won't take no for an answer.
Some days are sure hard to shake off. I once knew a blonde.
And her name was Margie.
How'd you know?
I've heard the story a dozen times.
A couple of dozen times. Hey, we better be getting back to our old man Mackey for blow a fuse.
Right. Here, that's for you.
Okay.
Yeah. See you later, fellas. Oh, work to do. You new here, honey?
$5 out of $1.
How do you get off tonight? 6:30? 7?
Don't forget your change.
I happen to have my autograph book here with you. Name and address?
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I don't come with the merchant's map.
Oh, like that? I think you're wonderful. Anything wrong in that?
No,
But well, how about you leaving it? Huh?
I work tonight.
Till what?
Till 9:30.
You like Alfred Nicholson as actor?
Yeah, I think they're great.
We're playing over at the music bar up here. I thought I'd pick up after 9:30. We'll go and give them a listen, okay?
Okay.
Good night.
$75 and one.
Hey, Chuck. I just remembered something.
Remembered what? 5 days until payday and I'm flat bucked. How you holding?
I'm practicing.
Me too. Well, I gotta figure out some way to get some beat it, so how else am I gonna take that gorgeous creature out to the music bar?
Why don't you ask old man Mackey for an advance?
Oh, that old guy, he wouldn't give you the sweat off his glasses.
Old fucking.
Hey, Buzzard, I'm glad you said that. Buzz Larson owes me $20.
What? Call him up, down at the dock.
My friend, you have just read my mind. Hello, hey, Buzz Larson there, please. Oh, hello, Buzz. Hi, boy, this is Dan. Listen, would you let me have that $20, Silver? Oh, that's swell. Believe me, you're a lifesaver. I'll be down tonight and pick it up. Huh? Tomorrow? Oh, wait a minute. Boy, I need it right away. You don't get paid until tomorrow. Yeah. I understand, shit. Okay. All right, thanks anyway, kid. Bye. Who left that light on in the washroom? Not me. Well, it was one of you fellas. You're all alike. You don't care what you do with my money. You think I own stock in the power company?
So I said, 1 moment, please. And then I said, yes. supervisor speaking. Helen Colgan, are you listening to me? Yeah. I don't think you've heard one word. You just seem to be walking around in a dream lately. Oh, Millie, I think I'll say goodbye to you here. There's some things I have to get. What things? Where? Oh, stuffy things. Over on State Street. I know where you're going, Helen, and you're making a big mistake. He wants to see you. He knows your telephone number. I know, but nothing. You're making a fool of yourself. I think I am. Goodbye.
Well, when you need it fast, sometimes you haven't got time.
Lighter.
What?
A standard lighter.
Yeah. No, not too rich. Yeah, sure. Well, if you haven't got it, you can't lend it. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bud?
Yeah, I called him. Ray says he's going to cook off. None of them had it.
No bad.
$1.03.
Exactly.
There you go.
Checks my cash except this once a week bookkeeper, and he don't come around till Thursday. I could put it back before Thursday. I could put it back tomorrow. As soon as I get that $20 from Bud.
Yeah. Yeah, how's every little thing?
Just fine.
That's good. I'll see you later, huh?
Oh, did you go out tonight?
Yeah, I went last Saturday.
Do you ever go hiking anymore?
Once in a while.
You know the Sunday we hiked at Pioneer Canyon?
Yeah.
Didn't we have fun?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Well, Danny, will you give me a ring sometime?
Sure, I'll give you a ring. We'll get together in June. I'll see you later. I'll give you a ring. Taxi lady? Where did you meet her? I'll figure out the fare as we go along.
You might overcharge me.
I might have said. Hop in, honey. Where'd you like to go?
Let's go downtown. Do your shopping.
How dull can you get?
Well, that's what I want to do. We can do something else later.
You have a deal, honey.
Still here.
Nice looking coat. But they cost you at least $1,000 for a coat like that.
Are you kidding? Why, that's nice. The bargain at $2,000. Isn't that the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life?
That's not bad. Are you thinking on buying it?
I want that coat. And I'm going to get it.
For $2,000?
For whatever it takes.
Hey, wait a minute. You really do want it, don't you?
You bet I do.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Oh, the blues.
Brown.
Yeah, but there's blues in your big brown eyes.
Oh, you sing too.
Only for you, honey.
Shall we go?
Close
raise money. How do you like that?
Are you sure you didn't happen to know it was closed when you invited me?
Oh, wait a minute. Would I do a thing like that? I'll take any place you want to go. Name it, you can have it.
All right. All right. I know a place where I'd like to go.
You hear me? I'll take you all the trouble of growing up with you. What's the matter? Cut that out. You want to break anything?
Hello, Nick.
Oh, it's you.
Give me a nickel, Danny. I'll show you how to beat this game.
Wait a minute.
One ball. Hey, Nick. Pay me. I hit the jackpot.
Golf for you.
Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, honey. Play it as much as you want.
Take it easy, Danny. I can handle Nick myself. I used to work here. Didn't I, Nick?
Yeah. Come back, huh?
Still in the window, Nick. So I guess it is.
You crazy? What do you think I am, a millionaire?
What's going on here?
Oh, let's skip it. Come on, we'll have our pictures taken. Come on. See you later, Nick.
Who goes first?
You both go.
What do you want?
Give me a half a buck's worth of nickels.
Okay, Admiral. Now what do you want?
There's only 9 nickels there, buddy.
Yeah? Who's cheating who?
What?
Look, you got your nickel, haven't you? Hit the road.
Why, hello, Nick.
Look, I've got rules in this house. That goes for you, too. If you want to pull that kind of stuff, go somewhere else. Come on, see me. Shoot it.
Come on, sir. Let's get out of this crummy job.
Goodbye, Nick. This guy right there?
Yeah.
The Beetlejuice. Who? Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, Dave used to call it.
Dave. Who's Dave?
Oh, fella I used to know. Taught me the names of all the stars. You know, I never saw a star until I was 16.
How come?
I was raised in Steeltown, West Virginia. You couldn't see the sky for the smoke. So I ran away.
Funny, I ran away from home, too. That was a long, long time ago. What'd you do if you ran away from home?
Oh, I was car hop for a while, waiting in a beer joint. First in a 5 and 10, last in a Coke and joint. It's not what you run away to, it's what you run away from.
I ran away from a farm and the milk the old man used to whip me.
That old man was good through with that stuff.
Oh, I ran away from a lot of things. Getting drunk all the time and never had any decent clothes to wear. And the boarders, especially those boarders. They wouldn't leave me alone.
Must have been sex.
I knew they handled them after a while.
Think you could handle me?
I can handle you.
Hello, it's Bud there. You what? It's a picking party. When will he be back? No, never mind. All right, I'll call him later. Bye. The bookkeeper. What's he doing here 2 days ahead of time? If he finds out, I'm sure he'll tell the old man. The old man's mean enough to send a guy to jail just to laugh. Gotta get $20 in a hurry. How about that salary loan outfit? The one that's always yakking on the radio. Walk in with an honest face, walk out with a pocket full of dough. I must have walked in with a wrong face. A couple of days to check my references. I haven't got any references, and I haven't got a couple of days. For $1 down, like it says in the window? As soon as you check up on your credit. Credit? I can't wait that long.
Oh, wait a minute there. You got a charge account in town?
No. Yes, I have. At the hub. At the hub where I buy my clothes.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call that credit manager, and if he says you're okay, you can take the watch right with you. Okay? Let's get it on and show you what it looks like.
How much did you let me have on this ticket? $30 for you any good? $30 will be fine.
Any better than last week? I don't know yet, Mr. Massey. I'll let you know. Well, about that other matter, see if you can't find a way to make it a business deduction. I'll think about it, Mr. Massey.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Barry.
You're here kind of early this week, aren't you?
The old man sent for me. Had some tax reports for me to get out.
Oh.
And I figured as long as I was here, I'd get my Thursday work done. Say, Dan, I just checked the register and it's $20 short.
Well, maybe you could have made a mistake or something.
No, I checked it twice.
Well, you know, sometimes the money gets stuck in the money stamp somewhere. Yeah, pretty.
But I looked in the money sack.
Just didn't look good enough.
I got anything, sir? You can, Brady.
Yeah.
I'm Moriarty, California Investigation Service. You bought a watch yesterday at Jay's Jewelers, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Well, took it straight to Uncle John's in Hartford.
Well, what if I did?
Don't play dumb. Why would you buy a watch for $100 and hock it the same day for 30?
Why?
Because you don't intend to pay the 100, that's why.
Now, wait a minute. Don't holler before you hurt, pal. I signed up to pay that $10 a month. When the month's up, I'll pay him the $10.
Oh, no, you won't. Because Jay Jewelers don't think you're going to be there when the month's up. They think you're going to skip town. So you'll pay up now or Jay's going to swear out a warrant.
Warrant? Warrant for what?
I'll give it to you in words of one syllable, my friend. When you buy something on the installment plan, you sign what they call a conditional sales contract.
Yeah?
This contract says that the watch, the radio, or the easy chair don't belong to you until you make your last payment. It says that if you sell, mortgage, or hock something you don't own yet, you're guilty of larceny. And a $100 watch is grand larceny. That's 3 years in the penitentiary in this case.
You kidding me, aren't you?
Kidding? Me? Not in your life. You signed a contract like this, didn't you?
Yeah.
Here's what it says right there.
That is payable.
Within 24 hours, the charges will be brought.
Look, I can't get a hold of $100 coming just like that right away.
Well, you better dig it up somewhere. Because if you don't pay up by noon tomorrow, a little man's going to call on you with a big warrant. That's all, brother. Until noon tomorrow.
What does the guy do when he's lost the bill?
Yeah, usually not my wife. Good idea.
Maybe I can get some dough on my bill up. I wonder how much they'll give me for it. No, guys, what good is $300? I still owe the finance company $350. By 8:30, I've tried everything I could think of, and I still haven't raised $100. I haven't raised $1.25. So I threw in the towel and headed for Bill's place to knock off a couple of beers. The longer I sat on that silly stool, the more I felt like slugging somebody. I could have socked old man Mackin for being so tight. And the guy in the jewelry store for sending Moriarty after me. And the fellow standing next to me at the bar, because he had money in his pocket and I didn't.
How much are you, Tony?
$350, Shorty.
Okay, I gotta get home before the old lady stuffs my ears off.
Haven't you got something smaller? This one's a 50.
How's this one?
It's another 50. Here, let me look. There's a 5 right there on top.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Just keep the change. I gotta get home before the old lady slaps me down. Who?
Your wife.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the old lady. Good night, soldier.
So long, Shorty. How'd the joker like that when he don't let go? Shorty, he runs the bingo game. Did a suckers keep him happy. Another beer, Danny?
Oh.
Miles
down on the back. Down on the floor. Hurry up. That's right. Nobody chased us. We got all night, haven't we?
Sure we have. Maybe you got all night. Me and Helen, we only got 5 minutes till the last show. Rosie the General. Really, I almost forgot. I've already seen the picture. I saw it when it was downtown at the Palace. But you said... Oh, I got it. You wouldn't mind if I went alone, would you? No, I wouldn't. I didn't think so. Goodbye, then.
Bye.
Gee, Ben, this is like old times.
Yeah.
Let's go on the roller coaster, and if you're let's go on it.
All right. My knees are really shaking back there. I thought the cops would bust out of that alley any minute. Oh, but now I'm in the clear. It's a heavy door in my pocket, and I can pay off that jewelry store and have enough left over to show Vera the biggest time she ever had. Vera. I've got a date with her tonight. I promised to meet her at Nick's place. What time is it?
It's 25 steps.
Holy smoke, I promised to meet a guy a half hour ago. I'm kind of late. I'm sorry, kid. Can I walk you to the bus or something?
You don't have to, Ben. I'll be at home by myself.
Well, I'll give you a ring. We'll get together sometime soon. I'll see you later. Don't come back. I want my $60. Do me a favor, will you? Drop dead. Put the gun to your top. Take your hands off. I want. Did you hear me? I like to be pushed around. Tell us all this about $50.
It wasn't a loan, it was a present.
I don't get taking $50 from a guy like this ever. Let's get out of here.
Tell me what we're celebrating.
Was she celebrating something?
It's easy. Last night you were sending dollar bills, and tonight it's 50.
I won at the crack game.
Sure it wasn't bingo.
Two champagne cards. What do you mean, bingo?
I thought you might have won it from Ted in the case.
I'll give you that idea.
Maybe it was Evelyn.
Evelyn, who's that?
Bookkeeper in the movie house.
She
store said he leave in the auto park.
What do you know about that?
He just came into Mick's place to phone the cops.
Cops? What's he say?
Vera, long time no see. How about a dance? No thanks.
Your boyfriend won't mind.
No thanks.
Can I buy you both a drink?
No.
Isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, blow.
You heard her.
So the guy who did it with a handkerchief around his neck.
He took soda for his bankroll.
Didn't he?
How do I know?
This person might have heard about it. Anyhow, if it was me, and I'd won any $50 bills, I wouldn't go spending them around the pier.
Yeah? Why not?
Because everyone around here knows that Shorty carries 50.
Shorty, and I wanted to throw in a crab game, see?
Oh, now, sure you did. Sure you did, Danny. Let's spend some of it, huh?
That's more like it.
Only, you won't spend the 50. So,
no. I don't want spend the 50. Take $100. You go.
There's the contract. So long, baby.
So long. Cafe Motor. Who? This is him speaking. How'd I like to what? How'd you like to take a big jump off the pier?
No, I don't like to take a jump off the pier. But you better come and see me, or else.
Or else what?
Or else something is going to happen. To you. To you, Danny boy.
What's on your mind, and you better be good.
Oh, it's very good. You know, last night a pie starter, a big pie starter, he left some in here. I picked it up. Picked it up where you left it. It's got a knock in it. You know, like you use for a mask or something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
No, but I'll take it just for luck.
Sure. You keep my handkerchief. I keep your handkerchief. Same knock, only your handkerchief got blood on it.
So what?
You ever hear anybody say money talk? $50 bills. They talk very loud. Big bills. What do they say? It's Shorty McKay, Shorty McKay. Ah, that's right, son. Shorty McKay.
What's your angle? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm telling you about a holdup. See, Evelyn from a picture show, she saw the man get robbed, and she got a very good look at the guy who did it. She thinks she can identify him very easy. That girl, you want me to call her?
No. Put it down. If this was true that I was mixed up in this thing, why don't you call the cops?
Cops don't know. I'm a businessman. See, Danny boy, I think I can do business with you very nice.
What kind of business do you think you could do with me?
Automobile business. You get me a new car and I don't know nothing. It's nothing.
A new car? I couldn't get a new car if I wanted to.
Well, you can get a new car. Same way you got the $50 bill.
Are you nuts?
Nuts? No, I don't think so.
David? Yes? There's a place for the green sedan. Even it's ready for delivery in the morning. Yes. Oh, David, I'll bet we kept you putting in 10 gallons of gas this time. 6 is fresh.
Chicago's the last new car we'll have this month. I've got to get it tonight or blow town tomorrow. Even if I blow town, they'll probably catch up with me. Oh, boy, am I in a mess.
Hey, Dan, I was just thinking if you're not going to take Helen out anymore, I thought maybe I'd give her a call sometime.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you do that, Jack? Green sedan, the second in California. Got license plate.
That's fine. Well, I promise you I know nothing. That's Billy Connect.
Wait, it's not. I want that naked.
You let go of this and
You let go of it, now let go of it. Hey, into the car.
What's none of your business anymore? Well, I'll tell you, I told it to a gambler friend of mine. He's driving it home to Nevada.
Yeah, he does. I don't want it around town myself.
Don't worry, he's coming home tonight.
That green sedan.
You?
Yeah. I could tell the police about it right this minute. But I don't know whether that would help me get back the car or not. You understand?
No, I don't.
No, I'm not interested in sending anybody to jail, Brady. I'm interested in getting back that car.
I don't know why you're telling me all this.
Oh, yes, you do. An employee of this firm stole that sedan, and I happen to know who it is because he was seen.
You're trying to pin this thing on me.
Now, don't try to run any bluff.
How many times do I have to tell you?
You don't have to tell me anything. All you have to do is to get that car down here, parked out in front before I get down tomorrow.
What if I haven't got it? What if I don't know where it is?
But you did have it, and you do know where it is.
Well, I don't anymore.
If you can't return the car, you'll have to pay for it. $3,000.
$3,000? What? It only lists for $19.50.
You don't think I'd sell to you at list?
$3,000. Where would a guy like me get any dough like that?
Almost everybody's got a family someplace. Well, folks can go to a lot of trouble to keep a man out of jail.
Not much.
Now, look, I'll give you 24 hours, Brady. I want the money or I want the automobile. Now, let me give you some warning. Don't you try to leave town.
$3,000. It might as well have been $3 million. I tried to remember who could have seen me in the green sedan. Nobody'd known I had it except Nick. Nick. Maybe that was who told the old man. Nick hated me. He'd cut my throat for a nickel.
Hey, what's the matter with you tonight? You look like you lost your last friend.
How'd you like to go to Texas, honey, right now, right away?
Are you kidding?
Come on, but look.
Uh-huh. What's the matter with California? Weather getting too warm?
Tell you about it. So I'm in a worse jam than ever. My boss is going to throw me in the brig if I don't get a hold of $3,000 or, well, where am I going to get a hold of $3,000?
I know where there's $3,000 or $4,000.
Yeah, First National Bank.
No, not in any bank. So we can get out of it. We can get out of easy. All you have to do is to break a little padlock on a rickety old door. Just pry it open with your fingernail.
Not with my fingernail. I'm in too deep already.
This is the end of the month. After Nick keeps the money overnight.
Nick? You mean Nick at the Penny Arcade?
Uh-huh. There'll be thousands of dollars there tonight.
What would Nick be doing with that kind of...
Charging people for cashing checks. There's a big paper. A lot of them will bring their checks in the morning before the bank's open. And he doesn't even have a safe. He hides it. I know where.
Nick has got me and all.
Let Nick get you out. Then you won't have to go to Texas. I'll stay here.
Hey, man. Someone watching us from the house.
It's only old Snoop.
Who?
The landlady. She's always looking for trouble. You know, I had a news program on the air the other night, and she busted in and tried to tell me I had a man in my room.
So what?
Well, let's give her something to watch. Stay out here and look out for Watson. If I see him coming, I'll honk the horn.
Blow it 3 times so I'll know it's you.
All right, then. Good luck.
happened?
The night watchman saw me.
You took a big chance tonight and you got away with it. You ought to be tickled to death.
Well, I'm not. I feel like I'm being shoved into a corner, and if I don't get out soon, it'll be too late. Maybe it's too late already.
You can stop worrying. You're out right now. You've got the money in your pocket to pay your way out.
Yeah. Thanks, I got the money. That'll square everything out.
I wonder how much there is.
Feels like a lot.
Let's take it up to my room and count it. Put on a shade. $503 taxes. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $500. 20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100, 110. $3,610.
Yeah, it's been a lot of dough.
The money that I can make in a year working every day.
Just like I thought. What's the big idea? Who said you can come in? I have rules in this house. This is a clean, respectable place.
Well, you got no right in here. Now get out.
I don't allow no men in the rooms. Not in my house. And I am not leaving until she goes.
You're leaving right now.
Maybe you'd rather I'd call the cops. Why, you old
Cut it out, will you? We don't want any trouble, especially now.
Yeah, but
maybe I ought to go. You think you can take care of everything all right?
Oh. Yeah, sure, Danny. Don't worry. I can take care of everything.
I'll call you in the morning.
I don't want any of your kind around here. And when your rent's up, you can move out. Graham!
Hello, is there a no back there? Hey, you're going to wear that thing out today. Oh, this is it. Why don't you forget about it? You just a minute, please. Would you do me a favor and shut up, please? Sorry. Oh, this is a day off she wouldn't be at the restaurant. Look, when she comes in, would you tell her to call Dan Brady at Mackey Motor? It's very important. As soon as she comes in. All right. Thank you.
Well, Brady.
Well?
I didn't see that green sedan when I came down this morning.
No, you didn't, did you?
Does that mean you can't get it back?
You mean anything you want it to mean?
Well, then I assume you intend to pay for the car instead.
Oh, do you?
How long will it take you to get the money?
I've got it already.
Hmm? Fine. Why don't you come right into the office?
Well, I haven't got it on me. I can pick it up tonight after work and bring it in the morning.
Why wait till tomorrow? I'll come right back after dinner tonight. You can see me in the office then.
Might be 10 o'clock or so.
All right, Brady. Perfectly all right. See you tonight.
Mackey Motor. Hello, Vera. Where have you been? Did you take care of everything all right? Good. Well, that's swell, baby. Look, I'll be over and see you tonight as soon as I get off work, right after 6 o'clock. Goodbye.
That you, Danny?
Yeah.
Come right in.
It's beautiful, Danny.
Oh, Danny. Danny. I might never have had it if it hadn't been for you.
Where'd you get the coat?
I bought it.
Bought it with what?
With my share of the money. Here's your end. $1,800.
You could tell that don't buy a coat with it.
Not just a coat, Danny. A mink coat.
You throw me out.
Oh, now, just a minute. Who told you where the money was? Who told you how to get it? Isn't that worth half?
I can't use half. I need 3,000.
Oh, don't be a chump. Nobody expects to get everything you ask for. Make them an offer. That's what I did.
What you did?
Sure. This coat cost $2,000. I told the furrier $1,800 was all I had and could take it or leave it. Take it easy.
Offer this to the old man. Tell him it's all you could raise. I bet anything he takes it.
I'm glad you're doing the sensible thing. There's only 1,800 here. That's right. Where's the rest of it?
You couldn't dig it up. Take it or leave it.
I'll save it. The police station.
What's the idea?
I told you I'd forget about the whole thing for $3,000, but not for $1,800. Now, if you've got the rest of it on you, you'd better pay me now before it's too late.
Oh, I guess.
I missed the kidding time tonight. I wanted to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yeah, I quit today. I'm through with that screwball magic. I told you what he tried to pull on me, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Well, you remember the night that she down disappeared? Well, the next morning he called me in his office and tried to tell me I swiped it.
Said what?
Like I'm telling you, he said I stole the car. Gave me a lot of hooey about somebody seeing me drive away.
Wait a minute, I'm all messed up. Let me get this thing straight. He said that he saw you drive that car away?
And that ain't all. Yesterday he called me in his office and he'd have some screwy idea I should get $3,000 for my old man to pay for the sedan. Now, how nuts can a guy get?
He didn't know anything at all. He was just fishing around, putting the pressure on everybody, hoping stuff would turn up.
Yeah, I should have let him have one talking to me like that. Some of these days, that old man is going to get his neck in a sling.
Neck in a sling? Yeah. Yeah, he had it coming, though, didn't he? Oh, trying to outsmart everybody, but he got too smart. Yeah, he got so smart, he got his neck in a sling. I have a date here. I'm late already.
Come in. Well, how'd it go? Did he take the money?
Yeah, he took it.
I told you he would.
Pack this thing, we gotta get out of here.
What are you talking about?
He tried to call the cops. I had to stop him.
Stop him. How?
Never mind. Pack your things.
Stop clowning, Danny. How?
I'm not clowning. He tried to call the cops. I had to take the phone away from him. He pulled a gun on me. I strangled him.
On the level?
On the level. But they won't find him till in the morning. By that time, we'll be halfway to Texas.
You'll be halfway to Texas. Not me.
But the cops will be after us.
They won't be after me. I don't have to run away.
Look, we're in this thing together. You told me to offer him the dough.
I didn't tell you to kill him. And I wasn't there when it happened. So why should I stick my neck out now?
What kind of a dame are you?
The kind that wasn't out for herself. I didn't. Who would?
Oh, you don't care about anybody else, do you?
Well, sure I do. Oh, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to you, Danny. Certainly wouldn't want to see the cops catch you. Don't you think you better get started, detective? I'll kiss you goodbye if you want me to.
I would dirty my lips.
One more flight.
Miss Novak, things ever easy to you.
Novak?
What if I am?
Got something for you.
Yeah? What is it?
A search warrant. See what you've got in the purse, Smitty.
You won't find him in there.
You won't find who in there?
You know who. Dan Brady.
Oh, yeah, Dan Brady. Where will I find him?
He's getting out of the state as fast as he can drive.
Why aren't you getting out, too?
I didn't want any part of it. I didn't even know him.
Didn't know who.
Say, you trying to make me look like a fool. Matthew, of course.
Matthew? Which Matthew is that?
Oh, the one that ran the automobile agency.
Ran?
Well, he can't keep on running it now that he's dead, can he?
Dead? Who's dead? Matthew, of course. Brady killed him. The girl didn't have any part of it. Where did it happen?
You know where. At the auto... Say, are you trying to kid me?
Sure. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you're trying to kid me. Why did you start spilling the minute I came in the door? Maybe it's because you wanted me to think your boyfriend had gone when he hadn't. How do I know he isn't still here?
Why don't you look under the couch?
I don't suppose he'd be that near. No, I didn't think he'd be that close. Smitty. Watch it. Where does a dame like you get a coat like this?
I bought that coat with my own money. You take your dirty hands off it.
Oh, bet you did.
I can prove it. I got a receipt. Here.
Alaska Furriers, 917 Main Street. Received at Vera Novak, $1,800. Well, looks like Nick had the right hunt, Smith.
Nick?
What do you suppose brought us here? Last night somebody stole $3,600 of Nick's money, and today you paid $1,800 for a fur coat. Looks like you and your boyfriend split Nick's bankroll right down the middle.
I don't know what you're talking about. Give me back my coat.
Don't worry about the coat, sister. We'll take it right with us. Bring her along, Smitty, and we'll check on Matthew on the way down to the station.
Thank you right to have me rough kid. So I got rid of the truck and came back.
Get right back home. I gotta get out of here quick.
What is it, Steve? What's the hole up in the auto car?
What do you know about that hole?
I saw you hiding in the alley that night. The night that Millie and I walked by. I couldn't see your features, but I knew that it was you. But then I thought maybe I was imagining things. You know how it is when you love someone. You think you see him 50 times a day. But a minute later you called my name and I turned around and there you were at the head of the alley. Then we heard about the holdup at the auto park and I saw the look on it.
Is that all?
That's all.
Well, why don't you get out and let me get started?
I saw the
police come out of the house with her. Are they after you, too?
What if they are? What business is it of yours?
But I can help you. I can tell them you were with me all evening. You'll have an alibi.
I don't get it. Why do you want to help me? When things were going my way, all I ever gave you was a runaround. Now that I'm in a jam, why don't you get smart and stay away from me?
I've been away from you too long, and it isn't any good. Don't you think I know I'm dumb to throw myself at a guy that doesn't want me? Don't you think I know I'm a fool to sit on the street corner for an hour just waiting for you to come out of the door? I know all that, but I can't help it. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you.
I'll drive you home. It's less than a week since Helen waited for me outside the garage. We've been dancing like this, she said, and all I had to do was say, well, idea, let's go out tonight. If I said that, I wouldn't be running away from the cops tonight with a murder hanging over my head.
No, Dan. No.
Hey, buddy, pull over to the curb. Take a look at your driver's license. Brady. That's your name? You went through Boulevard stop back there. Will you sign this? Yes. And take it easy. Yeah. Helen, you kept me from making an awful mistake.
If you'll only take me with you, I can help you. I know I can.
Let me lay it on my mind. I'm going to have to keep running. I'm going to have to keep running all my life because when they catch up with me, they're going to hang me. For murder. I killed a man tonight.
Stop, Tom. Then tell me what happened.
Telling her about it wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. And it was Helen who came up with the idea of Mexico. We decided to head for an inland town like Hermosillo, where not many tourists come. A man could be safe for 50 years in a place like that.
What's that?
Goodbye to Mexico. Oh, it's the main bearing. It'll take a couple of days to fix.
Well, then we'll have to hitchhike.
And get there by morning, we'd never make it.
You have to make it.
Oh, Helen, I've had the right girl all the time, and we're too dumb to know about it. If we ever get out of this trouble...
We're going to get out of it.
Yeah, but how? I've got an idea. This is the baby that's going to get us there.
So what are you going to do with that?
Get us a lift, honey. A lift straight through to Mexico. Come on. Any funny stuff. I don't want to hurt you. All right. Signal saying to keep going. Turn south on the highway, keep her under 50, and don't go through any red lights, you understand me?
May I ask where we're going?
Just keep driving this way down.
I suppose you know what you're getting into. This isn't a car theft. It's kidnapping.
No one asked you. I don't want your advice, you hear me?
Well, I happen to be a lawyer. Maybe
you can keep your mouth shut, too.
No, Dan. Let him talk. He might be able to help you.
he's right. Whatever it is you're running away from, this is worse. Kidnapping is a capital offense. They can hang you for it.
What's the difference? They'll hang me anyway.
How about the girl?
You leave her out of it. She had nothing to do with it. You understand me?
I believe that. But with the police? Look, son, I can see this girl means something to you. Why don't you tell me what happened? For her sake. You need a lawyer sooner or later.
You maybe you're right. If you're sure you could keep her in the clear.
If she's innocent, you tell me the whole story, and it's the truth.
Truth. I don't know where to begin.
Start at the beginning.
The guy was a lawyer. And maybe you could help tell him. So I told him the whole story. I told him about sticking up Shorty in the auto park and about breaking into the penny arcade in the middle of the night. I told him about Vera, Mick, and Old Man Mackey. I told him everything that had happened. From the very beginning to the end.
Now, the first thing you want to know is where the girl stands.
Okay.
She's in the clear. I can't touch her.
Oh, but how about Dan? He said maybe it wouldn't be murder. It might be manslaughter.
No, it's a murder, all right. I might be able to get him off with second degree. They'd have a hard time proving premeditation.
Second degree, that'd mean life would...
It could. There's one discrepancy in your story. It's worth checking up on because if we get the right answer, murder's out. Manslaughter, too.
Well, what do you mean?
How do you know he's dead?
He's dead, that's all. His head fell over on the deck like he was dead.
It would do that if he were unconscious. Did you feel his pulse? Or listen for a heartbeat?
No, I didn't.
Men don't die easily. They take a lot of killing. I can imagine Mackey sitting in a police station right now, telling the desk man what a narrow escape he had.
He only was alive. Helen, if he only was alive, I'd give myself up to the first cop that came along.
Here's an all-night restaurant. Why don't I use their phone, find out how Mackey is?
Why don't you keep on driving till I tell you how Mackey is? He's dead, that's what he's dead.
Oh, but Dan, maybe he is.
No, he is. I know he is. Listen, you, I didn't want to kill anybody. I don't want to kill you now, but if you try any more funny stuff, I'll blow a hole right through you. What day is it?
It's Saturday.
No, it isn't. It's Sunday morning. We have a couple of hours before daylight. We can still make it. Turn this car around.
Where are we going now?
Remember Buzz Larson?
Yeah.
He's taking a fishing party way down past San Diego this morning. If we can get to the pier in time, I can go with him.
Mexico?
Way past the Mexican border. Step on it, will you? The boat is still here. Yeah, there it is. Down there. We made it. We better hurry. I better hurry, not you.
Oh, I'm going with you, Dan.
There's no harbor below San Diego. I'll have to swim in from the sea.
I'm going with you, Dan.
You're taking too many chances already. I've got to go on by myself for a job. I'll send for you as soon as I get a job. You know that, don't you, baby?
Yes, but... Oh, Dan, don't go. I'm so afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe there is. How are we going to keep this guy from going to the cops till after the boat pulls out of the harbor?
Talk to Taylor. Give me the gun.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
I told you the girl was in the clear. She won't be if she takes that gun. After that, she'll be an accessory.
Oh, don't listen to him, Dan. You've got to get away.
No, he's right. He's got to be kept out of this. That's all that's important now.
Would you take my word for something?
I might.
As a citizen, I have to notify the police, but as a friend, I don't have to hurry.
Thanks. Would you do me another favor?
If I can.
Don't wait until the boat pulls out of the harbor. Leave now.
I'll get her out of here right away.
Thanks.
You haven't seen Brady since noon Monday.
No, I haven't.
And you haven't heard from him either.
No? Wait a minute, I just remembered. He phoned me Monday afternoon.
For any particular reason?
Yeah, I owed him $20. He said he needed it. There's a news broadcast at 6 o'clock. I want to hear it before I talk to the car.
Regarding every airport, every bus depot, and every railroad station, in a determined effort to prevent the killer's escape.
At 4 o'clock this morning, officers drew roadblocks across both state highways and are now stopping all outbound cars. But at last report, McDonald was still at large. Meanwhile, police officers Buxton and Chandler are dead. And Deputy Sheriff Alan G. Janis was taken to the emergency hospital with 2 bullets in his gun.
I'll get it a little louder.
Closer to home, Peach City authorities are seeking garage mechanic Daniel Brady, 26, an employee of the Mackey Motor Company. Late yesterday evening, watchman Michael J. O'Brien, while making his regular nightly rounds, discovered the unconscious body of Orrin Mackey, president of the automobile agency, lying in his office. Mackey regained consciousness at St. Mark's Hospital shortly after midnight and named Brady as his assailant.
But he's alive.
Now you want to watch yourself if you run into that shit, okay?
What's dangerous about him?
Got Mackey's gun?
That might be our boy.
Take a look at it.
I'll go after him and bring us up.
What's that?
I'm coming, Dad. It's all right. You didn't come, Dad.
Hey, what's going on? What happened? Stop. It's not a rock fight anymore on the radio. What about who? Who? All the guys that could have come to the house. Where's McDonald? Oh, come on, what's going on, man? I don't know. They shot somebody. Take down. Come on. Hurry up. Stand back, folks. Give room. This guy is stand right there.
Where'd you say your automobile was?
On the pier, right over there.
Fine. Well, put him in the car and I'll drive him straight to the hospital. That's all right with you?
Yes.
Save much time instead of waiting for the ambulance. I wouldn't shot you only. I thought you had a gun. What'd you do with it?
I dropped it. What do you think they're going to give me?
Have you ever been in trouble before?
No.
Well, I think we can rule out the watch and the $20 bill. They probably charge you with the holdup, stealing a car, and breaking into the Penny Arcade. That could add up to anything from 1 to 10 years. But since you're a first offender, my guess is that it'll be nearer 1 than 10.
Whatever it is, I'll take it.
Whenever it is, I'll be waiting for you, Mom. Do you want me to?
You're a great girl, Helen.
I love you, Dad.
That goes both ways.
What's in it? I'll get it off to you, Mr. Brent.
Say, you're here to learn about emotions, not play children's games. What is this anyway, Mr. Brent?
Well, you had some questions about emotions for your biology classwork. This will help. Sit down. Notice your own emotional reactions to what you just experienced. What did you feel? What did you do? How about you, Jean?
Oh, I've got to catch my breath, Mr. Brent. That scared me.
Warren, your reaction?
Well, I think I feel kind of angry. He tricked us, you know.
And you, Larry? Where did you get this thing? This is pretty clever. Notice that each of you reacted differently. Jean's reaction you might call one of fear.
I'll say.
Jean drew away from the box. That's what you generally do when you're afraid of something. On the other hand, Warren's reaction you might call rage. He was ready for a fight. What happened to me? What did I do? You laughed. You were pleased. You drew closer to the box. You liked it. Psychologically, we classify that sort of response with what we call the basic emotion of love. And so we have examples of each of the three basic emotions. Fear, rage, and love.
Why did we act that way? I didn't want to be afraid.
Our emotional reactions are involuntary, pretty much automatic.
Well, if that's the case, then why weren't our reactions the same?
Well, Jeannie, when we're born, emotional reactions are pretty much the same in everyone. But as we grow older, each of us develops his own individual set of response patterns. Why is that, Mr. Brent? Conditioning. What conditioning? Come over here. Did you ever see a mouse that acted as if you were afraid of cheese?
Afraid of cheese?
Sounds impossible, doesn't it? But watch this. The strangest thing I've ever seen. Is that the result of conditioning, Mr. Brent? How did you do that? Well, we began several months ago with just a mouse, one that liked cheese. When it was confronted with a piece of cheese, it responded by going toward it. But when the mouse was given a mild electric shock as it approached the cheese, it responded by running back. After this procedure was repeated for some time, the mouse began to associate the cheese with the electric shock. And because he was afraid of the shock, the mouse was conditioned to be afraid of cheese. Now, he responds to cheese as he would ordinarily respond to an electric shock. That's what we call conditioning. We hook up a stimulus, the cheese, with a new response. Must be pretty hard on the mouse. It doesn't happen to people that way, does it? Let's find out. Come over here, Warren. Hold your hand out like this. That's right. Now just try to hold it steady. Don't let your hand move. Just hold it steady. But you're pushing it down. Just hold it steady. 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 Hey, it went up. That's a case of simple conditioning, not involving emotions this time, but still conditioning. Is that the reason the cheese scares so easily? I should have said it. My heart. Very possibly, conditioning is the reason. While we're very young, the actions and attitudes of our parents and brothers and sisters condition us to a great many emotional responses. We all have them. Of course, most of our conditioning is much more complex than the sort we've shown so far. We often become conditioned to react emotionally to words or ideas. Words? I can't believe that. You can. Well, remember, emotional behavior is largely involuntary. Here, come over here and take a look at this model of the brain. This is the front of it. Emotions are centered in the lower part of the brain, the thalamus. The thalamus is not consciously controlled. When your emotions are stimulated, a reaction indirectly affecting the thalamus can produce changes in you and your body. For example, you all three reacted to the Jack in the Box. Your facial expressions and actions changed. And that was without any conscious effort or control, wasn't it? Well, in the same way, your reactions can produce involuntary changes within your body. For example, these glands may produce tears. That's common in emotional response. Other glands, such as the adrenals and the liver, work harder. Sweat glands in your skin produce perspiration. Your stomach slows down its digestive action. Your heartbeat changes, sometimes faster or sometimes slower. And your breathing changes. These and many other changes are part of emotional response. And we can detect some of these changes to measure emotional response.
Measure it?
Yes. This device called a polygraph measures variations in breathing and heartbeat, and so indicates emotional responses. Larry, you didn't think you would react emotionally to words. Do you want to try it? Sure. Maybe it's something like a lie detector? It's been called that, but actually it measures and records all kinds of emotional response. This part is the pneumograph, or bellows, which measures your respiration or breathing. Now, if you roll up your sleeve, Larry, we'll put this armband on your arm, and this will record your pulse, or heartbeat. You've probably seen one of these in a doctor's office, haven't you, Larry? Yes, sir. Now, if Larry makes an emotional response to anything I mentioned, you'll notice a change on this record.
Oh, this won't hurt very good.
No, indeed. Just relax, Larry. This won't hurt a bit. This won't hurt a bit. You sound just like my dentist. I'll turn it on. Notice how regular Larry's breathing is now, and his pulse as the pens gradually fill in the graph. Larry responds to the word still. That's interesting. And Larry has a dentist on his mind. This is just a hunch, but perhaps if we probe deeply, there's another word. Probe. Well, I think I can get several words that will arouse an emotional response in Larry. Okay. Yes, that's another one. Drill. I must find just the word. Why? Well, perhaps you can give us the answer to that one, Larry. I haven't seen the gentleman lately. I had a bad tooth.
Aha! You're afraid of something, too. Worry.
Yes, so. How did that happen? Well, come on over here to the blackboard. Maybe if I draw a diagram of the process of conditioning, it will help you. S1, the first stimulus, stands for the dentist. He's a good fellow. Larry's normal reaction to him, R1, is curiosity and interest. But the dentist has the drill. That's stimulus 2. And in this case, that caused pain. Response number 2. The normal response to pain is a desire to get away, a type of fear response. Each time Larry went to the dentist, it was something like the mouth and the teeth. The dentist stimulus became associated with the response of pain and fear. until Larry is conditioned to react to even words about the day with a paying fair response. This conditioning may wear off after a while, or it may not. Emotional disturbances may ruin your appetite, make you nervous, even upset your stomach.
It's like running away from school. After sewer conditioning can be pretty unhealthy.
That's true, Jean, but don't forget that conditioning can also be very useful. It's a good idea to be conditioned to stop whenever you see a red traffic light.
Well, when you want to get rid of unhealthy conditioning?
I don't want to be a scaredy cat all my life.
That's right. You want to grow into a mature, balanced person. That's a matter of conditioning, too. Condition yourself to make more mature responses. Now, let's review a bit. We have certain basic emotions which are controlled subconsciously. They are modified and changed by a process called conditioning. Now, by understanding conditioning and using it, we can more easily achieve emotional maturity. Let's remember what happened with the Jack in the Box. Each of you made a different response, but all your responses were a little immature. Mature persons respond in a more balanced manner. That is, their responses include a little of each of the basic emotions. Enough fear for protection, a little anger or rage at being made foolish, a spark of the love response. That is, interest, curiosity, pleasure. A balance, you see. And we all want to become more mature emotionally, don't we?
Oh, I sure do. Before we go, Mr. Jack, may I keep this grass?
Yes, of course.
I'm beginning to see now how important it is to understand your emotions.
Oh, I don't know, Jack.
You're the only girl I've dated in 2 months. We get along fine. You do love me, don't you?
I think so, but I'll have to think about it.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mom.
Have a nice time?
Awfully. Jack's awfully handsome. Look at small dresses. Mom, how can I tell? I mean, how did you know when you were in love with Dad?
Oh, I've been in love several times before. I guess so I could recognize the difference.
Several times?
Mm-hmm. And each time I thought I'd found my Prince Charming. Most people fall in love quite a few times in their lives.
Well, then, how can you tell when you're really in love?
Well, hard to think about that. Let's play tomorrow, shall we?
All right. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Most people fall in love quite a few times. I wonder if Jack knows that.
I tell you, Bob, I haven't dated any girl but Nora in 2 months. We're really in love.
Uh-huh. And you were really in love with Betty and Mary and Donna, and I don't know who else. And there'll be others, I suppose.
Oh, no. That's over with. You know, Bob, Nora's the prettiest girl I've ever known.
She's just as beautiful as... Beautiful? And you think that's all that matters? Oh, hurry up and get in bed, will you? Bob, did you feel this way when you fell in love with Steve? Oh, look. I felt that way lots of times. The trouble with you is, you don't seem to understand what love is really about. You young punks go to the movies a couple of times, do a little necking, and you think you're in love. I've never seen anything like it. All I wanted to do was ask. You don't have to get sore about it, do you? I'm sorry, Jack, but look at it this way. You just haven't been around enough to know what love really is. Seriously, it's nothing like the slush they give you in the movies. Well, I don't know, Bob. That's right. You don't know. Maybe you would understand better if... Hey, I've got an idea. How'd you like a double date with Gene and me tomorrow night? Why, sure, Bob. That would be swell. So you wouldn't mind? Not if you let me get some sleep now. Good night. Good night.
Oh, Chuck, that sounds like loads of fun. See you tonight. Goodbye. Guess what, Mother? Jack and I are going on a double date with Jack's brother Bob and his girlfriend. They're engaged and so much in love. He has the most beautiful diamond.
Oh, that's fine, dear. I've met Bob. I think he's awfully nice.
Yeah, I do too.
And speaking of love, weren't you and I going to talk about that today?
Yes, we were.
I've been thinking about your question, and, well, suppose we look at these snapshots together,
Snapshots?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do they have to do with love?
Oh, I was just thinking that they might help you to understand how your capacity for love grows and develops just as you grow and develop. Here, look at this one.
Oh, Mother, did you have to keep that?
You know, in a way, you were in love even then. Every baby loves its parents for their care and protection. Of course, some people expect that care and protection all their lives. They never grow up. But it is a kind of love. Now, compare that with this picture.
Oh, that's the boy who used to live next door. My, how he did love his teddy bear.
Love? That's right. That's a kind of love, too. Possessiveness. A love for the things you own.
Some of us never get over being possessive when we're in love.
Good. You're beginning to understand. Now, here's a snap that shows how we learn to return love by doing things for others.
Well, what about love of our friends? Isn't that a stage of love?
Yes, I think it is. Here, look at this.
Well, that's Daddy and Ellen and Ann. I took that picture with my first camera. Oh, I know. That was a time when I wouldn't look at anyone but my special friend. I guess that was a stage of love.
Yes, and boys go through a similar stage when they stick together in gangs and want anything to do with girls.
Who soon changed that?
Now, let's see. Oh, do you remember this picture?
The captain of the football team. That was 3 years ago. He never knew how much I loved him. I guess he never knew I existed at all.
Well, we all go through crushes like that on teachers or sports stars or movie stars. Then after a while, there's a stage that some people call puppy love.
Oh, that's nice. I'd almost completely forgotten that.
Remember how important it seemed at the time?
I'll say.
And it really was important as a part of learning how to love and be loved.
I think I can tell puppies. Oh, look. There's the couple we met at camp last summer. I think it's caught them.
Yes. And that's another stage where the physical side of love dominates. Sometimes this is mistaken for mature love, but there's a difference.
Mature love. That's a new way of thinking about it. How can you tell when love is mature?
Well, mature love is more special. Mature love has something of the other kind of love in it and something more. It's tender. I
I'm selfish. Cooperative. When I get serious about somebody now, I want to have that kind of love.
That's a good idea, dear. And if you aren't sure, you can always ask yourself some questions. Are we really interested in the same things? Do we feel at ease together? Are we proud of each other? Do we agree on the basic things such as religion, marriage, children, money, and friends?
Thanks, Mother. I know better more.
I hope so, dear.
Are we really interested in the same thing? Do we feel at ease together? Are we proud of each other? Are we agreed on basic things? I wonder. I'm going to watch Bob and Jean, see if they have a mature love.
Yes, we've sort of found it together, you might say, and we come here quite often. Oh, the real Chinese dishes are over here.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob, look at Candy Day.
What? Oh, the season tickets for our concert series.
And guess what? You're going to have to sit through another concert by that young French pianist who didn't play.
You mean the same one we saw last season?
That's right. Maybe this year you'll agree with me that he has real talent.
Oh, maybe. But only if he's improved.
Oh, Bob. Well, at least we'll have fun debating it. Do Bob and Jean have a mature love? Are they interested in the same thing? I'll say they are. They seem to have so many things to talk about and do together.
Say, Nora, talking about music, have you heard the new recording of the Brahms Violin Concerto?
No, I guess I never really learned to appreciate classical music. Are Jeff and I interested in the same thing? I wonder. Another question Mom asked. Do we feel at ease with each other?
You know, there's no telling what we'll get, but I'm willing to take a chance if you are.
Oh, that's the fun of it, Bob. What about some of this Walter Salad?
That's a fine idea.
Bob and Jean certainly are at ease with each other. But what about us?
Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going to have the leg of lamb.
Oh, well, I thought it would be fun to try Chinese food.
That's all right if you like that stuff. Me, I'll stick to the lamb.
Well, oh, come on, Nora. Take a chance with us on the lobster Cantonese. Oh, I'd like that. No, I don't always feel at ease with Jeff. He's so unpredictable. I guess I am, too. We don't really know each other. And Mom talks about being proud of each other. I wonder if I could ever be as proud of Jeff as Jean is of Bob. Not right here and now, maybe. But he does have his point. When he gets out on that ball diamond, anybody would be proud of him. But I wonder if we'd ever agree on basic things.
Jack, you know who I thought of, eh? I saw Bill Johnson and his wife. You know, they've got a fine pair of little kids. They dress them up like cowboys.
Kiddo, that's fun. Don't you think so, Nora? Yeah, I can't wait a minute, too. Children. Oh, we've never talked about things like that. Or religion and marriage and money. Bob and Jean really understand each other. They do have a mature love.
Nora.
About a talk at the dance here. In the garden, you know. Well, I guess after seeing Bob and Jean, well, I think that love, a real mature love, is more than I'd imagined.
I guess so. On Bob and Jean, it looks all right. But
we're not ready for that kind of passion, are we? But We can have a lot of fun, can't we?
Sure we can. Would you like? How about going roller skating next Friday night?
Oh, Jeff, that's a wonderful idea. That's the kind of fun I like. What time?
About 8:15.
Thanks. Well, I'll see you again. Thanks for the evening. Good night.
Good night.